Hello and welcome to the Weekly Stuff Podcast with Jonathan Lack
and Sean Chapman.
We are here to talk about stuff. This week on the show, we are concluding our dive into the wonderful world of Lord of the Rings with The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, the 2003 film by Peter Jackson that is tied for the most Oscar wins of all time.
Yep.
Was for a long time one of the highest grossing films of all time. Now it's like number 30, but that happens.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happened in terms of high grossing films in the past 10 years.
Yeah, that kind of all changed. But obviously still one of the best and most beloved movies of our lifetimes. Is that easy to say?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
We both love this movie.
It's fucking great.
Yeah.
It's really fucking good.
We obviously have been doing this over the course of 2019. We've been diving back in time, and we did Fellowship of the Ring on episode 277. We did The Two Towers on episode 290. Now we're doing The Return of the King to complete our own little podcast trilogy. And I also have finished a full and pretty thorough read-through of the book and all the appendices, which I did for the first time.
Oh, congratulations.
I had previously, done parts of the appendices. I'd seen the story of Aragorn and Arwen before.
Yeah.
But I hadn't just I'm going to sit down and read all 200 pages of the appendices. And the only part where my eyes kind of glazed over was the pronunciation guide.
See, that was the part that I was like, fuck it, yeah, this is rad as shit.
I should say, I love the pronunciation guide. There's another 30 pages describing all of the linguistic stuff that gets a little dense, but then he just gets into the linguistic history of the peoples of Middle-earth, and I love that.
Yeah.
So yes, the appendices are great if you've never read them.
I will never forget the moment when my mind was completely blown when I realized that Galadriel's husband's name is Celeborn, not Celeborn. And I was like, oh my, everything I know is wrong about the Lord of the Rings.
There are no soft seas in Middle-earth.
Exactly. Fucking Middle-earth has got their shit figured out in a way that real Earth does not.
Yes, it's, you realize how well the language holds together, though, because I realized it's written so well that other than some things like the soft versus hard C's, I mostly am able to intuit how he wants it read.
Yeah.
Which is the sign that it's a very well-constructed written language. By someone who knows his fucking shit.
Exactly, yeah.
Still the only high fantasy, big work that was written by an actual philologist.
Yes, his language stuff still stands as by far the best in the genre of fantasy. That a lot of people try their hand at that stuff. Nobody else has done it as well as him.
Nope. So we're going to nerd out over all of that.
Yep.
We're going to nerd out over the movie Return of the King. I've got some books excerpts for you, so that'll be our topic today. But we have a couple other things. You've been playing Dragon Quest Builders 2.
I've been playing a lot of Dragon Quest Builders 2, yes.
Do you like it?
I like it a lot, yes.
Awesome.
I'm almost done with the second island.
Okay, I think done with basically what the third island is, but then I had to put it down because I am playing Fire Emblem 3 Houses, so I'll tell you guys a little bit about that. I'm about 13 hours into that game. It came out Thursday night. I have been playing a lot of Fire Emblem.
Seems like it. You'd have to. Yes, to be 13 hours in by now.
It's good. We'll talk about that. But first off, Sean, we've got one piece of news.
Yeah.
So, the Criterion Collection.
Yep.
We've talked about them before. We love them. They release a lot of good movies. They're very important. As a film scholar myself, I use these every day in my work life.
Yep.
They are approaching spine number 1,000. And if you don't know, every Criterion release has a spine number, and that movie is assigned it. So, for instance, Do the Right Thing just got a Blu-ray release. That had been an early DVD, so it's spine number 68 or something.
Yes.
And so it keeps that spine number. So it's a very important thing. They were going to hit 1,000, which is...
Although they cheat a little bit because they release Zatoichi, and that's all one spine number, and it's 25 movies. I don't have the last one in there, but...
Yes.
Yeah.
That is the only time they've done that, because most box sets get individual spine numbers, but I think they thought it would be a little weird to do half a year of spine numbers in 1 week. And so they're doing it again, though, with spine number 1,000, Godzilla, the Showa Era Films, 1954 to 1975, coming October 29th, 15 films on 8 discs. It's going to retail for $225, but it's coming out October 29th, and on November 1st, the Barnes & Noble 50% off sale will start, so you could get it for a pretty fair $112.
Yes, yeah.
So, Sean, I was excited by this, and I'm not even the Godzilla fan on this podcast.
Yeah.
Did your head explode?
It just felt like... It felt weird because I felt seen, that thing that we teens and millennials say these days is being seen, of I know that they had the rights to some of the movies because they were on like the streaming services and stuff like that. But it just never felt like anybody would. They already did their original Godzilla movie release years ago. I have that. That's great, and I thought that would be it. And as we've talked about before, and you've talked about on Twitter, like we speculated that probably Citizen Kane would be the 1,000 spine number pick just because it's Citizen Kane. And so it would make sense.
And they've been doing a lot of Orson Welles. They've got almost all of Orson Welles' stuff.
Although of all of the Orson Welles movies that you don't need Criterion to handle, Citizen Kane is the one that's, like, fine. Like, most of Orson Welles' other shit, we really need a lot of, like, recovery on. That's the one that's like, no, we got it. Like, that's the movie he got to make. And it's out there in really good quality. And so them saying, well, fuck it. Let's just put out the period of Godzilla movies that needs a definitive release, and like that's why this is important. Like, it would be cool if at some point they could do the Heisei era and Millennium era movies also, but those movies have like decent home releases already, and you can get all of those on Blu-ray. The Showa era movies, which are all the movies from the original 1954 movie to Terror of Mechagodzilla in the mid 70s, those are so like haphazard in terms of their home film releases because there are a lot of them that have only the English language versions, like King Kong vs. Godzilla, which recently got a Blu-ray version of that, but is only the American cut, which is not only just you have to watch it with the English dub, but most of the English dubs of Showa era movies are also cut slightly differently, and they'll have like King Kong vs. Godzilla has some American actors that are inserted into new scenes, or some of the movies like Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster has about 8 minutes of footage cut from the Japanese version in the English version release. And so a lot of that kind of stuff, it was very frustrating. And then a lot of the movies were also had no Blu-ray releases, or their DVD releases were just completely out of print, and had been for years. So the main one I've talked about for years now on this podcast has been Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, which is the third best Godzilla movie. The only home video release of that has been out of print forever, and if you wanted to buy the DVD, it costs like hundreds of dollars. So I held on to my VHS copy from my childhood for that one, and then also watched like some online versions to watch the Japanese version of that. But if you want to just own these movies and watch them in high quality in your own home, and want to have like a sort of academic preserved version of it, that just had not existed for this period of films. So this is really fucking cool because they do the whole gamut of, they have obviously some like Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, great to have that out, but also they have both versions of King Kong vs. Godzilla. They have both versions of the original Godzilla, which is so both Gojira and Godzilla King of the Monsters, which is the English language version that has like Raymond Burr, an American actor, edited in and stuff like that. So it is a truly kind of like archival preserved format of these movies, along with a huge list of interviews and bonus material, the kind of stuff you expect from Criterion. They've got a shit ton of that stuff also. So it is very, very exciting if you're a fan of Godzilla.
Absolutely. And we should say it is the original Japanese versions of all of them, except for King Kong vs. Godzilla, this must be a rights thing. The like default on the set is the US release version, and it even says it in like big letters. Yeah. But then in the bonus features it lists Japanese release version of King Kong vs. Godzilla from 1962. So hopefully that will be like at the very least like a print that has been like scanned in high definition. There is kind of a question mark on what the quality will be, but sure as shit better than nothing.
Yeah, I mean, because King Kong vs. Godzilla is one of the weird ones because Universal just owns the rights to that movie. So over here, and then presumably Toho maintains the rights to the Japanese version of that movie. So it's like, that's the thing with a lot of these movies, is that different companies own the like international or American rights to release them. And so that's one of the reasons why the release history is so weird, is because so many different companies have had access to those rights. And so Criterion just getting all of that under one house is really, really awesome. It's also done in the same format as the Zatoichi release, so it's the same kind of like art, like color, like brilliant, bright primary color style with like a lot of different artists' take on like kind of different covers for the movies. And so every single movie has a different artist doing like an artistic rendition of one of the scenes from the movie. So like the Invasion of the Astro Monster one has the Godzilla dance, which is a famous gif from that movie, and all that kind of stuff. So if you have the Zatoichi home release and you're like in love with the way that thing looks, this is done in the same style as that.
Yep.
And considering that, if you count all the Zatoichi movies as separate movies, the 95% of all the Criterion movies I own is that Zatoichi set. So if I add this, it'll be 99%.
Exactly. No, I love it. It's this big, oversized book that it's going to be with the discs in it and all this art. It looks gorgeous. It's totally fair price, I think, when you look at how much work assumedly went into this.
Yeah, and it's 15 movies. That's a lot of fucking movies.
It is. Paying just over $100 on the sale for over 15 movies is kind of a good deal no matter what, especially when they're movies that are otherwise, as you say, hard to fucking find.
Yeah, hard to find, and even if you do find it, usually they're in pretty poor quality also.
And I assume these will be in great quality. So yeah, I'm going to buy this. You're going to buy this.
Yeah.
And we're going to probably do some podcasts on this.
I mean, I think this is something I had been thinking about for a little bit since on the Godzilla King of the Monsters podcast we did a couple of weeks ago for the
American movie.
Yes, the recent American movie, not the American movie from the 50s. I talked about on that I had rewatched a couple of Godzilla movies, specifically through the Internet Archive Toho stuff, where Toho released basically versions you can download through the Internet Archive, and so I'd watched some movies that way. And I've been thinking about using that to do something which I have never done, which is watch at least the Showa era movies in order. I've only ever seen them kind of piecemeal, and so this is probably what I will now do is say there's no meaningful narrative connection between almost any of them. The only ones are Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla and Terror of Mechagodzilla you should probably watch in order because that's one of the only direct sequels. But other than that, you can watch them in any order you really want to. But I kind of want to just kind of follow the progression of the movies as they start very serious and then descend into utter madness by the time you get to something like Godzilla versus the Smog Monster.
Well, and that's exciting for me too because I think the context of having them in order, story, narrative continuity be damned, that was a journey of these movies getting made and becoming, the phenomenon that they were, and having them all in one place where you can do that is just historically valuable.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to revisit Godzilla's Revenge, also known as All Monsters Attack, which is, I think, 50 minutes and maybe about 20 minutes of original footage was made for that movie, and almost all the rest of it is stock footage from other Godzilla films. And I haven't watched that one in a long time, and that is, in my memory, easily the worst Godzilla movie. So I'm happy to revisit that and reassess it, and if my assessment is the same, All Monsters Attack will probably have been the worst movie to get a Criterion official release, because in my memory, it's very not good.
I just love that it's Spine 1000.
Yeah.
That is such a perfect use of Criterion's flexing, to give it 1000, because there's so many things they could have done. And I think if it had been something like Citizen Kane, it would have been oh, cool, well, I'll buy that, that seems nice, it's fitting, but I would have been kind of disappointed, because in the back of my head I would have been this movie didn't need it.
Yeah.
Godzilla needs it.
Yes.
And that's awesome.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right, Sean, you want to talk about some stuff?
Yeah, let's talk about some stuff.
So I have seen the new Quentin Tarantino movie, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I'm not going to talk about it yet because I'm still not entirely sure how I feel about it. Mm-hmm. And to talk about it, I would have to spoil the ending, and I normally don't care about that, but it has only been out for 2 days when we're recording this, so we'll wait. And you guys can tell me what you thought of it. It's an interesting movie.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, and I'm not really planning on it. For whatever, I just have had no desire to go see it at all. Because I've never been a huge Tarantino person, and I feel like the past couple of years have made me much less of a Quentin Tarantino fan, so...
Yeah, it's... I'll say this. I think there are parts of it that feel like a really interesting evolution for him as a filmmaker, and there are parts that feel like a stagnation or a devolution. And so I'm very mixed on it. But we'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some games we're very positive on.
Yes, yeah.
I've talked about Dragon Quest Builders 2 extensively. I have put in about... I think my play clock is around 30-some hours now. And I was really sad I had to put it down, because I had just gotten to a turn in the story where I'm if I go any further, it's going to be hard to tear myself away from it, but I do want to see what the next step is. Mm-hmm. But y'all know I love this series. Sean, you are a newbie to Dragon Quest Builders other than the demo from the original. What do you think?
So, because, I mean, Let me put it this way. I've been pondering for the past week a philosophical question, Jonathan, which is, how does one stop playing Dragon Quest Builders? How does one make the conscious, independent choice to put the controller down and, actually walk away from it, other than for, bare physical necessity of, I need to eat, I need to sleep? Because I physically cannot stop playing the game. It's fucked up.
It's addictive as hell.
Yeah, in a way that has not been true of a game I've played in a very long time. And I think it's mostly that the game is incredibly smart with how layered the objectives are. And so you're always building towards a lot of different things, both metaphorically and literally. You're building up buildings, but you're also building up communities. You're building up through the story. And there's just lots of different small scale objectives of I need to get some mushrooms for this room, or I need to just get some supplies, or just put the story in the next step, and then also build bigger things of I want to make this big room, or I want to renovate this space that I already made earlier, and then the biggest objectives of I want to finish this area and bring everyone back to the Isle of Awakening, the main sort of hub, where I can start building up my base back there again with all the new things I've gotten in the next island. And so you're constantly, if you think of how people talk about sometimes video games as treadmills, of you're constantly kind of trying to move through this treadmill and kind of progressing through different areas and different scopes of either physical areas or just kind of progressing and getting new items and new abilities. Dragon Quest Builders probably has the most developed infrastructure for anything like that I've encountered in a game, which is great and also terrifying because it makes it so hard to stop playing, because every single time I sit down and boot the game up, I literally end up playing for about 2 hours longer than I intend to in almost every single session, which is maybe unhealthy, but I'm also having a very fun time doing it.
But I think that's the first thing I said about this game on the podcast, is that I sat down at 11 p.m. one night intending to just check something in the game.
Yes.
And I got up from the couch at 2 in the morning.
Yeah, because it's definitely something where you're oh, you know what? I really just want to finish that building. I kind of left it half done. And I wanted to do this thing with the windows or something, and you're just I'm just going to dump into it really quick, and then go to bed. And then you fix that. And you're oh wait, oh shit, I don't have quite enough gold to make this piece of carpet. Oh well, I guess I could just wait for this day to run out, and I'll do something else. I'll get the gold, and then it'll be fine. And then you just sort of keep on making these excuses to yourself until all of a sudden, this one little hovel you had that was 2 blocks high adobe walls with a basic door. All of a sudden, now everything's made out of gold bricks, and you've got and they have an interior bathroom with shower, and they've got a nice dining area, and these miners are decked the fuck out right now, because I've been kind of stalling, moving towards the last kind of thing I feel I'm going to hit for the story, and have to move on from the island. I'm finishing everybody up, giving everyone their own room and all that kind of stuff. And that's one of the things about the game that is really, really enjoyable, is that sense of... It almost has a similar feeling as Red Dead Redemption 2 to me, in a weird way, of... There's this tension between what is oftentimes the main story path is very hand-holdy, I want you to make this exact kind of room with 2 torches and 2 beds and whatever, and you need to do that to kind of to their specifications to finish out the story. And so oftentimes it's kind of really leading you by the nose through that kind of stuff. But then once you're in a spot where you're oh, now I can just do whatever I want, then you just fucking glam the fuck out, and you just spend hours and hours doing utter complete nonsense, and just having a fun time doing that. And that sense of sometimes being very, very constrained, and then you break out of those constraints and you are, incredibly free to do whatever you want. That sense of flow through those 2 states is also really fun to kind of experience. And I like the pressures the story stuff puts on you, that then once you're released from those pressures, it makes the freedom to do whatever you want that much more satisfying.
Yeah, it's a great balance, and I also love that a lot of the story objectives, you can work within the narrow margins they give you, or you can go fucking insane with it. I'll just tell you, Sean, when you get back to the island, you have some big things you do after Chapter 2. I won't spoil those, but I will say one of the little objectives someone asked for is, I think we should have some rails around here, because there's rails in Chapter 2.
Yeah.
So, build some of those around here. And they say, I want you to lay down 200 pieces of track. And I'm okay. And I start looking, I'm you know what? I'm going to build a track around the entire goddamn island.
Sure,
and I did it, and it took about 800 pieces of track, and I had to go back to Crumbledon and get more iron because I ran out of iron for the rails. But I had so much fun doing it, and that track is there's a lot of it. It'll take you everywhere.
Yeah, because I mean, usually what I do is like finish whatever the specific room they want is, and like make sure that I filled their objectives so that they're like, yay, and they'll clap and give you all their hearts, and it's like, thank you, and then I've completed that objective, and then it's like, and now I'm going to break everything you just made me make because your idea for a room fucking sucks. I'm going to make a way better version of this room that like you wouldn't accept because it's a little bit different than what you wanted, but trust me, it's going to look fucking gorgeous once I'm done.
I had that once where in Chapter 2, they wanted me to build a slightly bigger inn.
Yes.
And I built such a nice inn, they wouldn't accept it because it was over the fanciness level. So I had to just go somewhere else and build a shitty inn. They accepted it, and then I tore down the shitty inn and just left my other one up.
Yeah, that's a similar thing to what I did with that specific objective. Yeah.
That inn literally had gold carpet.
Yes, same with mine. I made it a gold carpet, and it's 2 stories where on the bottom is where all the dancers, they have their area down there, and then up top is where all the miners are. They have some little weightlifting area and stuff in there, too. It's pretty nice.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, yeah, like...
I think you're going even harder on it than I was, because I've been, I don't want to say rushing through it, but I knew I had this, like, approaching deadline of Fire Emblem, so I was kind of trying to see as much of it as I could.
Yeah, Jonathan, let me just put it this way. While there's no playtime clock that at least I've seen, I almost certainly have spent more than 30 hours playing this game in the past week. Like, there's no way I'm under 30 hours. Like, I've played so much of it.
There's no internal play clock. Switch has a built-in one for every game. So
so because also I just spent a lot of time building things up when I got back to the Isle of Awakening after the first area, and just spent a lot of time doing that as well. Because one of the things that's really great about the game in terms of comparing it to something like Minecraft, there's a couple of things that it does. Obviously, like the story stuff is really cool. Also, just the sort of aesthetic of the game is so much more pleasing than any other game like this. It's so bright and colorful, and that's one of the reasons why I find myself really encouraged to build out areas and build more rooms and make everything look good, is because it actually looks really good. And in Minecraft, like... comparatively has a very kind of like washed out look to it, you know. And this, when you go to like the desert area and you're like, and they tell you, hey, like turn this area into a forest or a meadow, like the difference between sort of like shit like dry dead grass and bright green grass in this game is so stark and like striking and beautiful that's one of the reasons why you want to just go whole hog with it and say, well, fuck it. Like, you said you needed like 100 blocks of meadow or whatever the fuck it is. Like, no, I have like 1,000, you know, because I just want to make this whole area look gorgeous because the game looks gorgeous, which is a really big motivator for me.
Minecraft has plenty of nice qualities. It does not have art direction by Akira Toriyama.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
And the overall aesthetic of Dragon Quest, which is one of the best aesthetics in gaming. Yeah. I agree.
And then another thing that I think is really smart about Builders is that it doesn't sort of fuck you around with having really restrictive resource limitations. So, you know, if you run out of wood, you can just go out and chop down like one tree, and that's a lot of wood. Like, you can build probably like a whole house out of one tree because of the way that, you know, it's like 2 pieces of wood to make 10 wood blocks. And Minecraft has some of that, of where resources will kind of scale up for basic stuff. But Dragon Quest Builders like just is so plentiful with resources that if you ever run out of something, it's not I need to go spend like 30 minutes mining out stone or whatever to build this house I want. It's like, I've got to run out of town for like 5 minutes and I will have all I need to make the thing I want to make. That's a big thing that kind of helps motivate me to keep playing. And then also, as you kind of progress through the game and hit some of the, after you finish Chapter 1, I assume this will happen with the similar thing with Chapter 2, do you go back to the Isle of Awakening? You then have the option to do some special stuff to then just have infinite access to some of the basic resources, which I highly recommend people do if you like to build a lot, because having just infinite wood, I then immediately went and said, fucking awesome, I'm just going to go to every single thing I can make infinitely for free, and I will make 999 of all those things, and now I never have to craft another wooden block again in my fucking life, because I have infinite wood, and I made all the wood items, and they're just in my, effectively infinite inventory, and that is a great feeling.
Yeah, I have not done those ones yet. I did some of it but I didn't finish those objectives, and I want to. It's just, I'm so like sad that this and Fire Emblem got bumped up against each other with me at the same time you got me into Gundam, because it's like it's a lot of competing interests for my attention right now, Sean. But yeah, man, it's one big difference from Minecraft, I feel like, is that it never wants you to stop having fun with the building.
Yeah.
And Minecraft has the creative mode, but the cool thing about Builders is that it feels like it's merged the creative and survival modes, and they're working together. So you still have the satisfaction of gathering resources and fighting monsters and all of that, and there being some, like, limits and danger, but you also can just build to your heart's content, which is what the game is there for.
Yeah.
It feels like it's so well calibrated. I mean, I said this to Thomas, my brother, the other day. I don't think I can think of another game that is so clearly based on another game that has so made that game irrelevant for me.
Yeah.
You know? Because it's like, Minecraft feels like it's from the fucking, like, PC days of 1992 or something now, compared to Dragon Quest Builders, right?
Yeah. Because another main thing is that it gives you... the game responds to what you build, which is a huge thing for me. As someone who doesn't have other people that I would play this kind of game with. Like, I've only ever really played Minecraft by myself, and every time I played Minecraft, it's always been the same, like, cycle of where every 2 years or so I'll be like, fuck it, I'll play some Minecraft, and then I'll play about 4 hours, the first 2 hours of which are me building a really cool log cabin, and the next 2 hours are like, okay, time to get into the shit and start mining, and then I mine some stuff, I'm like, I think I'm good with this game. I built my cool log cabin, and then I just have no reason to do anything else because the game has no mechanism by which to acknowledge what you have built. Which just means that at a certain point, once I have built like the one thing I wanted to build, there's no motivation for me to just like go build something else. I have to create all of that motivation on my own. And so once I've kind of spent it once, then my attention gets drawn to something else I want to do. Dragon Quest Builders, there's always something that happens if you build the room, right? And so if you build a kitchen, someone will go cook food in that kitchen. If you go and build an inn, people will go and sleep in that inn. If you build a shower room, people will go to the shower. If you build a bathroom, people will go take a shit in the bathroom, then you take that and make fertilizer out of it. If you build a swimming pool, everyone's going to go swim in the swimming pool, you know? So your motivation to build things is not just generated entirely internally. The game recognizes that and motivates you and rewards you for building cool things. Especially now that once you get to Island 2, they introduce the fanciness meter, effectively, which then makes it so that if you make really nice things, then the game will reward you even more for putting the time and attention to say, like, well, I'm going to use nice materials. I'm not just going to make this, like, building out of, mud, basically. I'm going to make it out of, like, cool gold bricks and carpet and stuff. The game will reward you for that, and that's such a nice feeling, and it's something that the game does such a good job of building that sense of community and these different communities that you're creating out by having the game directly acknowledge all the things you're building instead of just being like agnostic towards it the way that Minecraft is, which has some positives. If you have a lot of people you want to play Minecraft with, then you can have that kind of sense of community among your friends. But if you just want to play the game on your own, Minecraft has no mechanisms by which it can reward you for anything like that.
It's very clearly Minecraft through the prism of a Japanese game developer.
Yeah.
Because if you don't know, I mean, multiplayer is not a big thing in Japanese gaming. And so it's like, well, we don't want to play this game together. We'll put the friends in there for you. Yeah, that's what Dragon Quest Builders 2 does. And we haven't even talked about how great just the story and personality and writing and all of that is in this game. Because that's all incredibly fun, too.
Yeah, I think I have like kind of a love-hate relationship with some of like the writing. I think a lot of the story stuff I like, but the I'm not a huge fan of, and we talked about this on the podcast before, the thing that like the game feels this need to like every single line of dialogue has to have like some alliteration in it and a pun and like represent some sort of weird interpretation of like a Northern English accent, and it's like to the point where sometimes the lines are difficult to read because there's so much shit stacked into them. There's a very like maximalist approach to the way the dialogue works that sometimes can be very funny. Sometimes it really gets on my nerves, and that's something that's like a style thing for me. That
in the English localization,
yes, yeah, which like I am 99% sure that is not representative of the way that the dialogue it works in Japanese, and so that stuff can kind of get on my nerves. But the like core story and the character stuff that is there, like that stuff is really enjoyable, and it's a good way to again motivate you to keep on engaging with the game in the way that you want to build a nice room for Rosie because she's a cool character that you want to have a nice room. And so the game does a really good job of really like fleshing out those characters and fleshing out that story. And then also you have my bro, Malroth, who's with you all the time, who I think is the best written character because he gets to kind of avoid a lot of the bullshit in the dialogue. They kind of write him a little bit more plain because I think he's just with you all the time. And so you get to be kind of this like fun combo, and he gets to speak for you since you're a silent protagonist. And I love chilling out with Malroth. I think it was super smart that they programmed him to kind of respond to what you do when you're exploring. So if you knock down a tree, he will go knock down other trees around you and help you collect resources, which is another way the game sort of makes the resource collection thing less of a hassle than it otherwise would be. And like all that stuff with Malroth then makes it that I basically, every single room, because I've now made 3 rooms for my dude and Malroth, every single one is a room basically designed for a married couple. Like
basically, yeah.
That's like, I've never built a separate room for him and my character. We cohabitate. There's like a nice little flower here. Here's our like little dressing room, Malroth. Like it's just me and Malroth against the world, which is basically how I've treated that game.
Absolutely, and there's some really good stuff coming up with him in the story. Yeah, and I should say though, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first Dragon Quest game you've played this much of in English, right?
Yes, yeah. The only I like played a little bit of Dragon Quest 1 was really kind of put off by the way the localization handled like weird accent stuff and stuff like that. It's like, fuck it, I'll just play it in Japanese because I can.
Because I've played to completion 1, 2, 3, 4, 11, Builders 1, Builders 2.
Yeah.
And I might be forgetting something. So I'm very familiar with their localization practices, and this is not me defending them, just to say, if you spend enough time with someone, you learn to put up with their little weird ticks.
Yeah, no, it's the way that it's always been written.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Builders 2, I should say, goes further with it than I've ever seen in one of these. Like, especially Chapter 2. They back off after Chapter 2 a little bit because the minors are all written. And this is how those guys, I forget what they're called, but they're in all the Dragon Quest games, the people who have the weird yellow masks and everything.
They're like really buff.
Yeah, the burly dudes. They're always written as like, cool, blimey, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And they go so hard on that it is sometimes just straight up incomprehensible. And then they also have a character in Chapter 2 who drives me fucking crazy, which is the Bag of Jewels. Who has every other letter is uppercased.
Yeah.
I can't read it. I skip through all his dialogue. It gives me a physical headache.
Yeah, the one for that is the slimes. The slime dialogue is really difficult sometimes to read because they'll do stuff where it's like any word that rhymes with slime, they will just write as slime. And the main one that comes up is time. And I just that's a hard thing to catch. Like Gooman instead of human, I can pick up on that very quickly. Like replacing every word that rhymes with slime with just the word slime sometimes makes the dialogue completely impossible to understand, and is not representative of the way that the monster characters are written in Japanese. Especially because oftentimes a lot of characters just speak entirely in katakana in Dragon Quest anyways, and that's how it's represented. The monster stuff has always been represented, and so it's like sometimes a little bit harder to read, but it's trying to give like you impression of it's some sort of inhuman thing that's speaking. But they don't ever there are ways that Japanese can do that, and they don't ever deploy that in Japanese in those games. And so yeah, that approach to localization is just kind of gets on my nerves a little bit, and I think the game gets in its own way because of it oftentimes, especially with like the accent thing. It also just doesn't feel particularly representative of an actual real accent. Like the way they use the word gaff is not the way that British people actually use the word gaff as like a vernacular for place. Like it's felt like they wrote the dialogue normally and then just Control F and put some like British terms in there. And so it's like every time the word place is used is replaced with the word gaff. And you can't do that because that's not actually how that term is used.
It's too bad they never have you build a smoking room so that they don't have all the characters running around saying the F word.
Exactly, yes. That's where they would end up.
Yes. All right. And if you're mad at me for that, be mad at the continent of England. That's not me, that's them. All right.
Yes, the continent of England.
Yes.
That famous continent of England.
I meant country, but it is also an island, so it's kind of like a continent.
Well, England's not an island. Britain is an island. England's one of the kingdoms of the United Kingdom.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
One of the last kingdoms of the United Kingdom.
Yes, very true.
All right. So I'm going to talk about Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I have played 13 hours, like I said, of this game, and I'm still wrapping my head around it. I am loving my time with it. I obviously cannot tear myself away from it, but I am genuinely struggling to think of the last time a long-running series reinvented itself this hard. Mm-hmm. one that comes to mind is like Breath of the Wild, but Breath of the Wild is still, it's a Zelda game. Like it's very, it's formula is a little different, obviously, but it's also a fairly clear evolution of what Zelda had been doing.
Yeah, it's an evolution in like bringing back things that they had abandoned from some of the very early games, like the original Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, the closest comparisons I think you could come to are things like the transition from 2D to 3D.
Uh-huh.
And even then that's imperfect, because like Super Metroid and Metroid Prime look very different, but Metroid Prime uses the Super Metroid formula. Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time look very different, but Ocarina of Time is like Mad Lib's Link to the Past in terms of where all the dungeons are and things like that. So it's a really radical shift. I think probably the best comparison would be something like Persona 1 and 2 to Persona 3.
Sure, yes.
Which is, they are still the same series,
but they're made by totally different teams that have different objectives that like have generally only very superficial things in common.
Yeah, and Fire Emblem Three Houses is not that different. This is why I'm trying to like it's not that radical, because like, you know, it is still the Fire Emblem tactical combat, right?
Sure.
Although they've added and changed a lot to it. It's that's probably the closest thing I could say. And I also am gravitating there because this game, Fire Emblem and Persona, got drunk at a bar one night, and they fucked. And they fucked hard, and that baby is Fire Emblem Three Houses. Because this game has so much Persona in it.
Well, what's the name of the Shin Megami Tensei Fire Emblem crossover from Wii U?
FE # Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
Yes, Tokyo Mirage Sessions. So that must have been like the first date with Tokyo Mirage Sessions, and this is the baby that ultimately blossomed from that relationship.
Because let me break this down for you, Sean. I played 13 hours. I don't know if I've spent more than 4 hours of that in tactical combat.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
So, because for reference, the only Fire Emblem games I've played are like 90% the battles and 10% story cutscenes.
Yes. So, and that's most Fire Emblem games.
Yeah.
The only ones where that's not the case, honestly, is Echoes, which is the 3DS one, the last 3DS game, which was a remake of the NES game Fire Emblem Gaiden. And Echoes clearly now, like, in retrospect, was a testing ground for Three Emblems, because all of its little experiments become much bigger things in Three Houses. But Echoes had explorable dungeons and explorable towns. And so that had a little bit of that. But otherwise, you know, Awakening adds support conversations, but that's still watching cutscenes. Fire Emblem Fates has all of that, still mostly watching cutscenes. It has this little castle area you can kind of customize, but there's not a ton to do there. So, for the most part, most Fire Emblem games are you watch some people talk, and then you do a battle, and then you watch some people talk, and you do a battle. And we all love that, and there's nothing wrong with that. Mm-hmm. But Fire Emblem Three Houses decided, we're going to burn this shit down, and we're going to start fresh. Because the whole premise of Fire Emblem Three Houses is it is set at the Garreg Mach Monastery on the continent, and this is the correct usage of the term, Fodlan, which has 3 countries within it.
Good work, yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing it. It's got the Adrestian Empire in the south. It has the Leicester Alliance in the east, which is even spelled like, you know, Leicester, but of course it's British, they say Leicester. There's just like 5 letters in the middle that don't matter. And then you've got the Holy Kingdom of Fargus in the north. And so there's these 3 houses, as they say, and in the Garreg Mach Monastery is neutral territory at the center of all of them. And at the Garreg Mach Monastery, you have the head of the church, which is the Church of Seiros, who is like the god of this world. Mm-hmm. And you have Lady Rhea, who is the Archbishop of the Church of Seiros, lives there, and that's where like all of their churches and all their holy relics are. But it is also the Officers' Academy, where people come to train to become officers in the 3 different kingdoms, who are at the start of the game at peace and in unity. So you arrive there, and you are hired as a new professor at the academy, and you choose which house you are going to lead for that year coming up. And you have your choice of houses, and it is not quite as drastic as like Fire Emblem Fates, where there are 3 fully different campaigns.
Yeah.
But you do, like, it's still going to be very different, because I picked the Adrestian Empire. That's my set of characters. When I'm running around the monastery, I see the other characters, but they're not on my team, and I don't have support stuff with them yet, at least. So obviously, at this point, most of like the cutscenes I would have seen if I had picked a different house would be completely different, because it would be different characters. But you have the Garreg Mach Monastery. Your character is named Byleth. You can pick a boy or a girl, although you cannot do character customization this time because they have Byleth in animated cutscenes.
Okay.
Which does mean they did 2 different versions of every animated cutscene, because boy-girl, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But they did not do 1 million for every different animated version. So the way the game is, and this game also has a long onboarding period. Most Fire Emblem games, you have one or two kind of tutorial matches, but then you're pretty much off to the races. This is the opening pace. I kept thinking this is paced like Persona. This is like the beginning of Persona 4 or 5, where like if you sit down and play 3 hours the first night, you're not into the main stretch of the game yet.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you haven't even been tutorialized on like the proper combat yet.
Exactly. I am 13 hours in. I have not seen all of the monastery yet, I don't think. So, like, you set it up, and let me get into, like, the main flow of the game, is you have your house that you lead, and it has a calendar that goes day by day,
okay,
a la Persona, although you do not play things on every single specific day. It's more like the month is the main organizing unit, because each month has one big mission you and your team have to complete that the monastery has given you, like go rout these bandits in these hills. And then it starts, I'm at a point where there's something of a snowballing story starting to develop. Although this game is clearly much longer than any other Fire Emblem, so like 13 hours of this is not equivalent to 13 hours of Awakening, where you would be almost halfway through. I'm maybe an eighth of the way through.
Yeah, I think 13 hours in like the GBA Fire Emblem, you basically are done with that game.
Yeah, depending on how hard you made it for yourself. Yeah, so I'm just still getting my toes wet in the story, but yeah, you have one big mission per month. But then it goes through the days, and there are 2 weeks of each month that are instruction weeks. And so you start that week, and you have to basically develop a lesson plan. You have to
great. This sounds like a great game. That would not stress people out at all.
Yeah. So you have to you go through all your units, and they have goals for what are their areas of specialization, and they have default specializations, but you can also say, yeah, this person is supposed to have an axe and heavy armor, but fuck that, I'm going to make them a Pegasus Knight. And you can just give them a lance and flying, and we're going to work up these skills. And so you set their goals. You can do one-on-one instruction, and you have a certain number of points you can use in one-on-one instruction, and that grows as you become a better professor, because there is a professor grade that is prominently displayed in the lower corner of the screen that will also probably stress both of us out, Sean.
Yeah.
When you're running around and says, fuck, I'm a D-grade professor right now.
You're fantastic.
Yeah, but you level up pretty fast, and so then you work with them on those skills. And then when you've got all of that sorted out, because you can also create pair activities they're going to go do during the week.
Yeah, group work.
Yeah, group
work and then individual work. Yeah, and then you have to have your assessment at the end.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you have all of that, and then you hit, begin lecture, and it basically goes through the week. And there'll be little events like someone will come up to you and be like, I have a question about this, and you have to give them the right answer, and that will give them a boost to one of their stats, and things like that. And at the end of the week, it shows you how much all of their stats went up by. And then you get to Sunday, and on Sundays, which are the main days of the game, you have a choice of things to do. You can explore the monastery, and there's a lot to do in the monastery, because every time you explore, there's a series of quests you can go do. You can talk to pretty much everyone in the game, so all 9 main characters from each of the 3 houses, plus all of the supporting cast in the monastery. You can go find objects around the world. You can do a variety of mini-games. This game has a fishing mini-game.
Great.
This game has a gardening mini-game.
Okay.
It has a cooking mini-game. It has... And I shit you not, this thing is fucking amazing. It has a tea time minigame where you invite people to tea. You have a collection of teas that you collect over the course of the game. You select a tea to share with them, and the minigame it's 3 phases of the conversation, and you have to select a conversation topic out of a list of multiple choice that you think they will like, and it's how well you know the character. Because sometimes I get it with characters I don't know because they're from another house, and I'm like, you look burly, do you want to talk about weapons? And he's like, I don't like that topic. Yeah. And so you could get this was an unsuccessful tea time.
It's just because I work out, everyone thinks I want to talk about fucking swords all the time. It's Jesus Christ. No, I'm here at tea time. I'm not here to talk about war. Okay, I'm here to relax. Okay,
yes.
Let's talk about theater. Jesus.
So you can, if you get a perfect tea time, you get extra stuff. But you have different levels of the tea time, and you get, you get a charm boost if you have a successful tea time, and then there are other things you get out of that. You can give people gifts. As you run around the monastery, you find, lost items on the ground, and there's, a clue, this must belong to someone who likes X or is from X. And you kind of use your knowledge and look through your notes, and you're like, I think this belongs to Bernadetta. And you go find Bernadetta and give it to her, and that'll up her enthusiasm, it's motivation is a key stat, because the more motivated they are, the better they'll do in class. So outside of class, you have to do stuff to motivate them, so in class you'll get all of that.
I feel like that's putting too much work, the teachers are not being compensated to do that kind of extra work outside of the classroom. This game is encouraging an unhealthy work-life balance that I think is plagues the teaching profession because so many teachers are so passionate about their work. They just get exploited all the time by this kind of horse shit.
Yes, absolutely. But so as you can see, Sean, there's all of that, plus support conversations are back. It's been tweaked a little bit. There is not the same kind of romancing stuff, and there are no children. So Fire Emblem Awakening had the whole thing where you could pair characters off, they get married, and then they have kids, because Fire Emblem Awakening prominently features time travel, and the kids came back from the future and fought with you.
And then, as you talked about with Fire Emblem Fates, they brought that same mechanic back, but it didn't make any sense
Made no goddamn sense.
The story justification no longer existed.
Have I ever told you the story justification for that in Fates?
I feel like you did, but I've forgotten what it was.
It's so amazing. What it is that they would have the babies, but because you were at war, you were worried about having babies with you, so you hid them in a pocket dimension.
Right. Yeah.
And the pocket dimension, time developed faster, so they grew up faster.
Yeah, so you basically put them in a reverse hyperbolic time chamber from Dragon Ball.
Yes, it's so stupid. Anyway, so this does not have the kids and stuff, but it does have even more support conversations than the last game, because again, you have your 9 main units in your house, plus you, Byleth, plus all of the other teachers and stuff and faculty, and you can develop supports with characters from other houses. I'm not super far into that, but you can do it. So
yeah, from what I understand, from what I've heard, like if you pursue some of those other characters, they will join you before.
Yes.
Obviously, at some point, shit's going to go down between the 3 kingdoms in this game.
So, yes, you can recruit characters from other houses. I do not have stats leveled up enough to do that yet, because it's still early. But yes, so as you can tell, there is a whole lot of this game that has nothing to do with the tactical gameplay of Fire Emblem. And why it makes me think of Persona so much is it's not just the school setting, it's not just the daily kind of calendar element of it. It is that Persona is a JRPG where you could very feasibly spend 10 hours in a row never doing a fight.
Yeah.
And Fire Emblem, I don't know if you could spend that long, but I have had, I played for an hour and 10 minutes today and didn't see a match. And then you'll go into the matches and you do have the option to do some extra battles during the month, and there are some quests that revolve around that. So you can kind of control how much you see them as well. But yeah, it is a very different game in the overall flow of things. And most of the ideas in this game are not 100% new to Fire Emblem. The way I've been thinking about it is, it's like in the 3DS games, Awakening Fates and Echoes, they planted a lot of seeds, and then those seeds sprouted overnight into giant trees. Uh-huh. So Echoes has explorable towns, but they are sort of like an old PC game where it's first person and there are a series of just images, sort of like Myst or something, that you go through, and that's how you would quote-unquote explore them. Here, the Garrigmach Monastery is a ginormous 3D environment that you physically run around in as a fully 3D modeled character, and it's a huge gameplay environment.
Yeah, which is obviously part of that is possible because this is the first Fire Emblem game since the one on the GameCube that's been on a console.
Yeah, there was one on Wii.
Well, which is basically GameCube. So
yes, that's very true, yes. It was the 2 Radiant Dawn games. So yes, it's been forever since they had a home console one, so that, they can do that. That also means that this game, kind of like Persona 5, instead of just having the character portraits, you also have fully rendered 3D models of the characters there during cutscenes and stuff, and you have some 3D in-engine cutscenes in addition to the animated cutscenes. So it's a big game. It's also, like I said, very clearly much, much longer than any other Fire Emblem game. And part of how I know that, and this is my one... It's not a source of disappointment yet, it's just something I'm waiting for. And I'm patient because I love this series.
Yeah.
It hasn't been hard yet.
Okay.
And Fire Emblem has to be fucking hard for me. It's I think Fire Emblem was for me, that was my Dark Souls before Dark Souls. I wanted it to be tough as nails. I'm always waiting for that Fire Emblem level where you're on a goddamn ship and someone is going to die on that ship to get you off that ship.
Yeah, now that I think about it, probably the GBA Fire Emblem was the first hard game that I got really into. That wasn't just Lion King on the Genesis, which was hard because it was horse shit. It's this is a really well-designed hard game that I would play obsessively.
Yes, and I am playing it on the hardest difficulty. I set it to classic mode and hard mode, which is the highest difficulty. They are going to patch in a lunatic mode at some point, which I assume is more for a New Game Plus kind of thing. But for now, it's hard mode, classic. So I'm playing on that. It has not been significantly challenging yet. There was one bonus map that did throw me for a little bit of a loop just to keep everyone alive. But part of that also is that I'm on maybe the 5th main story mission. Mm-hmm. Fire Emblem usually isn't that hard in Chapter 5.
Sure, yeah.
You know, like it hasn't gotten hard yet in Chapter 5.
Because usually Chapter 5 is like 5 or 6 hours in.
Right. Yeah, but now it's 13 hours in.
Yeah.
And so I'm still kind of waiting for that, but I was playing a map today that did start to kick my ass, and then I had to come over here and record this podcast. So and part of that is I was playing it in kind of a weird way, and then I wonder if it's just I didn't fully understand what that map was doing. But I'm kind of excited to go back and be like, is this the one that's going to like really kick my ass? Because I'm waiting for that. I'm sure that'll happen, but there are also the battle system does have some significant differences. There is no weapon triangle anymore.
Interesting.
That was not in Echoes either. So like when I say the seeds grew into trees,
right.
Echoes also experimented with this. So like leveling and stats and sort of more traditional RPG things are more important in this game than they've been in past Fire Emblems. Unless you played Echoes, which is clearly like the midway step to this. And so you don't have a weapon triangle. You do have weapon durability now, and you have that because there are different combat arts, which are like special attacks you can use that take up chunks of weapon durability. Okay. You can do weapon repairs, but that does not unlock. I just unlocked it where I am. So you have to be a little careful about that. And then you also have battalions, which is if you've seen any footage from the game, you'll know that there are full armies on the field this time. And what not just like individual units, It kind of looks like Fire Emblem Warriors, the Musou game, because Koei Tecmo helped them develop this, and they just used what they developed for Warriors.
Yeah, which is that kind of Romance of the Three Kingdoms thing of it's a big army of people that you're leading, but it's like mostly you're focused on the hero character that's leading the army.
Yeah, and those are not just on the field all the time. You have to go hire and assign battalions that have different like special moves and special abilities and different specialities and different like levels, because one of the new stats is authority, which is how well you can command battalions.
Okay.
And you give your characters different battalions. And so like I have a really good magic user, so he has a group of priests from this church who like can do fire magic to a certain radius, and you have that ability. Or like my archer character is commanding a team of archers who can do some archery from afar, which is really cool because it full on does like the Lord of the Rings thing where it's like and you like pull your sword forward and they all fire into the air, which is really cool. And so you have all of that. There are some other differences, like magic was reworked in Echoes. It's been reworked a little bit again. It's very good. I feel like magicians and archers are better in this game than they've ever been, and I really like that. So there's a lot to wrap your head around. This is, if you are a longtime Fire Emblem player, this is not just a sequel. This is not one where you're going to sit down and be like, I know all of this. Mm-hmm. There's a lot to like reorient yourself with. And I'm also really curious for people whom this is their first Fire Emblem, what they'll make of it, because I think they'll like it. But because of all of that, this game does not spend as much time as other Fire Emblems getting you adjusted to battle. Like, it does not... All the tutorials are there, you can go read them, but it doesn't show you them all as much. And maybe part of why it's easy for me so far is that I just have a lot of knowledge. So I see a map with, like, 2 choke points on a bridge. I am putting a heavy unit on both of those, and a magician behind them, and an archer on the shore, and like a row of people behind them, and I know how to do that map, and it hasn't thrown me for a loop yet, but I assume if this was your first time, you're learning how to do all of that. Mm-hmm. So I'm very curious, like I said, how it would be for first-time players, but man, it is a big evolution for a series, and for a series like this that is that long-running, this just doesn't happen that much of like this radical a jump. Mm-hmm. So it's fascinating.
Yeah. So thinking like of the changes, because so the Persona comparison, one thing I've been thinking of is, I think one of the reasons why that balance works with Persona is because they, adjusted the combat in such a way that once you get a feel for the combat in Persona, it's lightning fast. And it's not, like, it has depth to it, but an average combat thing in Persona is very, very quick. And one thing that I'm just curious about is that sense of pacing with Fire Emblem, where Fire Emblem combat is, so much more involved because it's a big tactic strategy thing. How does that change that sense of, like, does that feel like a negative thing for how the pacing works in that relationship to Persona, or like how does that work out for you?
Not so far, and I am curious how this will develop, but one smart thing they've done is because you have the one big mission a month, the game is sort of divided into, you're going to spend a chunk of time doing monastery and teaching activities, and then a chunk of time doing a big Fire Emblem fight, and I don't think it wants you to just do all of that in one big sitting. Mm-hmm. Like, it feels like you could spend about an hour and a half doing the main bulk of the month, And then I assume now with the kind of maps I'm getting into that are more proper Fire Emblem maps, that might be an hour to an hour and a half of playtime to clear that map. And it's that back and forth. So it's not like you're going to do a big hour map, have 10 minutes in the monastery, then do another hour. That would be unplayable. Yeah. It feels like they have accounted for that. Because like I said, it's if the day is the unit of time in Persona, the month is the unit of time in Fire Emblem.
Okay.
And so I think that is smart. But I am curious because, especially for like I said, if you're a first time player who is attracted to, again, what has been built up so much is that like characters have always been important to Fire Emblem, but there's no other Fire Emblem game where you spend a solid hour going and hanging out with your units and doing tea time.
Yeah.
And if that's the thing that's attracting you, and then you have one of the tactical battles, and that's kind of not your style, this game would just not be for you.
Yeah, so because of those tactical battles, at least like the way I've always played those kinds of games, I never stop in the middle of them really. Or if I do, it's like, well, I'm going to just like start this over from the beginning,
right,
and like do better at the next time. Like I don't like to put that down and pick it up in the same way that like with Persona, if I'm in the middle of, I'll go to the next save room, save, and it's like, okay, I'll just go do something else, come back to this dungeon. Like, and that's kind of what I mean of that sense of, yeah, you want to handle those fights in one sitting and kind of go through the whole thing. And like that sense of, I think that's an interesting way to kind of pair those things together in terms of the pacing.
It definitely is. And they've made, and again, they're thinking about this, I can tell. Because, for instance, if you haven't played a Fire Emblem game before, it is like muscle memory to me how to do the console reset to like go back to the top of a Fire Emblem game. Because if a unit dies, on GBA it's LRBA, on 3DS it was LR start select. And you just hit that, and you go back to the menu, and you reload a save, which is also the reason why Fire Emblem play clocks have always been way undercounted.
Yes, yeah, because it's like the ideal version of the play clock, where it's only your victories that counted, because you're like, oh, fuck it, there's no way I'm going to keep on with this save, go back to the beginning, start over again. Yeah,
exactly. So in Three Houses, to my knowledge, there is no reset. Like, I have tried all the button combinations and I can't find it because there are two ways they want you to just stay in the game and not get kicked out for it. One is there's a new mechanic called, I forget what it's called, but it allows you to basically rewind time. Okay. And you have, at the start at least, 3 uses of it per battle. And you hit ZL and it allows you, it literally shows you move by move, not just turn by turn. And you can go back as far or as little as you want. So if a character dies, you can just say, I'll rewind to the start of the last turn. You can only use it a couple of times, but that basically allows you to be like, if you were near the very end of a match and something went catastrophically wrong, you do not have to do the hard reset and play that hour of time again. Which, again, with the kind of paced game Three Houses is, that would be an impediment. Mm-hmm. Or if you do just want to restart it, there's a button in the menu. You just hit the menu button, and it says retreat, and that just brings you back to the planning stage. So, like, they've clearly thought about, you don't want people to be doing like these hour matches like 3 times in a row probably with this pace.
Yeah.
And so I think that's like, I will say when I first saw that there was like this rewind option, I recoiled like, no. I feel like that's like someone like recoiling about an easy mode in Dark Souls or something.
Yeah,
it's like, no, wrong. But one is that it is limited. And when you think about it, it's like, well, that's kind of what I was doing anyway.
Yeah, it's just convenient in-game way to handle that thing that everybody knows. Everybody who plays Fire Emblem does that. Like, it's not like, oh no, you restart. It's like, no, like, you have to sometimes. Like, if you lose enough units, the game is effectively impossible to beat, at least on the ones that I played. So it's like, you have to start from the beginning if you fucked up too much.
Exactly. Although I'll tell you, Sean, if we ever start doing the Let's Plays again with our podcast, I've always wanted to take one of the GBA games and do a mode where I force myself to never reset and see how far I could make it in the game where just like people just die and it's real time. You cannot go back and see what happens.
Just see like how long it takes you to hit, if you hit a wall, and how long it takes you to hit the wall. It's like, no, this is just like, there's no fucking way to beat this match.
Exactly. Yeah. So anyway, but that's Three Houses. I'll say, Sean, I have thought many times while playing it, this is a game Sean would love. Mm-hmm. I think you would really like this game.
Yeah, this is the first game that has come out on the Switch that makes me want to get a Switch. Like none of the, I'm not a platformer guy, so stuff like Mario Odyssey doesn't really pull me. But this is, especially knowing that obviously there's a point in the game where like things split between the 3 kingdoms and they have to fight each other. Like, that seems like that is kind of the point of the game. As someone who also really likes Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, like, there's clearly this like there's an inspiration drawn from that, and then drawn from different kind of European civil wars in terms of the setting and style of the story. That it seems very interesting, and it's cool that they're making a big play to really change this up. And this is kind of because I've been thinking about this in relationship also to the way that a lot of longtime Pokemon fans have been kind of freaking out about everything they see about Sword and Shield, because Sword and Shield looks like a very basic upgrade of the same games they had been playing on the 3DS and everything. Whereas Fire Emblem looks like they said, oh, we're going to be on now it's like a hugely successful new device, but then also something that is much more powerful than what we have been making games on for years at that point. Let's really use that opportunity to rethink things and take advantage of this power that I imagine stuff like that fully explorable monastery would be much more compromised if they tried to do something like that on the 3DS.
It would be impossible. You would have to do the slideshow thing.
Exactly. Yeah. So you'd have to come up with some weird solution to do that kind of mechanic. So then taking advantage of what the Switch affords them to do makes this game seem very, very cool.
Absolutely. It's also got full dual audio. So you can play English and Japanese. I played about 2 hours in Japanese. I've stuck with English just because there's so much. And I shall say, when I say this game is fully voiced, it's fully fucking voiced. Like, there is no equivalent to, like, Persona Social Links.
Even Tea Time?
Even Tea Time.
Wow.
The things people say. Like, and Echoes was mostly there, but this one is like, they went all the fucking way. I have not found things that are not fully voiced. If there is, like, text on screen, people are reading it. And the English cast also is really fun if you're a Persona fan, because it's got every Persona actor is in it.
Sure, yeah.
Mitsuru is Edelgard. Classic Igor is one of the teachers. You've got Haru is in there. Makoto is in there. Morgana is the weird lady who lives inside your head, which is basically which is the Morgana of this game. Just everybody's here for the party. It is the entire Persona dub cast, and they're fucking great. Which Echoes was also that way. So, and it sounds like an Atlas dub, honestly. Like just the quality of the dubbing, and like playing it in Japanese, there were some embellishments in the English text, but it's like that's what they're saying. I can tell. So very cool. You've got all of that. It's a great game. I'm really excited to see more of it. It is very intriguing. It is paced so novelistically, also that like. It's got that kind of... I can tell it's a slow build that at a certain point is going to be a page-turner. Yeah. You know? So I like that as well. So very fascinating. And that's Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Awesome. I can't wait till they then just add all the building mechanics into Fire Emblem. So then you're just like... Now, instead of just like exploring the monastery, you literally have to build the monastery and then defend it.
Yes, and then the battles are just full tactical battles where you're going to put a block in place and it's like, fuck, I have to do an hour of battles.
Yeah.
All right. Sean... You want to talk some Lord of the Rings?
I think it's finally time, Jonathan, for us to turn the last page on a half year in the making podcast thing we've done that was probably supposed to be done like around April, and now we're almost at August, but it is finally time to talk about The Return of the King.
You know, I think it's worth it. I'm especially happy it gave me the summer to read the book again.
Yeah.
Because I read fast, but it is a long book.
I should say that I did start reading Fellowship and got about 2/3 of the way through before when I was student teaching, and then I hit because that was around the time we started doing Fellowship. So long ago, and then I hit having to teach Brave New World, and then I read Brave New World about a dozen times effectively in order to create all the lessons and teach it. And then it was like, and then I couldn't read anything else. I couldn't go back and pick up from where I was before.
I got you, Sean. It's reading is something I enjoy during the summer and hate the rest of the fucking year.
Yeah, it's hard to find time for, especially when, because I'm doing lots of reading. It's just hard. I somehow have just picked a life where I can never read for pleasure. Like, it's almost impossible to do. In school, I always had to read for something for school, and then now for my job, I'll constantly have to read for my job.
That's what I mean with movies.
Yeah.
Movies, for me, it's either for this podcast or for school, and I genuinely rarely watch a movie for myself.
Yeah.
Which I probably should do more because I would enjoy my profession more if I did. But I enjoy my profession on a day like today because Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, let's talk about it. Sean, I just want to start with kind of the basic question when we do these revisitations is, what in your memory was your opinion of this third and final Lord of the Rings movie? What was your experience with it as a kid? And rewatching it again for this podcast, what was new to you? How did you react? What evolved?
Yeah, I think in my memory, so my rankings of the movies have not changed at all. Like, it is still, Fellowship is my favorite, Return of the King is my second favorite, The Two Towers is in third place. I don't want to say least favorite. That feels wrong.
They're all great.
Yes, they're all great. And so Return of the King, like, still is amazing. I love the whole ending, like all of the ending. Obviously, we'll talk about the way the movie concludes, and I just think it's amazing, and the way that the movie just sort of pays off everything that it builds up and lands on that sort of the really complicated note that Lord of the Rings develops to, which is something that I think anybody who doesn't really engage sort of more deeply with either the books or the movies, I feel like there's a cultural perception that is false about Lord of the Rings, that it's like a basic good versus evil story, and that's what the story is about. And it's the ending that I feel like fully kind of pulls that curtain away and says, like, no, this is about something way more complicated and nuanced and bittersweet than just like the good guys win, the bad guys lose kind of thing. And I Return of the King just does that so amazingly. I will say that I think my opinion of the first half of the movie has weakened.
Me too.
On this watching, I think it's like a little bit too slowly paced. We should say again, we are watching the extended versions, and I think both of us agree that this is the weakest of the extended versions. Like, this has been so long since I saw the theatrical version, I can't say if I would like that one better. But there are definitely a couple of things they put into the extended that I think should not be in the movie. But yeah, for the first half of the movie, I think is a little bit weaker. But once you get to stuff really picking up, and you get mostly it's like the second disc when you get to like Shelob and the Battle of Pelennor Fields, and then all the stuff of like Frodo and Sam, all that through that stretch of the movie is just perfect.
Yes, I agree. I think the moment Frodo walks into Shelob's cave, which is the beginning of disc 2. The movie starts cooking with gasoline, and it never stops.
Yes, yeah.
It is a phenomenal film from that point on. It's a phenomenal film in the first half, too. It's just got some rougher points, and I will argue that's primarily the extended cut, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah, I think it's mostly that, like, the movie, it's a little bit clumsy in having to set up a lot of the stuff that it needs to set up for that last act. And I think some of it is, like, I think I think part of it is because it has to be a movie on its own, and they have to kind of like accommodate for things in that way, that some of those choices that they make to kind of fit it for that, I feel like compromises that first half of the movie a little bit and makes it more clumsy than it probably otherwise would have been.
Yeah. So I agree with everything you just said, and yeah, I've always loved this movie. I've always had a more complex version of my internal rankings, which, again, with the asterisk that it doesn't fucking matter. All these movies are great.
Yeah, and they're basically one giant movie in my heart. Yeah.
Yeah. But, and I still, part of me puts Two Towers above Return of the King, but I've always gone back and forth on the two. I think Return of the King has lower lows than Two Towers. There's nothing in the Two Towers that sits poorly with me, whereas there are some things in Return of the King where I'm like, I don't like that choice. And it's just a couple of little places. But I also think Return of the King has maybe the highest highs in the whole trilogy.
Yeah.
Other than, like, Boromir's death and You Shall Not Pass. Right? But Fellowship of the Ring has those two things. This movie has the entire last 20 minutes. It has Frodo and Sam's entire journey through Mordor, which is very much bolstered by the extended edition, and we'll talk about that. It's got Shelob's Lair. It's got the Battle of the Pelennor Fields. Yeah. It's got everything with fucking Denethor, who they nailed. It's you go on and on and on. The second half of this movie is an utter embarrassment of riches. Watching it again, I think what struck me most, Sean, is the fucking scale of this movie.
Yeah.
Which, I have seen this movie on all sizes of theater screens. I've seen it probably 7 times in theaters over the years because it's also been re-released several times. I have seen it on DVD. I've seen it on Blu-ray. I've seen it on little TVs. I've seen it on big TVs. Last night, I am currently here in Colorado, which is not where most of my stuff is because I'm dog sitting.
Yeah.
And so I pulled out an old TV from the basement, and I'm down in our unfinished basement with it sitting on top of a file cabinet, and the TV's like a little askew because the base is kind of broken. And it's still, the scale blows me away in this movie. Everything on the Pelennor Fields, and especially the set they built for Minas Tirith.
Yes.
Which is the most pitch-perfect recreation of something Tolkien wrote, because that is, word for word, like, that is what Tolkien wrote, is that 7-tiered building in a mountain. It's amazing. Yeah. It's just, I really have never seen anything personally that matches the scale of this movie. There might be a couple things out there you could point to in like old classic Hollywood and some places in some foreign films, like the newly released by Criterion, the War and Peace series that the Soviet Union did in the 60s, Akira Kurosawa's Ran, some things in Seven Samurai, but even then, just like, because this movie sits at such a perfect intersection between, it is mostly physical assets on screen, but there is digital augmentation to make it, to kind of soup it up.
Yeah.
But that's not the movie. The movie is not CGI. The movie is CGI when it needs CGI. It's not CGI for the sake of it, a la the Hobbit movies.
Yeah, it is definitely, of the three movies, just because like the scale of what they have to recreate is so massive. Like, this is the most impressive sort of special effects achievement of any of these movies, and of like one of the most impressive special effects achievements of any movie.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should also say, having just read the book again, it really does capture the feeling of the book, which is the book grows in scale as well.
Yeah.
So as we've said before, people know The Lord of the Rings is 3 books. I think of it as 6 books because that's the internal separation of the series.
Yeah.
And book 5, which is the War of the Ring, the campaign in Gondor, basically, really is one long 150-page battle. And it's from multiple sides, but it starts with Gandalf and Pippin arriving in Minas Tirith, and it ends with the battle before the Black Gate. And between there, as in the movie, that is mostly people on the move, either preparing for battle or battling. And it is really big, and the way Tolkien describes it is really big in your imagination. And I think they perfectly captured that same sense of escalation. And then I also like what this movie does in matching it with the correct material from book 4 and 6 for Frodo and Sam, so that like Shelob being a simultaneous climax with the Battle of Pelennor Fields is ingenious editing and ingenious writing, and really proves that their decision to move things chronologically the way they do is the correct thing to do in these movies.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we'll talk about that. But like the editing in this movie is very impressive and very differently edited than The Two Towers, because The Two Towers mostly does the Godfather 2 thing of keeping stories separate for long periods of time, and there's really only intercutting at the very end. This movie is pretty constantly intercutting to show you where everyone is in relation to each other, because it's trying to build this sense of a shared climax, and it does that very well.
And it's because also I feel like the pacing of it accelerates over the course of the movie. That like at the beginning, it's sort of slowly like, here's a bigger scene with Aragorn and everybody, here's a slightly bigger scene with Frodo and Sam. Here's back to Aragorn, and then eventually, once you start getting to that, like the Shelob stuff, then it kind of compresses and they kind of fuse a little bit in terms of how they're edited together.
Well, where they do it, and it's ingenious, is when they get to Minas Morgul. Right, and they get to the stairs of Cirith Ungol.
And the
light goes up and Gandalf sees it, and from that point on, the movie is editorially linked in a way the series had not been up to then, and it's a very smart editorial choice.
Yeah.
That they do it on a moment where Gandalf becomes aware of what Frodo and Sam are doing. He doesn't know Frodo and Sam are there, but they're both seeing the same thing.
Yeah, they're both looking at the same thing, and kind of it links them together.
Yeah. So anyway, we're already kind of off on a tangent, but so much good stuff here. I should also say, having just read the book again, this is the most faithful of the 3 movies, because Fellowship of the Ring cuts most of book 1 out. Because it doesn't...
Yeah, it cuts most of like the Frodo and Sam and Merry and Pippin traveling to Rivendell stuff.
Yes, it cuts most of that. Although book 2, The Ring Goes South, is pretty faithful in the movie, other than the Warg attack, which is there in Two Towers, so that gets adapted as well. Two Towers is the most, I don't want to say unfaithful, but it changes the most, obviously, because it has to. It just, that poor movie had such a hard job, and it's a great movie, it's amazing.
Yeah.
But then Return of the King, it adapts, obviously, all of book 5 and 6, but then it has some of books 3 and 4 as well. And other than removing the Scouring of the Shire and changing the thing with Shelob so that Sam has been sent away, those are the only 2 major changes. Mm-hmm. Like, book 5, the campaign in Gondor, that is the movie. Like, they did it beat for beat in the same order. You know, when the Witch King of Angmar comes down and is talking to Gandalf, and this is my hour, and then the horn goes off. That's how a chapter ends in the book, and then he goes off and finds Theoden. Yeah. They have a couple little additions, like the Oliphants are not there in the book, but they're here in the movie. It's a great sequence. They did change a little bit with the passing of the Grey Company, which is Aragorn getting the ghost people, but that's still, it is based on that in the book, clearly. We'll talk about that later. But it is mostly very faithful, and then the rest of the movie is also very faithful, other than, again, there's no Scouring of the Shire. There's some little characters here and there who are in the book, like Baragond, who is one of the captains in Gondor, or Prince Imrahil, who is one of the nobles who has come to Gondor's aid. They don't do all of that stuff. But other than that, which they could not do all of that.
Yes. No, you don't want to introduce like a dozen new Gondor characters that you have to deal with. Yeah.
Exactly. Other than that, like I said, like this is a very faithful adaptation, and especially the way, as you said, Sean, it takes a slightly different route to the ending than the book does. But it gets to the same point, and I think that's maybe the most impressive adaptational achievement in the whole series.
Yeah, because the ending of The Lord of the Rings is, I mean, and it kind of proved you couldn't do the whole thing. Like I cannot fathom a way you would have been able to do the Scouring of the Shire in a movie. Like people, if you think people like were upset about the way the Return of the King ended the way we have it, they would have fucking rioted the streets if there's like 40 minutes of the Scouring of the Shire, you know? Even if that stuff in the book I love, I just don't know how you'd possibly do it on film. So then, like, having to find a way to... We need to excise some of the stuff that Tolkien did that kind of reveals, I think, when you're reading the book, that the point of the book is not about destroying the ring. It's something much bigger. Or else you would... Because that's like not even a common thing. Like, that's not a thing in epics or something that you have. Here's... like a solid, probably like eighth of the story or something that takes place after the climactic action has taken place. Like, it's a big stretch of the book because it's the Scouring of the Shire and it's Aragorn's crowning. Like, there's a lot of shit that happens.
I can tell you, the ring is destroyed in chapter 3 of book 6.
Yeah.
And that book is 9 chapters. So there's 6 full chapters after the destruction of the ring.
Yeah, and so it's a clear, like, interesting choice that Tolkien made to have a huge amount of the story be set after the, like, climactic action, which, again, is not... something that he's not just like ripping that from some other literary tradition. It's just not a common thing to do. And so the movie has to find some way to achieve that without also then, which I think is much harder to do in a movie than a novel, without just like destroying the pacing. Some people don't like the way that the movie did it, but I think for me, and I know for you, it's perfect. And
I have a word for those people.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots.
Yeah,
we'll
wrong
get there.
is what they are.
Wrong.
Yeah. It's perfect, and it finds a way to, as you said, deliver that same note, even if it has to go through it from a slightly different path.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the extended cut really quick, because I think probably better to like get that out of the way, and then we can get into the main crux of the movie. The extended cut, if you don't know, is a full 50 minutes of additional footage.
Yeah.
Which is a lot. This was already a 3-hour, 20-minate movie. It becomes a 4-hour, 10-minute movie with credits. Without credits, it's like 4 hours and 1 second. It like just goes over that before the directed by Peter Jackson credit. Which I almost wonder if that's why there's that much extended cut stuff. He's just like, let's just get it to 4 hours. Let's see if we can do it.
Man.
Yeah. So there is obviously a lot in here. There are 4 or 5 scenes that to me are essential and are why ultimately I do prefer the extended cut, and let's hit those right away. Saruman at the beginning at Orthanc is not in the theatrical cut.
Yeah.
And I think the scene in the extended cut is a little awkward. I don't think they ever fully nailed that scene, but I like that it's there more than if it not being there, because if you've seen the theatrical cut, it's pretty awkward. They get there, and Treebeard is just like, oh, he's in the tower, but he has no power. And then it's just... And then Pippin picks up the Palantir and they leave. And it's kind of like, why'd you go to Isengard?
Yeah. And it's something of where I feel like... Because, yeah, without it, it's awkward and Saruman just sort of disappears. Because in the book, like, the Scouring of the Shire is that Saruman goes to the Shire.
Yeah.
And he fucks shit up. And then he gets fucked up. And then some of that stuff, because Grima kills Saruman in the book still, right?
It's pretty much identical.
Yeah.
They do it the same, except other than Legolas shooting Grima, it's a Hobbit archer. But otherwise, that is how Saruman dies.
Yeah, so they kind of lifted that stuff from Scouring and put it in here. And for me, like, watching it again, because I think it's always been a thing that's like a weird part about the beginning of Return of the King, I feel like they just needed to have found some way to do some version of that at the end of the Two Towers. Because I think the main issue with it is it's just awkward at the very beginning of this movie. Because it just feels like... Because it doesn't feel like it does a great job of introducing what the Return of the King is going to do. Like, it sets up some kind of broad plot ideas, but they're very kind of vague about what Gandalf and everyone are going to try to do from now on. That is stuff you already kind of can intuit. You don't really need characters talking about it. And so... If they could have found some way to have Saruman die at the end of Two Towers and do some of that kind of thing, I think that would have just been much cleaner than having to open Return of the King with killing Saruman. Because if you're not doing Scouring, you kind of have no choice. Like, you have to kill him at this point in the story, or you just have to completely ignore Saruman somehow, and that's like way more awkward.
Well, do you know the whole history behind this scene?
No.
It was shot for the Two Towers. There is a significant amount of this movie that was shot for the Two Towers. The opening with Gollum and Smeagol turning into Gollum, that was shot for the Two Towers.
Right, yeah.
That was shot as... there's a moment in the Two Towers when they are in the marshes, and Frodo says his name, Smeagol, and Gollum remembers his name is Smeagol, and you'll notice there's a little zoom in. And what that was going to be is it would zoom into Gollum's eyes, come out on his eyes looking at the worm. They would do that scene, and why Gollum narrates is it would come back into the present, but they thought it slowed down the movie too much there.
Yeah.
And I think they were probably right, because I also love that as the intro to this movie.
Yeah, no, that would have been very awkward inserted into the Dead Marshes.
Yes, so they just lifted that, put it into Return of the King. Two Towers was also scripted and shot to end with... They would go to Isengard at the end of the movie, all that stuff with Merry and Pippin smoking on the wall, that was going to be at the end of the Two Towers, and then they did a whole version of the Saruman scene that was the end of the Two Towers. But they just felt like the movie went on too long, and they really liked the ending with Sam's big speech. And I ultimately agree. I think it's the right ending to the Two Towers, and I don't know where you would put it in there. But then it left them with, well, fuck, we got to put this at the top of Return of the King. And so they did do reshoots, and you can kind of see, because the compositing work in that scene is rough. Mm-hmm. Everyone's on a green screen, which is not uncommon for these films, but the compositing is just, it's a little rough. You can kind of tell they're not there. There are some continuity errors, like Treebeard. It's the exact same shot of Treebeard at the start of the scene and the end of the scene, and that is weird because he wasn't standing there.
Yeah.
And then Treebeard disappears for the middle of the scene when they're talking to Saruman. So there's things like that, because they did rewrite it to try to be more of an opening, so that's why, like, his lines with Theoden are more about Theoden's arc for the movie to come. And same with Gandalf. But I agree, I don't think they nailed it. But I guess at the end of the day, but it's tough because I prefer it as like a fan of this story in the book. I also completely see the logic of saying for the theatrical cut, this just didn't work here.
Yeah.
And most audiences, it's more important to get into the crux of the story than to start with 7 minutes at Orthanc that ultimately have very little bearing on this film.
Yeah.
So that's a tough one for me because I like having it there. But if you told me I'd rather watch the 3-hour version that doesn't have it, I'd understand that.
Yeah, it is for me that it's like, I like the scene, I like having the scene, but it is just like, it's just that, it's a plot beat that doesn't have a movie to be in, right?
Yeah.
It's like stuck in some weird void between what is a perfect ending to the Two Towers and the Return of the King, which just isn't about Saruman at all.
Yeah. While we're on the Saruman scene,
can
I just read a little from the book?
Sure.
Because, so that's a great chapter in the book. It's called The Voice of Saruman, and it's where the whole point of going to Isengard is, remember, they don't know Merry and Pippin are there. They go to treaty with
Saruman. I mean, for all they know, that the hobbits were going to Isengard, so you might as well go there too.
Yes. So anyway, but this is the only chapter in the book Saruman is in until the end, with the scouring and everything, because we haven't met him yet in the book.
Yeah.
We just know of him. So this is our intro to Saruman. This is so good. The window closed. They waited. Suddenly another voice spoke, low and melodious, its very sound an enchantment. Those who listened unwarily to that voice could seldom report the words that they heard, and if they did, they wondered, for little power remained in them. Mostly they remembered only that it was a delight to hear the voice speaking. All that it said seemed wise and reasonable, and desire awoke in them by swift agreement to seem wise themselves. When others spoke, they seemed harsh and uncouth by contrast, and if they gainsaid the voice, anger was kindled in the hearts of those under the spell. For some the spell lasted only while the voice spoke to them, and when it spoke to another they smiled, as men do who see through a juggler's trick while others gape at it. For many the sound of the voice alone was enough to hold them enthralled, but for those whom it conquered the spell endured when they were far away, and ever they heard that soft voice whispering and urging them. But none were unmoved, none rejected its pleas and commands without an effort of mind and will, so long as its master had control of it. How wonderful is it that they cast Christopher Lee for that part?
Yes, I mean, I feel like they read that and they're like, well, fuck, let's get Christopher Lee for it.
Exactly. Because that is one thing that just like, yep, that is, if the voice of Saruman existed on Earth, it would be Christopher Lee.
Yes. Which also reminds me of like one of my favorite weird anecdotes from the extended edition, like bonus material stuff, is Peter Jackson talking about how Christopher Lee, so he gets stabbed in the back by Greimer, and Peter's like, I want you to just like a kind of noise, and he's like, no, that's not how it sounds, Peter. It's more like a Like, your predecessors is just like, oh, right, you were in World War II. Like, right, you maybe know what it sounds like when someone's been fucking actually literally stabbed in the back. And it's like one of those just like, oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah. This isn't just like fake movie stuff anymore.
Exactly. I do like Saruman falling onto the giant pike with the...
Yeah, that's like the best part of the scene, is that shot of him tumbling off the tower and it falling him down, and then it cuts to the side shot of him landing on the fucking, like, water wheel, and then the water wheel spinning into the water. And that's where then they cut to that weird... They cut back to the same shot of Treebeard, and he says something like, the stench of Saruman is washing away. Which I'm pretty sure that line is in the theatrical version, just in a totally different context.
Well, that's what he says it. He says he has no more power here, the stench is washing away, and then it's the same shot of Pippin finding the Palantir.
Yeah, and so it's like, I just find it, like, the way that that's edited is so kind of weirdly awkward. But but Saruman falling from the tower and landing on that spike is a great moment.
Great moment. So you have that. There are several scenes I like in the first half in the extended cut. My other favorite on, like, disc 1, I guess you would say, is there's a moment at Edoras where Aragorn walks in on Eowyn sleeping, and she wakes up and says she had a dream. And what she recites is from the Silmarillion about the big wave. I love that scene. Mm-hmm. I actually think that's very crucial to have something with Aragorn and her there. And it's one of those little book moments that I really love. It's a different book, but, Tolkien moments, I guess we should say. So I like that. But I think a lot of the moments in that first half are ones where I like the scene, it's interesting, but I feel like I would have liked it just as much as a bonus feature on the DVD, and I didn't need in the movie. Like, a good example is just before Pippin is knighted, sworn in as a knight by Denethor, there's a scene with him and Faramir in the hallway, and they're talking about the armor he's wearing, and it used to be Faramir's. Nice little scene. I think the cut in the theatrical cut, where it just goes straight into him kneeling and doing the oath, is a better cut.
Yeah, I think it's something of where it's clear that, to me, they wanted to have something where to create some more familiarity between Pippin and Faramir, so that when Faramir is going to be burned alive, Pippin has, like, some kind of connection to him. But I agree that, like, where the scene exists feels awkward.
Yeah,
and it's like there's a narrative justification for it, but I think, like, the placement needs to be somewhere else. Like, they need to find some other way to build that between those two characters.
Yeah. So I think it just slows the movie down a bit, because the bulk of the extended material really is on disc 1, because the last, like, 45 minutes of the movie have no changes between the last change is there's that extra exchange between Gollum and Sam when they are fighting on Mount Doom. And I think it's the whole thing about Smeagol lied. That's in the extended cut, but that's the last thing they changed. And that's in the last, like, 40 minutes of the movie. Disc 2 does have a lot of good extended changes. It has Aragorn announcing himself in the Palantir, which I think is a crucial scene.
Yeah.
And I like having. It has a lot of additions with Frodo and Sam moving through Mordor, and I think that's really good, because it basically restores a chapter from the book called The Land of Shadow, where they're moving through Mordor. It has a bunch of references through that. The whole thing where they fall in with the Orc army is, like, beat for beat the book. I think all of that is really good to show the exhaustion of getting to Mordor.
Yeah.
I love all of that. And then there is also, during the Battle of Pelennor Fields, you have the Houses of Healing scene. And they change a little bit the scene where Merry finds Pippin, so it happens at night after the Houses of Healing. And I think that whole sequence and the music there is beautiful.
Yeah.
And I love all of that. And that's why I ultimately prefer the extended cut. Here's the biggest knock against the extended cut.
Okay.
Is everything they do with the ghosts. Mm-hmm. Because in the theatrical cut, they go in, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli go underground. They meet the Ghost King, and it cuts when Aragorn says, like, what say you? Like, whatever the line is. Like, will you keep your oath? And the ghost kind of, like, cocks his head and grins. In the extended cut, it starts this whole action sequence with the skulls rolling, and then they get outside, and then there's the Corsairs of Umber and all of that. In the theatrical cut, it's the ghost cocks his head and smiles, cut, and we don't see Aragorn again until the Corsairs arrive at the Pelennor Fields, and Aragorn jumps off the boat, and you're like, oh shit. That's a great cut, and it's spoiled a little bit because they do it twice in the extended cut with him saying, this army, and the ghosts come out. And then on Pelennor, it's the same thing. Mm-hmm. So I think that's the biggest weakness of the extended cut.
Yeah, and I think, like, the ghost thing was always... Like,
We'll get into that.
Yeah, I just feel like it's awkward in this movie, and it is... Yeah, I agree that the original way the theatrical movie handled it, which is like burned in my memory mostly because that's like the first level in the Return of the King video game. They have this whole they at least. Like literally in my head, Aragorn fights the Ghost King because that's the boss fight in the game. And it's like, oh right, of course that doesn't happen. But all of that dialogue is there, and it's the dialogue of like, what say you? Like they just pull those lines from the movie, and the one of those lines, what is the dead do not suffer the living to pass. Like that's
you will suffer me.
Yes, you will suffer me. All that is just like those lines are just used in the game, and so that's how I remember that sequence of events. Is Aragorn goes and gets in a big boss fight with the Ghost Man, and then the caves start exploding, and he runs away.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. They also they add a bunch of dumb jokes with Gimli in the Ghost Cave, where he's like blowing at the ghost, and then he's walking on the skulls, and it goes on forever.
It's too much. Yeah, it's something of where like. I think the balance of Gimli as comic relief is like very tight, and those scenes push it over the edge of like, this is just too much. This is obnoxious.
They also have the drinking contest at Edoras, which I don't love.
I actually like that scene.
Okay,
I think mostly because that's like a Gimli Legolas buddy scene, and so I like any Legolas Gimli buddy scenes I will take, even if it could be cut. It's fine.
No, I get it,
but. I do find the moment where I think it's actually honestly probably one of the best moments for Orlando Bloom as Legolas, where he's like, I feel a tingling on the tips of my fingers. I think it's affecting me, and like the concern in his voice is so genuine that's why I like that scene a lot.
Well, and then the kicker is great, where Gimli says, "Oh, and I tell you, the elf can't hold his liquor," and then he falls over.
And his eyes cross and he falls over. Yeah, that's
pretty good.
Funny.
Yeah, I retract my previous statement.
Good, yes.
There's also the Mouth of Sauron scene that they added.
Yeah, to me that is the worst addition. Like,
okay.
I don't like that. Like it's very awkward, I feel.
It's edited weird in part because there's a massive continuity error. I don't usually care about continuity errors, but when you kill a dude, cut to Aragorn, cut back, and the body is gone, which is what happens here, that feels sloppy. And they just didn't CGI him back in.
Yeah, and like for me, that scene... it just clouds the character motivations in this weird way, because what it is the Mouth of Sauron comes out, which I think the best part of that scene is I think the Mouth of Sauron is appropriately just like fucking gross, and I like that part of it, but he has Frodo's mithril shirt and throws it at Gandalf, and he's like, oh, he's dead and he suffered and blah, 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 blah. And then everyone's just like, no, that can't be true. I just don't believe it. And all of that stuff I think is so unnecessary. Like, I think the character motivation of we're just going to put our faith in Frodo and march on the Black Gates, like, that's all you need. And adding in this, but is Frodo maybe it does, like, because we know that Frodo's fine. So adding this like weird thing for Aragorn and Gandalf, like, but maybe Frodo's dead, but we know that he's not, but I guess we'll fight anyways. Like, that's just so confused and meaningless.
I like it. I don't think the scene is great. It is a direct lift from the book.
Yeah.
The way it works in the book, of course, is you have book 4, which is Frodo and Sam on the road to Mordor, ends with Frodo was alive but taken by the enemy. That's Sam is now bearing the ring, and Frodo is in Cirith Ungol. God damn it. See?
No soft seas.
No soft seas. Cirith Ungol. So there's a cliffhanger there. Then book 5 is all the stuff in Gondor, and then culminates in the fight at the Black Gate. And the Mouth of Sauron is a character in the book. He comes out, it's the same thing. He has the mithril coat. He also has the elven brooch and all of that. And he throws it at them and all that same stuff. And Gandalf and Aragorn also in the book intuit, maybe this guy's lying, but either way, we've come this far. We're going to put our faith in him no matter what trick Sauron tries to play. And of course, for the reader, you are supposed to be in the same shoes as Aragorn and Gandalf, not knowing if Frodo is alive, because we haven't gotten back to Frodo yet. The movie, that's why Philippa Boyens says this on the DVD bonus features. The reason they cut it is because in the movie, when you're cross-cutting, they felt like that tension doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And I agree with that. I still think the whole point of the Blackgate campaign is that it's hopeless. It's not a battle they can win. It's not a battle where they're going to like gain significant glory. It is, we are going to do what we can to buy time because this is all we can do. There's no more we can do against Sauron. And having their faith, that is my favorite part of the scene, is everyone being a little rattled and ultimately deciding, no, we're going to put our faith in Frodo. I think it adds a little bit to Aragorn's for Frodo to me. Yeah. I think in the end I would cut the scene too. I think the movie probably works smoother without it, especially given the awkward editing. But that's why it was there in script phase, at least.
For me, I think like all that stuff has already been achieved at that point. Yeah. And it's like adding this little extra bit on top, especially when the audience already knows what happened. It just feels like that just feels like a poor adaptational choice. If we have taken that exact scene, but the context that makes that scene significant is completely different in the movie. Yeah. So it's like if you wanted to do that, you have to find out a way to do it in a different way. And like, I think that scene, especially because like so much is already happening, it doesn't add any significant new information. And like, this is a long movie, should have cut it.
Yeah. Cut. I think ultimately when we talk about the extended cut of Return of the King, for Fellowship, I definitively like the extended cut more. Because some of my favorite moments in Fellowship are only in that version. Yeah. In Two Towers, very much because I think the movie just works better objectively that way. And also some of my favorite moments are only in that version. None of my favorite moments of Return of the King are in the extended cut. Nothing I feel is like so essential you have to have it is in the extended cut. I think the movie, it's kind of a wash. Like if for Fellowship and Two Towers, I would go like... Fellowship is like a 9.9 out of 10 theatrical, 10 out of 10 extended. Two Towers is maybe a 9 out of 10 theatrical, 10 out of 10 extended. I think Return of the King is kind of a 10 out of 10 either way. And certainly, if you are watching these for the first time, I would go theatrical on Return of the King.
Sure, yeah.
Just because, especially if you haven't read the book, there's a lot in this one that just like... It's there for the Tolkien fans, and I don't think if you just knew the movies, it would add a lot. Yeah. Mouth of Sauron is a really good example of that.
Yes, you know? It's just like a weird... It's one other thing that it was cut from the theatrical version that I always think is like a weird one that I don't understand why they cut it, is the Witch King of Angmar and Gandalf stuff. Like, most of that is cut. And you do not see Gandalf's staff explode.
Never mind. You know what I said? I forgot that was not... You're blowing my mind. I had forgotten that. Yeah. Because I love that scene. It is Dark Souls as fuck. When he pulls out the sword, it lights on fire, which is what happens in... That's not a Game of Thrones thing. That happened in Tolkien. Yeah. And he says, this is my hour. Okay, I'm sorry, that is one of my... I retract that. Some of my favorite moments in Return of the King are in the extended cut.
Yeah. The main reason why I remember that specifically is because it is so awkward in the theatrical version how Gandalf's staff is just gone at some point, and because you don't have that scene of the staff exploding, which partially maybe that was cut is because that is set up when Gandalf blows up fucking Saruman's staff at the beginning of the movie for the extended version also. But that's like... because I just have such a distinct memory of when Gandalf goes into when Den of Thor is burning himself in Faramir, and he has to grab that one dude's like pike or whatever to knock Den of Thor off. That the first time I saw the movie is like, why does Gandalf has a big stick? Like, and it's like, why is that gone? And then reading like a magazine and seeing a picture of this is going to be in the extended. It's like, oh my god,
because also it's so key. Yeah. Where does the horn blow in the theatrical cut? Because the horn blowing there, and that why the King of Angmar flies away, which is exactly how it works in the book, is so good cinematically. Yeah. Okay, I retract that. I actually think if you put that in, all the stuff in the Land of Shadow chapter, the Saruman thing, and there are actually several moments with Eowyn. Houses of Healing, the Silmarillion thing, and her moment with Faramir. Yes, I do prefer the extended cut. Yeah. I retract what I said. This is why we do podcasts. We're thinking out loud.
There you go.
I would do the same, probably 9.9 out of 10, 10 out of 10 formulation.
Sure, yeah. I think it's less that you shouldn't go extended for Return of the King. It's more that the extended version has some things that should have probably been left on. Like, I feel like there's a slightly more svelte version of the extended edition that could have been made.
Maybe one day I'll just do that.
Sure.
I should probably just make that fan edit where we just take out like Mouth of Sauron and a couple of other little things.
Because it really is just a couple of small changes. It's not like a significant edit that I think would improve it a little bit.
Because I haven't even told you about this, Sean. I just did that for a Gundam thing. I did a big fan edit. So I'm going to show you this. Okay. We'll talk about that on the next Weekly Suit Gundam. But it's got me now having the itch of like, I should just make my own fan edit to some of these fucking things. Sure. Why not? Yeah. Maybe I'll do that for a yes. All right. So, now that we've got that out of the way, the movie itself, we've already talked about a lot of big points in the movie, but backing up, I think, to Disc 1, as we can roughly call it. There's so much we can talk about. Let's talk about Frodo and Sam for a little bit.
Okay.
Because I think the Frodo and Sam stuff, this is the clearest division for me between first half, second half.
Yeah.
Is I think the Frodo Sam stuff in the second half of the movie is incredible, and I think in the first half they weren't sure what to do with it.
Yes, yeah, I agree completely.
And this is also part of why I said this last time that I don't love how much they tease Shelob at the end of Two Towers, because they spend anher hour teasing Shelob.
Yeah, my mind was actually blown that Shelob wasn't until the second disc, because for whatever reason I didn't have a clear memory of where the disc split is, where it's pretty clear for me. It's very clear for Fellowship because it's a very exact spot. In Two Towers it's also very clear. For Return of the King, it's like, surely Shelob must be in the first half of that movie. And it's like, nope, it is full on at the beginning of disc 2, but it is in like effectively the second half of that movie.
So they have this issue where Frodo, and it's kind of the journey to nowhere question from Two Towers, where you have 2 hours of the movie, what are Frodo and Sam going to be doing there? And the weight there clearly is on all the other machinations, as it should be, because you're setting up for the second half. Frodo and Sam they're taken care of. We know where they're going.
Yeah.
We don't know where Theoden's going yet, for instance, so we have to spend time with Theoden. So what they wind up doing is they lean really heavily into the Gollum as Shakespearean villain.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny you said that with Two Towers. It's so clear in this one, where he's full on doing the scene in the river where he's like looking and it's his reflection. Might be my favorite bit of Andy Serkis acting in the trilogy, and it is the most Shakespearean thing in these movies.
Or I can just so in my mind see the theatrical staging of Gollum sprinkling the crumbs on Sam's coat.
Yes.
There's like, that's a very good, just like, ha ha ha, I'm a real bastard. I'm just going to sprinkle this on your coat.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is Frodo and Sam's story for the first half of the movie. Is Gollum is a wedge between them, and that's the tension. While all the other stuff in Gondor is going on, is Gollum is clearly manipulating them. Sam sees it, Frodo doesn't. What's going to happen? The culmination is on the steps of Cirith Frodo sends Sam away. This is one of the most major changes in the adaptation. It's one of the more controversial ones. I definitely evolved on this watching it last night. I'm curious what you think.
Like, I'm not a huge fan of it. Yeah. That's no. I never loved it. Like, I understand the point of it, and I think this is when I said earlier, I think some of the awkward things about the first half of the movie feel like they exist for the sake of this as a movie on its own. That's the main one. I understand why you want to create some sort of drama there that's more like sort of palpable in that part of the story for Frodo, Sam, and Gollum, because there's just like not a huge amount going on there that you can just show cinematically. And so I get the reasoning. I think it makes some kind of sense for like maybe the original theatrical cut, seeing it in the theater a little bit divorced from the other movies. But it just feels unnecessary, and it feels like something that you could have. You spend a lot of time on it in the movie that could have basically been cut, and you could have accomplished some of the stuff you wanted, I think, a different way. Because I do like Frodo and Sam being separated for the Shelob stuff, because I think there's a horror quality to it that works really well. And then you get what is like one of my favorite moments in these movies, which is Sam coming in with Sting and the Light of Elendil, and like it's his first like really big hero shot he gets, which I think is a really good moment in the movie. And I think there's some value there, but that like the pieces that have to go through to put that together is very awkward and just kind of frustrating.
Well, and that was the motivation. Philippa Boyens, who again is the co-writer of these movies with Peter Jackson and Fran Walsh, and she's the person who like most speaks for the writers on the DVDs, and she's like a fucking Tolkien scholar. Like, she knows her shit. I love listening to Philippa Boyens talk about Tolkien. Like, she wrote a bunch of the like other language poems in the movies, which is great. But anyway, she says on the DVD, the motivation was they knew they wanted Frodo to go into the tunnel alone. And how do you get that? And I agree. Cinematically, Frodo should go into the tunnel alone. It's the right decision. It makes for a better sequence, and Sam getting the hero shot like that, I agree, perfect. The problem is it's so transparently reverse engineered.
Yeah.
Because, and here's my biggest problem, and this is a bias in me from having just read the book again.
Yeah.
Frodo would not send Sam away, and Sam would not leave.
Yeah.
Those are two characters acting so heavily out of character that even if you accept that they are slightly different characters in the movies, Frodo especially, Sam is pretty much the same.
Yeah.
But like Frodo is a little different in the movies. he's not that different. He's still recognizably Tolkien's Frodo to me, and Tolkien's Frodo wouldn't do that. And it's not just the book reader in me. I think movie Frodo wouldn't do that. I think movie Sam would never leave.
Yeah.
He would literally kill himself before he leaves. So, like, I just don't buy it. I don't buy that Gollum would do that easily. I see what they're trying to go for with, like, the evil of the ring, but the evil of the ring has been pretty well established at this point. And I do think there are other ways you could have accomplished some of this. Like, I don't know how you would have done it all, but, like, there could be something, like, in the book, the reason why Sam does not see Frodo getting stung by Shelob is because Gollum ambushes him and they're fighting.
Yeah.
You could have done something like that outside the tunnel where Frodo winds up going in and then Sam is, like, taken by Gollum who wants to, like, kill him himself. I could see them doing that with...
Yeah, or just, like, some kind of, like, Gollum tricks them in some way so they end up taking separate paths through the tunnel.
Yes.
Yeah, there are definitely other ways you could have accomplished it.
And I think there are also other ways you could have created drama there. I don't need there to be a division between Frodo and Sam. I think there's actually... You could even move up some of the, like, conversations they have in the second half, and because there's some beautiful writing in the book about there's multiple versions of the I don't think there's going to be a return journey.
Yeah.
In the book, and there's some really beautiful scenes. One of those they do in the Two Towers, because the whole stories that that mattered most, that whole scene, that's word for word from the book, but it happens actually on the doorstep of Shelob's lair, which is a really cool scene. I think you could have done some like that. So I'm not sure. I will say, maybe my favorite Frodo-Sam scene in the first half is in the extended cut. Again, I was going through my notes and it reminded me of this, which is where they see the king of Gondor, who the head is removed, and then they see he has a crown again. I want to read the excerpt from the book, because that's also like, this scene is like storyboarded from the book. It's so clear. Suddenly, caught by the level beams, Frodo saw the old king's head. It was lying rolled away by the roadside. "Look, Sam," he cried, startled into speech. "Look, the king has got a crown again." The eyes were hollow, and the carven beard was broken, but about the high stern forehead there was a coronal of gold and silver. A trailing plant with flowers like small white stars had bound itself across the brows, as if in reverence for the fallen king, and in the crevices of his stony hair yellow stonecrop gleamed. "They cannot conquer forever," said Frodo, and then suddenly the brief glimpse was gone, the sun dipped and vanished, and as if the shuddering of a lamp, black night fell. It's a good scene.
Yes, that is just the scene from the movie. Like, they basically just pull that.
I also, let's go back a bit. What do you think about Gollum in this movie? We kind of went past that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it is some of that, like, my same feelings from the Two Towers have kind of extended over. I think they go too far with the Shakespearean villain thing and the, like, idiosyncratic or split personality quality to the character. But I do think, like, all the stuff of... Because there's the whole middle stretch of the movie, Gollum is out. Like as soon as sort of some of the Shelob stuff happens, he's kind of gone. And then he comes back in, and when he jumps back in when they're on the steps of Mount Doom, all like Gollum from there I really love. And like just like Gollum when he's totally dropped the facade and is just like, no, I'm just an evil, like a greedy, like craven creature that is so twisted by the ring that I just have to attack you now. Like once he gets into that mode, I think they kind of sync up again, and I really like it.
Yeah. I actually really like Gollum in this movie. I don't love some of the story he's put in with the splitting of Sam and Frodo, but I think Andy Serkis is on fire in this movie. Yeah. And I love all the stuff he does with evil Gollum has taken over more in this movie, and even when like Smeagol is there, Gollum kind of has a toe in the water in control. I love his last scene before that middle stretch is when Frodo gets out of Shelob's lair and is fighting with Gollum, and they kind of reach a pause in the fight, and Frodo says, "I have to destroy it, Smeagol, for both our sakes." And you see the war raging on his face.
Yeah.
Amazing animation, amazing performance, love it.
Yeah.
I think all the Shakespearean villain stuff is done, it's just so entertaining, like the scene with him and the lake and the reflection, and, he like, "And then the ring will come to me," and he drops the stone in the water and it ripples, and then Sam's face is there. There's so much good stuff there. And my favorite Gollum scene in the movie is when it's right after he does the thing with the crumbs and he wakes up Sam and Sam talks to him. And this is actually straight from the book. The whole thing about, like, were you sneaking? And he's like, sneaking. Smeagol shows poor hobbits path through mountains that nobody else knows, and you accuse him of sneaking. And Sam is kind of like humbled for a second. Yeah. He's like, "I'm sorry, Smeagol." And he's like, "What were you doing?" He's like,
sneaking.
So good.
Yeah.
It's so good. And that's one of many moments in Return of the King that sound like they were written for the film, but they're in the book.
Uh-huh.
That's such a cinematic moment, but it's like just they cut and paste Tolkien there, and it just worked. We'll get to that with like Eowyn and some stuff that I think popularly a lot of people think are inventions of the film, but aren't. There's a lot of that in Return of the King. So anyway, yeah, that's the Frodo, Sam, and Gollum stuff. I do, if there was one extra moment they did with Gollum, I wish they did this one from the book. And I just want to read it because it's a cool moment. It's the last time Gollum is with the hobbits before Shelob. Because he's about to leave to go, like, notify Shelob, and that's going to be it. So, they're asleep. Gollum looked at them. A strange expression passed over his lean, hungry face. The gleam faded from his eyes, and they went dim and gray, old and tired. A spasm of pain seemed to twist him, and he turned away, peering back up towards the pass, shaking his head as if engaged in some interior debate. Then he came back, and slowly putting out a trembling hand, very cautiously he touched Frodo's knee. But almost the touch was a caress. For a fleeting moment, could one of the sleepers have seen him, they would have thought that they beheld an old, weary hobbit, shrunken by the years that had carried him far beyond his time, beyond friends and kin, and the fields and streams of youth, an old, starved, pitiable thing.
Yeah, that's some of the stuff of what I mean when I say that I feel like they go too far with the split personality stuff, is I think it makes it hard to have something like that. That I think, like, going, like, capturing that kind of, like, the weariness of Gollum, because Gollum's like hundreds of years old. You know, he's been kept alive unnaturally long by the power of the ring. Some of that I feel like is kind of lost when you make him a bit too cartoonish, like they do.
In the opening sequence of the movie, where he finds the ring, which I think we both agree, good intro to this movie, right?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Because you talked about this last time with Two Towers, of like, how do you onboard people into a new movie? Two Towers does that with Gandalf versus the Balrog round 2. Yep. Great. And I think this also, like, bringing us back to, like, the modern origin of the ring. Because in beginning of Fellowship, we see Isildur drop it, and at the beginning of Return of the King, we see Deagol pick it up. And I think that's a really smart intro. But at the end of that sequence, there's a moment where they show, like, the progression of Smeagol into Gollum. And there's a middle phase that's at the very end where it's still Andy Serkis in makeup, but he's very close to the final look. There is a part of me, it's not a big part of me, but there's a part of me that wishes that's how he looked in all three movies.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you could do it just because it'd be too fucked up. Like, that makeup, because that's one of the things about that sequence, is it is, like, that and the Shelob stuff is where Peter Jackson has kind of stretched some of his, like, horror vibes for this movie, and, like, that whole, when it cuts to him being, like, kind of cast out into the rain, and then it does that kind of progression of him devolving into Gollum. It's so creepy and unsettling, and the makeup he arrives at, as you said, that's like this weird. It's like the Animaniac, or not Animaniac. What's the name of those books I'm thinking of?
Animorphs,
yes, the Animorph covers that have the teenagers turning into animals. It is that, like, the third picture or something is, like, not quite there, and it's the worst of them all. It's like an Animorphs.
You know, Animorphs, that's just the evolution of man. They didn't invent that.
Well, no, but Animorphs, like, it's the kid turning into a fucking falcon or whatever. You know?
I get it.
Like, there are a lot of those.
Yes.
And it's like if you turned Gollum, like, you know, Andy Serkis turning into Gollum, it's the third step on that phase. Like, that sequence is very creepy. I also, one of the things, thinking about the very beginning of the movie and Deagol and Smeagol, I really like, and I think I noticed more on this viewing, is I think there's, like, some sort of, I think one of the things they're trying to do by having Frodo and Sam have a wedge split between them is do a little bit more of a kind of a mirroring of Frodo and Smeagol, because, I mean, the thing that Smeagol does is he kills his best friend. That there's that, like, and there's a very strong intimacy that's very clear between Smeagol and Deagol immediately. Like, they're very, like, physically touchy. Smeagol calls him my love, and there's, like, a similar kind of physical bond between those two characters, and then Smeagol murders him for the ring. I feel like that's some of what they're trying to get at, and I think almost they kind of should have maybe gone, if they wanted to do it, they maybe should have gone even farther with that, and it maybe could have justified their choice a little bit more of driving that wedge between them, because there's an interesting idea there that's not fully expressed in the movie that I feel like is not, from my memory, is not quite something from the book.
No, not really, because The Smeagol and Deagle thing in the book is just exposition Gandalf gives in chapter 2. So it's filtered through Gandalf telling history, so it's not thematized the way it is in the movie. Yeah. While we're here, should we just forge ahead and talk about Shelob and the aftermath?
Sure, yeah.
Fucking hell, they did Shelob's Lair so good in this movie. That, like I said, to me, as there's so much good stuff in the early half of this movie, and we've talked about some of the flaws maybe, but we'll get into back, like, all the stuff in Edoras is great. We'll get to that. But Shelob's Lair is when I say, like, that's when they turn on the stove and they're cooking with gasoline and they never stop. Because you say, like, Peter Jackson gets to flex those horror muscles. Oh boy. And Howard Shore gets to flex a totally different kind of scoring and just the production design. It is so good. I love it.
Yeah, like, and that's where it felt like them being able to do Shelob so well. That felt like that was the moment when they did that. I feel like is when Peter Jackson's like, let's just do fucking King Kong, man. Yep. Like, if we can make this spider so cool and feel like so real, and very animalistic. And I think that's one of the things I love so much about Shelob is the movement and behavior of the creature feels so real. And when she's wounded, she acts like a wounded animal. Like, all that stuff and the movement of the legs, they capture all of that so fucking incredibly. And then her silently stalking and hunting Frodo and then stabbing him in the chest. Like, all of that stuff. Like, I just don't know if there's ever been a better, like, giant spider realized in a movie. Like, even The Hobbit doesn't do it as well as Shelob. And so, yeah, like, that quality of it from, like, a special effects and, like, staging point of view from trying to achieve this horrifying monster, it's really, really, really well done.
Really well done, and now I kind of want to do an episode on Jackson's King Kong movie at some point, because I do like that movie, and my favorite parts of it, and it has flaws, but the monster stuff is so good.
Yeah.
And there actually is, King Kong also had an extended cut. It's only 13 minutes longer because that movie was already plenty long.
Yeah.
But it's kind of funny. There is a spider pit sequence in Jackson's King Kong that was cut from the theatrical cut, I think just so he could mirror the 1930s movie.
Yes, yeah. Which famously had a spider, like, monster pit sequence that was cut and, like, lost.
Yes, and that one in the Jackson King Kong is one of the best parts of that movie, and I'm so baffled it wasn't in theaters.
Yeah.
But anyway, I liked the comparison, because you're very well right. Like, that Shelob sequence, that is the dry run for Jackson's King Kong.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But anyway, it's also the set there. The production design, I love the quality of the webs. They're so thick and tactile. Like, when you get Frodo with, like, the pale face and he's wound up in all the webs, I love how that looks and how physical it is. That set, all the winding caves and everything, it looks to me like how you as a child would experience a haunted house at an amusement park. Like, if I went back as an adult, like, I don't know, like Black Bart's Cave at Casa Bonita or something, which that is a very local reference, but if you've seen South Park, they do that.
Yeah.
It's like, as a kid, how you remember those things, and as an adult, it wouldn't scare you, because no one builds a haunted house like that, and the actual set probably is not that scary.
Yeah.
It's lighting and cinematography and things, but it really does feel like the Ur version of a great spider haunted house, and it feels so physical as Frodo moves through it. And then Elijah Wood is so good in that scene.
Yeah.
Just playing the horror. I love, of course, getting the Light of Erendil out. It's great stuff.
Yeah, and especially the sequence of shots of when Frodo realizes, oh shit, like, this is, I have fucked up. And it's like, it's that great, like, kind of zoom close up on the, like, bird that's wrapped up in the web that's, like, spinning, and then there's just a fucked up skeleton. And yeah, it definitely has that kind of haunted house feel of, like, oh, I thought there was just a tunnel. This is not just a normal tunnel. Like, so that kind of the drop of what is going on is a really great sequence.
And Howard Shore kills it in that scene so hard with the music. There's all those, like, harsh, fast strings.
Yeah.
It's really great. It's one of my favorite tracks on the soundtrack. And then there is this interesting thing where they split the scene. So he gets out, he, like, uses Sting and cuts through all the web, gets out, fights with Gollum, and moves on. And they do cut. And that's one cut where I was watching last time, like, oh, I remembered it being all one sequence. I'm like, do I like this? And I ultimately do, because I think, again, pushing the climaxes to be kind of concordant with one another in the edit is smart. And also just giving a little bit of time after, like, the first round of Shelob so that when she comes back, it's extra scary.
Yeah.
But round 2, where he gets to that big, like, wide open area, right, and we see Kirith Ungol off in the distance. And I've tweeted this shot out last night while I was watching, because it's just so good, where it's Frodo walking along. He's got, like, a hand on the cave wall, and he's walking. And Shelob comes into frame above him. They go into a slight Dutch angle as she comes down and closer, and there's like a blue-gray sky above. One of my favorite compositions in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, and then just like that whole sequence in the sound design of like how silent Shelob is as she's just like slowly creeping up on Frodo, and then he turns around and it's like that kind of, you know, POV shot, and there's stuff like rocks falling or some weird sound, and the camera whips to look at the noise. There's another noise, and it whips over to the right, and then Frodo's like, well, there's nothing there, and you do that reverse shot where you see where he's going to go, and Shelob's like thorax falls into frame, comes back up. Frodo turns around, comes back, stabs him in the chest, and then that close-up on Elijah Wood's face as foam pours out.
It's like a 30-second close-up. They really let it land.
Yeah, like just the blood drains out of his face and foam pours out. He's just, and it's just like, holy shit, it's so good and just fucked up in the best way. Like, it's that thing where I look at that, it's like, I can't believe they put this, like, this is a fucked up sequence of events, and it's like one of the more excruciating, like, stabbings in a movie to me, because there's no other sound, because like the music's gone at that point. There's almost no sound, and it's just the silent swinging of the spider's body with the stinger at the end right into his chest, and then you just get the impact of it. It's fucking great.
And I remember seeing this movie opening night in 2003, which was 16 years ago now, because we are old and this movie is old enough to drive.
Yeah.
Fuck. But anyway, I remember opening night so vividly because this movie played to a crowd. I don't know. Yes, it played. Because there are so many applause moments. But that is one where I just remember the gasps as she stabbed him. And I feel like that long shot on Elijah Wood as his mouth foams up, that is half there so that Jackson could sit in the back of the theater and listen to the audience twist in the wind. Yeah. Because that 30 seconds is people like going, like making noises at this scene and just letting it sink in. Because you're right, there's no other sound. The sound of that scene is the audience.
Yeah.
It's so good. And then you have Sam. Sam comes in. I'm going to read the quote from the book here because it's so good.
Okay, yeah.
He, being Sam, sprang forward with a yell and seized his master's sword in his left hand. Then he charged. No onslaught more fierce was ever seen in the savage world of beasts, where some desperate small creature armed with little teeth alone will spring upon a tower of horn and hide that stands above its fallen mate.
Yep.
They capture that pretty well.
Yeah, and it's I love the way they do it in the movie. Is they very much they do this like classic hero shot thing of where his hand comes into frame with Sting, and then it cuts to like this kind of full body shot of Sam, and he's holding the light of Lindale that's shining. He's got the sword, and then the music swells, and he has some fucking one-liner like "Get away from him" or whatever the fuck he says.
Get away, you filth.
Yeah, you filth, and then he goes and fucks this spider up. It's that moment where I feel like the movie sort of cinematically plays its hand that, you know, it's the thing that everybody knows, that Sam is the real hero of the story. It's not Frodo. And that's where they use cinematic language to communicate that first, because then from that point on in that side of the story, it is mostly Sam's story because you're following him trying to get to Frodo and fighting orcs and stuff.
Which is where it fully turns in the book too. Yeah. It's a point of view is a really interesting thing in Tolkien's book because he's fairly agnostic about it. You know, like The Hobbit is a very omniscient point of view. It's literally someone telling you a bedtime story. Because the narrator of the book even breaks the fourth wall to, like, talk to you, the reader.
Yeah, about how golf was invented and cool stuff like that.
It's so good. Anyway, but in Lord of the Rings, he jumps around a bunch. Like, chapter 1 is Bilbo's POV, pretty much. Yeah. Until at the very end, it's Frodo's. And then book 1 is mostly Frodo's, but it'll jump around a little bit. Book 2, we mostly, again, stick with Frodo, but you start to get interjections from Sam, who is not much of a character up to that point.
Yeah.
Book 3 is Aragorn primarily, but for the Merry and Pippin chapters, it's always Pippin. And then Pippin stays in that role for all the Minas Tirith stuff. And like, there are characters like Gandalf who you never go into their POV, you know? Aragorn you do frequently. So you have all of that. And then in book 4, which is The Ring Goes East, Frodo and Sam in the Emyn Wheel and all of that, it starts out with Frodo, but Sam gets more and more in. And then with Shelob's lair, it makes a full turn. And when he picks up the sword, I don't think we literally ever go back to Frodo's POV. Mm-hmm. The book never gives it to us again. Even at the end, like the Grey Havens, that's all through Sam. And the destruction of the ring, it is Sam. It's not like first person. It's not I did this, I did that. But it's a very clear third person POV on Sam.
Yeah.
And it's one of the most, I think, masterful bits of writing in Lord of the Rings is that transition. And I think the movies do that very well through cinematic language, which is a different kind of language, but you're right. And here's a fun production tidbit. That great hero shot where he comes into frame and it's his back and the hand is holding the sword. They didn't shoot that during principal photography.
Huh.
They found in the edit, Jackson was like, I really want that. So, but they didn't have Sean Astin. So he went onto a green screen, and that is Peter Jackson. Peter Jackson is wearing the Hobbit thing. He's got Sting, and he just walked in there. So that's his arm. Because he's like, well, if we're going to do it, I want to do it.
Yeah.
So he exercised directorial privilege. That's just one of my favorite little bits. And then you have the whole Tower of Cirith Ungol thing, which they did a great job on. That's also in the extended cut, you get more of the orcs fighting with each other, which is how Sam is able to move through there easily, is they all fucking killed each other.
Yeah.
But I love that.
But you do get that great moment where Sam's got Sting in one hand and he's got his fucking barrel white sword in the other, and he's coming up the passage just and the goblins and orcs are scared of him, and then they see it's just a hobbit, and then he just goes and fucks them up and just kills them all. It's so great.
That's for Frodo. That's for the Shire. And that's for my old gaffer.
Yeah.
Sean, I watched this movie last night with my dogs in the room. And I was watching with headphones on, half just because my headphones sound better, and half because I knew there were a lot of sound effects in this movie that my dogs would not like.
Yeah.
Like these cries of the Nazgul. But there were a lot of moments like that where I was yelling along with the TV, and my dogs were so confused. Like, I know sit, I know fetch, I know dinner, I don't know that's for my old gaffer.
Yes, yeah.
So anyway, but yes, great moment. Finding Frodo at the top. Frodo is buck naked in the book. They gave him shorts in the movie because they couldn't.
Yes, it's just a really weird moment where Peter's like, you know what, Elijah, we just need you to strip all the way down. Yep, we just need Hobbit balls right in our face.
And Elijah Wood's like, Peter, isn't this a PG-13? And he's like, we got a DVD, don't we?
Unrated director's cut edition of The Lord of the Rings.
All right.
Hobbits gone wild.
Okay. Anyway, we'll get back to Frodo and Sam.
Yeah.
Let's rewind. So, first half of the movie, there's a lot of different threads we can pick up on. Is there one in particular you want to go to?
Let's talk about Pippin, I guess, because he feels like he's a big part of that, the Saruman stuff and him getting the Palantir, and being an idiot and looking to the Palantir. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an interesting thing. In book 5, you have this split where Pippin goes off to Gondor and swears allegiance to Denethor. And that is a big character arc. And he spends time... That's where Baragond, who is a really cool character in the book, comes in. And it's serious. He fights with... He is a man of Gondor. And he is to the end of his days.
Yeah.
He and Merry are buried next to King Elisar in Minas Tirith in the appendices.
King Elisar being Aragorn.
Yes, sorry. I'm honestly, Sean... I have to ask you about Aragorn has so many names.
Yeah.
He's Strider number 1 to me.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, I think of Elisar more than I think of Aragorn. Aragorn is the number 3 name for me for that character when in my own mind. Which I know is stupid, but that's just how it is.
For me, he's Aragorn, son of Arathorn, or Strider. Okay. It's not just Aragorn, it's Aragorn, comma, son of Arathorn.
You're correct, yes. I think it's Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and then Aragorn is number 4, yes. But anyway, there's a moment, at the end of the movie, there's a scene where Frodo is in the bed and all the characters come in and they're laughing.
Yeah. And
you see Elijah Wood mouth Aragorn, and I've always been mad he doesn't mouth Strider, because Frodo doesn't call him Aragorn.
Uh-huh.
But that is the stupidest complaint I have about Lord of the Rings. I want to be very clear. It is not a valid complaint.
Well, in your new cut, you can then do some dubbing and just say the word Strider.
Just like a fucking spaghetti western, just put that in.
Yeah, well, because the last thing you can make out him saying Gimli, so it's like Gimli, and then everyone laughing this Strider.
Just take it from Fellowship,
yeah,
and voice sample. Anyway, where were we?
Pippin.
Okay, so there's this dual story where Pippin, like I said, becomes a man of Gondor. Merry in the book becomes very close to Theoden.
Yeah.
And because Theoden, when they're riding to Isengard, finds these two hobbits, and he sees them smoking, and he doesn't know what that is really. And he's like, and they're telling him about Longbottom Leaf, and he's like, well, this is an amazing story. Master Brandybuck or whatever, you will have to sit at my table when we get back to Edoras and tell me all about your realm. I look forward to it. And that's a repeating thing, because in the book, they never go back to Edoras.
Yeah.
They go to Cormal in the fields of... No, what is it in the book?
I do not remember. You're the one that just read the book.
Well, no, it's because they go there in the movie. They go there. That's where they set up camp. Anyway, they just go there. They don't go to Edoras. So they never get to have that conversation about pipeweed. But he and Theoden become very close. Theoden, part of why he doesn't want Merry to come on the march and why he winds up going with Éowyn is because he's worried about this kid. And when Theoden dies in the book, it's Merry who has this final conversation with him, not Éowyn. Because Éowyn is passed out from the crazy thing she just did with the Witch King. I think it's a good change in the movie to have Éowyn there because she has more of the relationship. One thing I do kind of wish there was more with Merry in this movie because it's a little unbalanced, where Pippin has a big story in this film with all of the Gondor stuff, because that's pretty faithful. Merry, they do have him swear fealty to Rohan, but it's mostly him and Éowyn, and so you don't get that same kind of reciprocity. And I miss that a little bit just structurally. I don't think it's really a problem in the movie. It's just something to note.
Yeah, I think it's mostly like it would slow down that first half even more if you had to have even more stuff setting up a relationship between Theoden and Merry. Because I think it's smart that they mostly... Because there's still a strong sense that Merry is a Rohan guy, Pippin is a Gondor guy.
Yeah.
But they sort of attach that relationship much stronger with Éowyn in the movie than Theoden.
Which is fine. Ultimately, everyone arrives where they need to be. And Billy Boyd is fantastic in this movie as Pippin.
Yeah, this is like Pippin's moment in the movies is in Return of the King.
Because he has so much good stuff. Him saying goodbye to Merry at Edoras is one of my favorite scenes.
Yeah.
The whole, you smoke too much, Pip. I love all that. I love them riding off. I love the musical cue. And just they really capture the sense of Pippin and Merry being separated, and now they are with a bunch of people neither of them know.
Yeah.
Because Merry is with all the Rohirrim. He doesn't know these people. And Pippin kind of knows Gandalf, but that's Gandalf. That's some serious shit.
Yeah, so it is Gandalf the White motherfucker. This dude's some serious business. Yeah.
He's not fucking around anymore.
Yeah, Pippin is now riding on the Lord of Horses Shadowfax, right?
Yes. Oh man, it's some good stuff. I was telling Thomas about this. So there's the great line where they're riding off and he says, Shadowfax, show us the meaning of haste.
Yeah.
That's in the book. Do you remember the context at all?
No.
It's so different. It's a joke in the book.
Huh.
It's a joke in the Houses of Healing. There is a nurse who won't shut up. And she talks a bunch, is the whole joke. And Aragorn in the Houses of Healing is healing everyone because the hands of the king are the hands of a healer. And he wants Kingsfoil. Which you see in the Fellowship of the Ring movie he uses with Frodo, and he asks this nurse, and she goes on this long rant about all the weeds that she knows of, and then she's finally like, well, I don't know that one. And he's like, well, will you please go out and find some? It looks like this. And she says, well, okay. And Gandalf says, and if she does not, she and I will ride on Shadowfax to Imladris, and we will find it ourselves, and Shadowfax will show her the meaning of haste. So it's a joke about this woman who won't shut up.
Yeah.
I love how deft they are in the movies about taking lines out of one context, putting them into another, and making it even more awesome.
Yeah.
Because they do that a bunch, and I think that's the funniest one to me, where it is a throwaway line that they turn into one of the best Ian McKellen moments in the trilogy.
Yeah.
So anyway.
That's very good.
Shadowfax is awesome. So yes, so we have all of that. Let's talk about Minas Tirith.
Yeah, okay.
That fucking set. Mm-hmm. And we should say it is obviously a series of interiors for all of the streets. And then the big building built into the mountain is what they would call a maxiture, I think, which is that it was a miniature that was 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of shots that are just, they built this giant Minas Tirith that was obviously not life-size because that would be impossible.
Yes. I think New Zealand was happy to have a lot of the business of Lord of the Rings. I don't think they want to completely destroy one of their mountains somehow.
It would be like Mount Rushmore times 1,000.
Yes, yeah.
To do that. But they did build this giant miniature, And it just, it is like a lot of, as in most book to movie adaptations, the author will describe something really ambitious, and then the movie will do part of it. Mm-hmm. Like, Rivendell is beautiful in the movies. It's not as much as Tolkien writes about Rivendell. Or Helm's Deep is a series of gates, not just one big gate. Mm-hmm. And none of that matters. That's fine that they do that. Minas Tirith is just, that's exactly what Tolkien wrote, and it is so ambitious that they did that, and I fucking love it. And then the whole geography with the Pelennor Fields, and Osgiliath in the distance, and where the river is that the Corsairs come in on, it's so perfect to the book, and when you see it realized on screen, that's one of those where I feel like if Tolkien had lived to see it, I don't know how much he would have loved the movies overall. His jaw would have dropped at that. Yeah. Been like, how did you fucking do that?
Yeah, no, it's a brilliant design, like realized on screen in a way that feels impossible. Yeah, it's so physical and tangible in a way that sort of boggles the mind when you watch it. It is that thing of like, fucking man, like really, really well done miniatures are very, very cool. So you get some very cool shots,
and the sets that they're on are also just so distinctive. Because they have to try to distinguish why is Gondor different than Rohan, and they do look really different in this movie. One of the other things this allows them to do is that I feel like each movie kind of has a defining color scheme. Mm-hmm. Fellowship of the Ring is very green, and there's a lot of greens throughout. Two Towers is not quite red, but like ambers and earthy tones, and you have a lot of that. This one is white. There's a lot of just white in the movie, which part of that is thematic with all of the Grey Haven stuff at the end, but also just you're on a giant white set. If you look at the photography, they've clearly kind of upped the like gamma there, so it's a little brighter around the edges. And then you have Gandalf's costume and everything. There's just a lot of like white in this movie, which not a lot of movies play with white, because white is like the absence of color. Yeah. But I think this movie makes it look very dynamic and really gives, like, because we don't get to delve into the culture of Gondor the way Tolkien does with words and lots of history, we have to do it visually and aesthetically, and I feel like Gondor has a really clear aesthetic.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things is that, like, it's a white color scheme, but because of how physical everything is, there's such a texture to all of it, and so, because I think that's one of the things you have to balance with white as a primary sort of like color motif, is it can be very bland or overpowering if it's very basic, but they find ways to, it feels so like layered and shadowed and nuanced because of how detailed all the sets are.
Yeah. And I have to say, watching it again, I was just like pouring one out for all the sets we didn't get in The Hobbit.
Yeah.
Like, why couldn't we have gotten the actual kingdom beneath the Lonely Mountain? Yeah. Why did it have to be CGI? Mm-hmm. Why couldn't we get the actual Dale? Why couldn't we get, like, just this? It's like, why did it all have to be fucking CGI? Looks so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Anyway. And honestly, I feel like these movies, tell me if you had the same feeling, Sean, they look even better to me now because I hold them up against all the CGI bullshit we have in film today.
Oh yeah, like nothing looks as good as Minas Tirith in this movie. Like it's because again, there's just a physical texture to it that they accomplish that, like, you know, some movies can do some stuff that's like cool, but like we talk a lot about with like all the Marvel stuff. I think my favorite stuff they do with effects is when they just do something that you could have never done something physical with, like all the crazy shit in Doctor Strange, you know? Like finding some way to bring a real sense of weight and texture to your locations when they're this fantastical is so important, and no other movie has done it as good as this one.
Yeah, absolutely. To blow your mind for a second, Sean, what would you guess the overall production budget for the Lord of the Rings film trilogy was?
I have no idea. I'm terrible at guessing that kind of thing.
It's $281 million.
Yeah.
Avengers Infinity War, just the most recent one I know has an official budget out there, was anywhere in the range of $316 to $400 million for the one movie. That does not include Endgame.
Yeah.
That means that Return of the King, if you break them all out, each movie had about a $90 million production budget. Return of the King cost 1/4 of an Infinity War.
Well, yeah, and when you think about the way that Minas Tirith looks compared to Wakanda, like Wakanda looks great. It's a good design. It looks cool. It does not look as good as Minas Tirith. It does not feel like a real place the way that Minas Tirith does.
And, you know, I have to say, I haven't made one of these big movies, but I'm pretty confident in the statement that if they had just built a miniature set of Wakanda and had the camera go through as a fly-in and then composited things onto there, that would be cheaper than CGI Wakanda.
Yes, yeah.
And it would just, right? Mm-hmm. And it's not like I'm blaming any individual filmmaker, it's just how it's done now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Ryan Coogler has the choice to be like, let's hire a miniatures division and do all of this. But it does bum me out because it does look so much. And we're talking about one of the better examples today. Like, Black Panther is a good example of this. Yeah. Oh, man. All right. Well, anyway, we're getting off topic. But you have Minas Tirith, which means we also have Denethor.
Yeah.
John Noble as Denethor. What do you think of him?
He's so good. It's just a good sort of he's hammy in a lot of ways, but in like the perfect way. Like, and for me, the this is maybe jumping ahead a little bit, but I can't talk about Denethor without talking about, I think, the best Denethor scene, which is one of the best scenes of this movie, which is him eating dinner, intercut with Faramir writing to Osgiliath and Pippin singing the song. And that, like, it's one of those things that just sticks in my memory so hard about this movie. I've never seen any movie ever capture, like, this sense of, like, someone eating things feeling disgusting. Like, it's just like him biting into the meat and just the juices flowing down his chin. Is just this gross, opulent old man sending people off to die while he's eating a fucking feast in his big fucking, like, palace, basically. And that, to me, is Denethor in this movie. It's so captured in this just gross, very material fucking sequence where he's eating while Pippin is, like, basically crying while singing. Because he's like, you literally sent your only living son to die, and with, like, along with, like, hundreds of men, you fucking evil motherfucker.
It's so good. There's one more disgusting example of eating on film for me, and that's the Fucking and Eating People movie I've told you about before.
Okay. In a movie that's not just like a gross-out movie, let's say.
I'm kidding.
In a movie that someone would have seen.
I'm just, we have to keep the Fucking and Eating People joke alive on this podcast.
Here, let me make it more specific. A sequence that feels like he's eating something that's very disgusting, and it's not someone eating another human being.
There you go, yes.
Yeah, let's narrow it down there.
Because
there are lots of movies that have really disgusting sequences of people eating things where they're eating something that's another human.
Yes.
That's supposed to be gross.
Exactly. No, but I completely agree, and listening to it with headphones last night, the sound work on all of that is so good, and, like, the best one is the pops on the little tomatoes he eats, and then, but it's so well layered. Like, talk about sound mixing and editing, like the two big categories at the Academy Awards. Like, think about the layers there, because you have the eating, you have Pippin singing, you have just the environmental sounds, which include both the room in Minas Tirith, but also the horses on the field going to Osgiliath, and then, like, all of the orcs pulling back their bows taut, and those sounds. I agree. It's one of my favorite scenes in the whole trilogy. It's amazing, and I think we have to talk about Billy Boyd in that scene and the song.
Yes.
Because it's iconic and it's amazing. And do you remember where that is in the book?
No.
This is so good.
Okay.
I'm going to have to read you a whole poem.
Okay.
It's going to be a little long, but that's how this is going to land the joke. This is in Chapter 5, The Old Forest.
Okay, yeah.
This is when they are, at the end of that chapter, they're rescued by Bombadil. But they're going through the forest outside of Crick Hollow. And so, let's see. They began to hum softly, as hobbits have a way of doing as they walk along, especially when they are drawing near to home at night. With most hobbits it is a supper song or a bed song, but these hobbits hummed a walking song, though not, of course, without any mention of supper and bed. Bilbo Baggins had made the words to a tune that was as old as the hills, and taught it to Frodo as they walked in the lanes of the Water Valley and talked about adventure. Upon the hearth the fire is red, beneath the roof there is a bed, but not yet weary are our feet, still round the corner we may meet a sudden tree or standing stone, that none have seen but we alone. Tree and flower and leaf and grass, let them pass, hill and water under sky, pass them by, pass them by. Still round the corner there may wait a new road or a secret gate, and though we pass them by today, tomorrow we may come this way, and take the hidden paths that run towards the moon or to the sun. Apple, thorn, and nut and sloe, let them go, let them go. Sand and stone and pool and dell, fare you well, fare you well. Home is behind, the world ahead, and there are many paths to tread, through shadows to the edge of night, until the stars are all alight. Then world behind and home ahead will wander back to home and bed. Mist and twilight, cloud and shade, away shall fade, away shall fade. Fire and lamp and meat and bread, and then to bed, and then to bed.
Okay, yeah, so...
How did they have the idea to take that and turn it into this?
Because and pick out the one stanza that's, like, fucked up and dark and say, let's make a fucked up dark song about it.
And cut out the lines that are, like, light.
Yeah.
Because also, you'll notice, like, it's got a really clear rhythm. When you get to that last stanza, it's hard for me to read Tolkien's rhythm because I'm thinking of Billy Boyd singing it. Because the melody they give him is also so haunting. And they do it a cappella. But that's how deep an engagement these writers had with the source text to say, what do we want Pippin to sing here? There are dark songs in the book.
Yeah.
But hey, that supper song in the Old Forest, I really like that whole mist and shadow thing. Mm-hmm. It's so good.
It's very, very good.
Love it. But yes, amazing scene. Poor Faramir. I really love Faramir in this movie.
Yeah.
David Wenham, he's fantastic. Yeah, Denethor is a really interesting character. He's... As with a lot of characters in the movie, they have to, like, compress his character a little bit so he's a little more monstrous and, like, heightened. But I also think that, one, that works with John Noble, because John Noble can fucking do it. And it also does create this, and I think this plays into the larger themes of Lord of the Rings, a figure who is antagonistic, who is not Sauron or Saruman, and is antagonistic through inaction, is an interesting thing to play. Because one other little change they make is that Denethor doesn't order the pyres lit on the way to Rohan. Gandalf has Pippin, who apparently is an amazing free climber.
Yeah, they're hobbits. They're small. There's not a lot of body weight he has to pull up.
His feet are very sturdy.
Yes.
And he climbs up the side and lights the fires himself, which I think is, one, I love that sequence.
Yeah.
Where you see, it's just basically just the mountains of New Zealand. And there's, my favorite shot in that is one where they start kind of close in on one fire igniting, and the camera spins and pulls out, and eventually is like this giant landscape, and then way off in the other corner of the frame, another fire ignites.
Yeah.
That whole scene is such amazing, like, aerial photography. And it also, always as a kid, I was like, man, how did those people get up there? And half was like, I'm like, how did they shoot that? And then I got older and I'm like, that's CGI. Right? Yeah. Like, they didn't actually put people on there. But then I'm like, but in actual Middle Earth, that's crazy that those people had to climb there and build this giant fire. And it's so cool.
Yeah. It's a great series of shots. One complaint about it is, I feel like it communicates an absurd distance between Gondor and Rohan, that apparently there's like 7 mountain ranges or something. It's like, it's just so, it communicates such a massive distance that it looks like you're talking about like half the United States or something being linked by these beacons, not like, from like Wales to Scotland or something,
Very good point. But that's the rule of cool in film, is that, Sean, I know this material like the back of my fucking hands, and I have never had that thought. And that's just because that scene is so cool.
It's very cool. It feels like there's maybe like 5 more of those shots than like is actually needed to communicate the real distance between those two towns.
And then you've got Aragorn like in Edoras, like sitting and like eating some soup, and he's like, oh shit! And he runs into it's so good. But yes, all the stuff in Minas Tirith. We talked about the sets. We talked about Denethor. My favorite. So we talked about our favorite Denethor moment is him eating, which is just a great performance with food.
Yes.
Favorite line readings. Mine is always, bring wood and oil.
I will not bow to this ranger from the north.
That's pretty great.
I like that one a lot.
Here's another thing I think a lot of people assume is a movie invention, is how antagonistic he is towards Faramir. Mm-hmm. Every line he has is from the book with Faramir, where there's the whole exchange during the eating scene where he says, so this is what you wish, that our positions had been reversed and I had died and Boromir had lived. And he says, yes, that is what I wished. Right out of Tolkien.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of why they kind of play up the monstrosity, because that's a theatrical thing. Actual fathers don't talk like that.
Yes.
But it is so perfectly, it's another very Shakespearean element, which is you kind of distill a character to this core and have that happen, and I love it. I love that they really went through with the entire Pyre thing, because it is so crazy, and they do add him jumping off of Minas Tirith, which is so cool.
It's such a great shot of the flame falling from the citadel and like burning out. Yeah,
I also love that Gandalf just has his cool where he's watching this dude on fire run out and jump off a tall mountain building, and he says, "Here passes Denethor, son of Ithilien."
Yeah.
It's like, Gandalf, you're very collected about all this.
There's a lot of shit going on. He doesn't have a lot of energy to spend on fucking Denethor.
Exactly. All right. Back to Aragorn, Theoden, all of that, the Rohan stuff. There's so many characters to pick out here, because you have Aragorn and his arc. You have, and I think we should save that because it's so central to the end of the movie, with him becoming, how do they convey the Return of the King? Mm-hmm. We should talk about that because it's fairly different than the book. But then you have Theoden and Rohan, and Éowyn and Rohan, and that is one of my favorite parts of this movie.
Yeah.
They nailed Éowyn so hard, and they nailed Theoden so hard, and I love those two performances by Bernard Hill and by I'm forgetting her name now.
Otto, right?
Miranda Otto.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was Mia for a second because I knew M.I.
Yeah,
it's Miranda Otto. They're both so good in this movie, and Rohan always plays a bigger role in the story than I remember in book and film, because Gondor is lore-wise so important, but we do wind up knowing the people of Rohan better because in book and film. And I think there's such a cool kind of culture they build, and having these multiple characters that we grow to love in Theoden and Éomer and Éowyn and some other ones in the book, but those three in the movie are so good. Again, this launched the career of Karl Urban, and that is a gift to the fucking world.
Yep.
When he finds Éowyn on the battlefield, he does one of the best movie screams ever.
Yeah, that one stood out to me on this watching too. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, yes, but holy shit.
Also an extended edition ad. And also, that's described in the book, although in the book it happens a little earlier, and then he leads a charge right to the gates of Gondor, and that's so cool. Yeah. I almost wish we had Karl Urban just primal screaming, leading a charge at the orcs.
Yeah, I mean, fuck it, they're making the Amazon Lord of the Rings show. Just make it a fucking Éomer TV show set after the events of Lord of the Rings, and it's just, you cast Karl Urban again.
King Éomer?
Yeah,
I'd watch
Éomer just fucking shit up in Rohan, having a great time.
I mean, we didn't talk, but there was more Lord of the Rings TV news this week. I'm kind of ignoring it because I don't want that show to exist.
Yeah.
What I would do with the Lord of the Rings TV series is an anthology show where you just do a different story from the lore every week. Yeah. And you could have one episode with the adventures of King Éomer, and then you could do the tale of Beren and Luthien. That would be so good.
The Lord of the Rings TV show I would make is just Ian McKellen sitting on a chair in a dark room reading the Silmarillion for 20 minutes. And that's an episode. You release a new episode every week until he's done.
I thought you were going to say until he's dead.
I didn't think the Silmarillion's that long.
No, he finishes the Silmarillion. He picks up Farmer Giles and Ham. He finishes that. Book of Lost Tales, Volume 1.
Yeah, here's Children of Hurin. Let's go.
Children of Hurin, which has an audiobook by Christopher Lee. Did you know that?
Yes. Yeah.
So good.
Very good.
So good. Anyway, where were we? So we're with the people of the Rohirrim. I really love what they do with King Theoden in this movie, because it's an element in the book that he is a son of great kings. The line of Rohan is really proud, and there's a lot of great men in it. And his father was a great man.
Yeah.
And if you read the appendices, they go through the entire... that's one of my favorite parts of Appendix A, which is all the histories of the kings. The kings of Rohan, and then the one with Durin's folk, the dwarves, are the two best parts of that, I think. Even better than... the Aragorn and Arwen thing is fine, but I love reading about dwarf kings, and I love reading about horse lords.
Yes.
And the horse lords are really, really cool. And you come down to Theoden, and... Theoden, I think, has this, especially because he had that period where he was seduced by Wormtongue. He feels like he's lost time, and he wants to be a great king, not just for glory or honor, but he feels like he owes it to his people, and that he knows this is a really serious time in Middle-earth. And I think they beef that up in the movie, where he's not jealous of Aragorn, he's not bitter towards Aragorn, he's just aware that, I wouldn't have succeeded in this if it weren't for this guy.
Yeah.
And that's a little bit of a change from the book, but I think it's a positive one for this movie. And so, at first when Gandalf tells him, you have to answer the call of Gondor, he's like, those fuckers didn't come to our aid. That's not a dynamic in the book. In the book, Gondor and Rohan really love each other. But I think it's a good friction to have here, because what it sets up when Aragorn bursts in and says, Gondor calls for aid, will you answer? There's there's a moment of hesitation, not even hesitation. It's just thought, and it clicks. And I love how Bernard Hill plays it and how it's written and directed the rest of the movie. There is no wavering in him.
Yeah.
He will die for this cause. He will go to this war. It is what the world needs. It's what his people need. It's what he needs. And I think it is one of the most compelling kind of background character arcs in the series.
Yeah, and I think it's that thing of where it could have been so frustrating if they had played it more of like that he's very reluctant to go to Gondor's aid, and they just played that off for much longer, which I feel like is the instinct that a lot of more modern storytellers would have. Like, no, we want to play that friction for as much as we can. And I like that this movie just like it introduces it as like, Rohan or Gondor didn't come help us. Like, we have no real obligation to go help them in that sense. And you just introduce that idea. But when, the time comes for action, Theoden goes. And yeah, as you say, it's not even really a moment of hesitation. It's him thinking for a moment and then deciding to act and say, let's gather all of our riders and we'll ride for Rohan. For Gondor.
It's the breath before the storm.
Yeah.
It's like, once I say this, there's no going back. And I think I just can't praise Bernard Hill enough. Mm-hmm. I love that performance to death. I love every moment with Theoden in this. I think between these two films, Theoden is easily one of my favorite Rings characters.
Yeah.
And another case where I love Theoden in the book, but I think it's an elevation in the movie. Mm-hmm. There are a few characters. Boromir is one of those.
Yeah.
Where I feel like the movie fills something in about him that we hadn't necessarily seen, in part because, Theoden is not central to the POV of the books.
Yeah.
But he is to the POV of the films, and it's just beautiful work. And I don't know about you, Sean, but there are few scenes in movie history, not just these movies, movie history, I love more than the horn goes off.
Yep.
The riders come up on the horizon, and they go left to right across this big widescreen frame coming up at the top of the hill, and we go up and we see the 6,000 riders of the Rohirrim, and Theoden kind of like surveys like, that's a lot of works. That's a lot of fucking works. He steels himself. He rides along and says, Eomer, you're going to take this flank here. Glamming, or something like that, is you're going to take your flank here. And he says that, and then he has the speech. Spear shall be shaken, shield be splintered, a sword day, a red day, ere the sun rises. Ride now, ride to Gondor, which is right out of the book. And the music there, and then just going, without any cut, just right into the... Oh, and I forgot one part, is where he goes, they're like, yay! And they go, yay! But Éowyn doesn't do it quite yet. They do another, yay, yay! And then it's yay! And then Merry, yay! And then Éowyn, yay!
Yeah.
So good! It's so fucking good!
And him riding along the line with his sword clanging on all the spears as he goes through,
It is... When I think about big speeches in battle scenes in movies, this is number one for me. It's always front of my mind. It's like the platonic ideal of that scene.
Mm-hmm. No, it's amazing. And it is that moment of where you have seen, you're putting the two towers in Return of the King together. It's that culmination of Theoden initially being that like withered thing under a spell that you first encounter him in. Then he's filled with like doubt and hesitation for most of the two towers, and then this is him finally just sort of taking action and deciding, he knows that he's going to die, and probably most of the people with him are going to die in this charge, but it's the thing he needs to do to maybe save the entire world of men. And so he's going to take that charge. It's a great, beautiful moment.
Beautiful moment, and you're so right about that, like, filling in of like his confidence, because you also see what a good king he is in this movie. There's the moment where they're in the camp and he hears some of his men talking about how hopeless he is, and he comes and says, yeah, we probably aren't going to win. Like, there's a lot of these guys and there's not that many of us. But if we are going to fall here, we're going to give him hell. However he says that. He's like, it will be worth a song or something like that. And how inspiring he is to his men. Like, it's a really good version of this kind of king story. And I love that. And all the details in the book, too, about he gets more glory than he ever dreamed of. Because what he does is such an amazing thing for Gondor and for the world of men. He is, Elisar has his body just kept in the main hall, like a wake, until he says to Éomer, like, Éomer, you go back to Rohan. You've got to deal with your people. We'll keep the body here. We will keep him in perpetuity. But if you want to come and bear him back, we'll help you. And it's like they're really proud to have the body of King Theoden on display at Gondor, and it's a really cool thing. I also want to read one little bit from the book about that scene.
Okay.
Which is, there's that poem that I just said. I love this sentence so much. With that he, Theoden, seized a great horn from Gulof his banner bearer, and he blew such a blast upon it that it burst asunder. And straightway all the horns in the host were lifted up in music, and the blowing of the horns of Rohan in that hour was like a storm upon the plain and a thunder in the mountains.
It's very Beowulf. A lot of the Rohan stuff is very clearly like Beowulf inspired with their halls and all that. Yeah.
Yes.
Very good.
Well, and their language is basically Old English.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. Then you have Éowyn.
Yes, yeah. Who has one of like the coolest character arcs and moments in any of these movies. Because it's also one of the things with like Éowyn and Theoden. One of the tricky balances that they handle really well is that Theoden and Éomer both have to be a little bit like sexist assholes and be like, no, like you go back, like you need to take care of the women and children. And
assholes, but they also love her dearly, and
yeah, and that's the balance of like there's clearly like there's a sexism to what they're saying. But it always has to come from this place of like love and affection, and there's a risk of making those characters unlikable because of how they have to sort of treat Éowyn in that sense. And these movies always, I feel like they find that line perfectly, of where it's like you are with Éowyn, you want to see her overcome these stereotypes and assumptions people make about her and like restrictions they place on her, while at the same time understanding why Theoden and Éomer and those people act in that way and why they're saying the things that they're saying, and never like making those people dislikable. That's like a really hard thing I think to do, that especially I think could be something that over time it would be something that could age poorly, and I feel like they handled that so perfectly.
Absolutely, because I think there are some things in the book with Éowyn that have aged a little poor, but they're existing in a certain tradition. Like, but even then, like. The big one is the Houses of Healing, which is where they talk a lot about her sadness and her grief, and ultimately it's Faramir who helps her come out of it. I find all of that in the book unbelievably beautiful, to the point where I tear up, even as I recognize there's a certain like fairy tale, folk tale aspect to it, which is not how we would write a story with a female protagonist now.
Yeah.
But recognizing the tradition it's written in and the time it was written, it is so beautiful. And I think they take all the best parts of Éowyn's story from the book for the movie. Because I think there's two things with Éowyn in the book that people, I think, commonly think is... One, I think a lot of people think Éowyn is an invented character for the movie. Or, like, not invented, but you know what I mean? Like, sure. I've definitely encountered people who think that line, I am no man, that sounds in some ways like something like Marvel would have now with like Black Widow in a movie.
Sure.
And you'd kind of roll your eyes a little bit of like, you're forcing it, guys. And I don't think it feels forced in Lord of the Rings because it's so well contextualized.
Yeah.
But that's the line in the book, and it's like the fight with the Witch King of Angmar is as close as the movies come to the script is just the book.
Yeah.
And just beat for beat, where he lands on the battlefield, how she cuts off the Nazgul's head. He's got that giant fuck-off mace, breaks the shield and breaks her arm. Mary comes in with the sword from the Barrow Downs and stabs him in the back, and then she says, I am no man, and stabs him through the helm. Identical. And really, the other thing people say about Éowyn from the book is that the movies kind of beef up her role. They really don't.
No, yeah.
It's everything Éowyn has in the book, Éowyn has in the movie, maybe even a little less here and there because it is a movie. Reading it again, Éowyn really is, I think, an underrated character in the book. She's a really great character. There are some things that are problematic, I think, if you view it through a fully like modern lens. You also just have to think about when Tolkien wrote it and the kind of society he's writing.
Yeah.
In terms of it being patriarchal, and that, frankly, for Lord of the Rings to have that character in it at all is kind of amazing to me.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing else like that in the Tolkien legendarium, really, of a woman who plays that powerful a role, who is not like an elf or a god.
Yeah.
And the elves are basically gods in Tolkien's work. Like, the elves are effectively genderless at a certain point.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And I think one reason people react to Éowyn even stronger in the film is just because Miranda, and this isn't just it's a big achievement, Miranda Otto is such a commanding screen presence. Mm-hmm. and you couldn't have asked for a better person to do it than her. And I think she brings the text alive when she's reading the dialogue. She brings the physicality of it alive. She bears so much of that in her, what they write about in the book about her wanting so desperately to break out of that cage and do something great, but it is also scary to go out on a horse and face down 1 million orcs.
Yeah.
And I think she plays all of that in her body language and her face, and then ultimately the courage of, like, she is the one thing on this battlefield that will not bow to that fucking Nazgul.
Yeah.
You know? And it's because of her role in this society up to that point. Because she had to fight so hard to just get onto the battlefield. She's not going to stop at that fucking Dark Souls boss. Hell no. She's going to stab it in the face. It's such a great story.
Yeah, and her partnership with Mary and then going into battle together is so sweet. And like their relationship that they kind of build together.
Because one thing they do differently in the movie, because it's a movie, is in the book it's a secret that it's Éowyn.
Yeah.
She goes by the name Dernhelm and uses a low voice, and because it's a book, we don't look at her and be like, wait, that's Miranda Otto.
Yeah.
Of course they couldn't do that in the movie, and that's one of the actually, I think, really positive changes, is Mary doesn't really have a relationship with Éowyn because he doesn't know who she is.
Yeah.
In this, she's like, oh, he even says, like, you know, yes, my lady, I'll ride with you. And I love that. I love that little acknowledgement that they are two people who don't, quote-unquote, belong here, who go into war together and bring down the fucking Witch King of Angmar.
They fuck shit up. Like, one of the things I love about this movie is, like, the characters that you feel like would not normally be effective in a fight, like the Hobbits, just they murder people. Like, Mary kills probably like 6 or 7 orcs. You know, he just like he goes to town on those guys.
Which he doesn't. You know, that's the whole idea, is that in the Scouring of the Shire, Mary and Pippin lead the battle, and they are the great captains of the Shire because they're the guys who know how to fuck shit up.
Yeah, I mean they've been in the shit. Like you basically can't have been in a bigger battle than the Battle of Pelennor Fields in history of Middle Earth, other than like the battle at the end of the Second Age.
Exactly. So yes, oh man, I love all the Éowyn stuff, and I do like that there's not a ton of it, but they nod to her and Faramir in the extended cut.
Yeah.
And I think the scene where she's in the Houses of Healing, he comes in and says, I believe, you know, this darkness will pass. That's a really beautiful little distillation of a much longer series of things in the book. If you've never read it, that's at the beginning of the chapter, The Steward and the King, which is right after the ring is destroyed. It cuts back to Gondor and like fills in the like 2 weeks when Aragorn takes all the host and Gondor is like left alone. Like they're like, and they're like, we just got a new king and he left and he went to fucking Mordor, so we don't know what's going to happen and everyone is hopeless.
Yeah, the guy who was ruling the city, he burned himself to death.
Yes.
He was an asshole, too.
And for all they know, Faramir might be dead because he's in the fucking hospital, right? So they're all very hopeless, and we, the audience, know that everything's okay because the ring has been destroyed and everyone's safe. But they don't, and you follow these 2 weeks where Faramir and Éowyn are in the Houses of Healing together, and I think it's a beautiful sequence to see them, like, again, there's some stuff that I think you could call sexist in a lot of different ways, but there's a real beauty to it, and then it builds to this moment that I just want to read because I love it so much.
Okay.
So this is it's going to build to the moment where the ring is destroyed and they see it happen in the distance, but they don't know that's going to happen. So they are out like on a balcony. No, said Faramir, looking into her face. It was but a picture in the mind. I do not know what is happening. The reason of my walking mind tells me that great evil has befallen, and we stand at the end of days. But my heart says nay, and all my limbs are light, and a hope and joy are come to me that no reason can deny. Éowyn, Éowyn, White Lady of Rohan, in this hour I do not believe that any darkness will endure. And he stooped and kissed her brow. And so they stood on the walls of the city of Gondor, and a great wind rose and blew, and their hair, raven and golden, streamed out mingling in the air, and the shadow departed, and the sun was unveiled, and light leaped forth, and the waters of Anduin shone like silver, and in all the houses of the city men sang for the joy that welled up in their hearts from what source they could not tell. It's like the Middle-earth version of that picture, like Victory over Japan Day, where it's like a man and woman like kissing as there's celebration in the background. That's kind of how he does it in the book, and I like that it's there in the movie, just in a piece. So yes. So should we go back and talk about Mr. Air? Or actually, we should say Theoden's death scene.
Oh yeah,
it's incredible.
I mean, God, because I had actually forgotten that Because in my mind, he had like a small like fight with the Witch King or something, because it's just been a while since I saw the movie. I forgot that the fell beast just fucking picks up his horse, whips it around, and fucking just chucks him like a dozen feet into the ground. It's like, oh my god, that's violent.
Yeah.
You're definitely going to die from that, man. Like, that's fatal.
But I love that Éowyn is there, and the lines Bernard Hill has about going to meet my fathers where I shall never know, all these things. Oh, it's so beautiful. And he says Éowyn's name several times and then just fades. It's a really stunning death sequence, and I think today we look at the Lord of the Rings trilogy and it's very easy to accept, it was 3 books, they made 3 movies, they were all 3 hours long, they did the whole thing. It's very easy to imagine a version of this that was 2 movies, 1 movie, 3 shorter movies, and in any of those scenarios, Éowyn and Theoden would be 2 of the first characters on the chopping block.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest, you would Éowyn easily, because if you're just talking about the plot, you don't need Éowyn.
Yeah, because if you cut the fight with the Witch King, you can cut Éowyn, basically. Yeah.
But if you talk about the substance of the book, you have to have Éowyn. Mm-hmm. And that's why these are such great adaptations, is they know where to keep the substance. And that's in a lot of these theoretically minor characters, but you need them. Because otherwise it's not the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, because like, when you say that there are people that don't think that some of that Éowyn stuff and the Witch King stuff is from the book, like, that it boggles my mind, because that is... Like, I remember when listening to the audiobook, that sequence of her killing the Witch King because she's a woman and, like, I'm no man, that, like, so sticks out in my head, and that's one of those that feels like that's something that is plucked from some sort of, like, forgotten myth or something. Like, it doesn't have, as far as I know, a direct, like, mythology parallel, but it feels like something that is, like from that kind of source material that Tolkien draws on so heavily. And it's one of, like, the most, like, authentic feeling examples of that is of his own creation. And so it is, to me, while, it is not like, if for you the A plot of Lord of the Rings is how do you get to the Mount Doom and destroy the ring, then no, it's not necessary. But that's not what the plot of Lord of the Rings is actually about. That's just the sequence of events that has to happen for everything else to occur.
Yes. So, Miranda Otto, Bernard Hill, 2 MVPs of the Lord of the Rings. So, okay, back to Aragorn.
Son of Arathorn.
It's really interesting. I want to back up to a discussion we've had before about how the movies change his character arc.
Okay.
Because it's really interesting. In the book, like, the easy way to describe this is that in the book, there's no arc about him deciding to be king. We meet him, and he hasn't done it yet, but that is his plan. And he even, he reforges the sword that was broken at the Council of Elrond.
Yeah, he's carrying around the Shards of Narsil with him when you meet him in Bree.
He names it Andúril in Rivendell, and he carries it throughout the rest of the story. And the movies add doubt, and they make it, does he want to become king? And so they delay the sword until the 3rd movie.
Yeah, it's mostly that big scene he has with Boromir in Fellowship that we talked about.
Yeah. So I do think it is a slight false equivalency to say he has no arc in the book and they give him an arc in the movie. It's a different arc. The arc in the book is, how do I become king? And I do love the mechanics of that, and I miss it. Having read the book again, I miss it a tad in the movies of Aragorn being a king who does not appear as a king to people. But it is through his deeds that people start to see him as a king. Like, there's a lot of moments where it'll describe someone looking at Aragorn and saying, and there suddenly he looked to them like a king of old, tall and fair and all this. And, like, he doesn't physically change. It's just his deeds inspire people, and he slowly, like, amasses trust throughout Middle-earth. And why he is such a beloved king when he is crowned is because the whole world knows this guy.
Yeah.
Because of what he's done. And the movies do change that to be, again, like this kind of doubt. I think at the end of the day, probably the right decision for the movies, because it is a more cinematic arc for Viggo to play.
Yeah, and I feel like the book version is such a slow build. Like, that's something more suited for a TV series or something like that than a movie where you like, the movies have so many other things they need to deal with that, like, that kind of more subtle shift, I think, is harder to do. But they do accomplish some of that stuff of... Like, one of my favorite, like, little, like, visual details is the way that Aragorn looks at the end of this movie when they ride to the Black Gate, and it's like, oh, he is he's not this like dirty, muddy ranger anymore. He is a king. Like they communicate some of those ideas.
Yeah,
even if they take a different path to do it.
So this is the question I want to ask with Aragorn. The movie is called The Return of the King.
Yes,
he's the title character. His arc is the title arc. How do you feel this movie... And we can get into some of the specific points, because I know there's one thing you and I both have some thoughts about. But how do you think this movie portrays Aragorn's arc of coming into kingship?
I really like it a lot. Yeah, I think it's... Because for most of this movie, he has already made the decision, right?
Yeah.
It's he makes the decision pretty early on that he is going to go to Gondor's aid, take the throne. And it's especially when... Elrond visits the camp, and so they create that scene where Elrond forges Andúril back in Rivendell because Arwen has chosen mortality, and all that stuff. Which I like. Like, I'm curious about the mechanics, like the physical mechanics of an elf. Of like, she just decided really hard. It's like, no, fuck it. I just want to be with my boy. I'm not going to go to the West. Like, screw all this shit. And it's like, now I'm just mortal. I'm going to die one day. I don't know how that works.
Which is an invention of the film, we should say.
Yeah.
It worked. The mechanics of that are a little different.
Yes, but it's just like it's a scene that I think works well because it's poetic in the way all the elven scenes in these movies are poetic. When you think about it for a second, it's like, what is actually happening there? But yeah, so Elrond reforges Narsil into Andúril. He brings it to Aragorn. I love that shot of when his Elrond's in the cloak and he whips the sword out in its sheath, and it's like every time they do anything with Andúril in this movie, it's really cool because it's always a little bit faster than you think. Like there's like a weight and speed to that sword that's like when Aragorn pulls it out of the sheath at first, it's not a slow shing, it's just whooshing, and he just pulls it out and like lifts it all the way up, and the sword's like fucking 7 feet tall or some ridiculous shit. It's a huge sword.
I adore the scene with Elrond in the camp.
Yeah.
And the sword, it's so well done, and it is a distillation of a lot of different ideas in the book, and at that point. But to have, yes, I love that shot that you're saying, I love the music there, and I love the camera move when he pulls it out, and the camera follows the sword up, and it is one of the best movie swords ever.
Yeah,
right?
It's gorgeous, yes.
It's so good, and, my only... Like, I think they made the right choice to put it here because it's where it has the most impact in the story. But I do wish we had, like, an extra movie of action with Andúril because it is such a fucking cool sword.
Yeah.
But there's so many good hero shots in Return of the King of Aragorn with the sword.
Yes. Or, like one of the other best ones is when he's looking into the Palantir and he brings up the sword. And again, it's not like a slow move. He just, like, slaps it into his chest. It's like, here's my giant fucking sword. What? Cut your goddamn hand off, motherfucker.
It's kind of, there's almost an implication that it's like Mjolnir or something. Like, to someone else it would be heavy, but to him it's light as a feather.
Yeah, and he just swings it around like a maniac, even though it is absurdly gigantic. It's like that sword is way too big. It's like he should go fight Cloud in Sephiroth. It's a big goddamn sword.
Hey, Smash Bros. Next DLC character, Aragorn, son of Arathorn.
Yeah, King of Gondor. But yeah, so like that scene early in the movie is when I feel like he sort of has fully made that choice. Even before that point, he's basically there. Like even when he's waiting in Edoras, you get such a palpable sense from him that he is ready, even if it hasn't been directly communicated yet. And
Viggo is so good.
Yeah, and I think that's like the main thing to say about Aragorn is like Viggo Mortensen is amazing in all these movies. There's something about what he's able to do to just like silently communicate the confidence that he has gained. Because again, he doesn't have like a big scene where he sits down with Legolas and Gimli. He's like, you know what, guys, I'm going to go take that damn throne of Gondor. He just sort of has decided at some point, and you can see it in his body language and on his face and in his determination. And that subtle transition that you hit with him is really, really powerful. And then again, when it is fully sort of materialized on the March to the Black Gate, when he's wearing like the hauberk with the white tree on it with the 7 stars and all that stuff, and he's physically can be a king, it feels so right. Like it feels like they have so earned that character moment, both through the acting and like through the visual language.
Aragorn is a tough character because it's kind of like Gandalf is a demigod. He's one of the Maiar. He's as old as time itself. And Ian McKellen has to play that. And I think you get that from Ian McKellen.
Yeah.
Elrond, Hugo Weaving has to play this guy's 2,000 years old. And I think you get that from Hugo Weaving. Aragorn is, in some ways, even harder because it's an in-between.
Yeah.
He is mortal. He will die. he is not thousands of years old, but he has a lineage and a connection to that past, and he has a weight of that past. He has lived longer than his visage would betray, but he still also has a lot of life before him. Like, there's all these competing things. He's not just like a 30-year-old dude.
Yeah.
I don't know if any other living actor could have played that. Viggo Mortensen, part of it is just he looks like Aragorn.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's hard to say. We didn't have a picture of Aragorn before. He's not a historical figure. But you look at that dude and it's like, yeah, that's how Aragorn would look. Which is Viggo. Like, I don't know how old Viggo was when he made these movies because he looks like he could be any age.
Yeah.
You know, in the way Aragorn should look. And you're right. I think the way the body language changes over the course of the 3 movies in the different roles he plays. You totally buy him as the Ranger, but when he gives the speech at the end of the movie, which is the second best battle speech in the movie, I don't love it quite as much as Theoden's, but that's just because the Theoden one is just like, it's close to my heart.
Yeah.
But the one at the end of the movie is really fucking great, and you believe he's King Elisar in that moment, you know? When he does the song at the coronation. And there's such range that has to be communicated there. I think that's ultimately why the character works. This was a really performance contingent character.
Yeah.
The writing is good, but if they had, like, remember it was like Stuart Townshend or someone was going to play Aragorn and they replaced him last minute. If they hadn't done that, I don't know if these movies would have worked.
Yeah, because he's such a... I mean, he is, outside of Frodo and Sam and Gollum, like, the next most important character. Like, it's him and then probably Gandalf. And, yeah, like, he's so much of these movies is centered on him. And then particularly this movie, he's got one of the most significant character arcs and several of the most significant moments.
Yes. Even though, I bet if you timed it up, he has more screen time in the first 2 movies.
Almost definitely. I'm sure he has more in The Two Towers.
Yeah.
Sure. He's all over the place in that movie.
Not a criticism. It's how it has to work.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. So let's talk about the paths of the dead and how that happens.
Yeah, the dead do not suffer the living to pass.
I have a lot of thoughts about this sequence, and it's a series of events. And I've never known 100% how I feel about it. There are things I really like. There are things that don't work for me. The extended cut we already talked about kind of cheapens it a little bit. Reading the book again gave me a new point of view on it that I want to share, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts first.
Yeah, because this is something that, like...
Because I just know you and I have talked about this over the years of our friendship, and you've always had stronger feelings on it than me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember what my strong feelings were in the past, honestly.
Okay.
Like, it's something that's like, of all the things for, like, rereading the books that I want to get to again is to get back to that stuff in the books. Because I do have such a complicated feelings on it. There's stuff about it I think is very cool. But it feels so convenient. It always, like, the ghost thing just always feels so convenient as a way to end the Battle of Pelennor Fields. It feels slightly out of whack with the rest of the sense of the world of Middle-earth to me, is maybe part of what it is. More so in the movies than the books, because at least in the books you have some stuff like the Barrow Wights and things like that kind of give a sense of the undead being a phenomena that exists. But the, like, literal army of the dead living inside of a mountain is a lot. And I do remember that the books my memories of the books are that it's a little bit more abstract with it.
Yes.
I mean, because it has to be, you know, literally the movie is, here is a ghost man that's see-through and all that stuff. It's a little bit more just, like, in your face with it. And yeah, I think it's something of where I don't, maybe the thing I come down on it with is I think it's probably cool in the books. I would like to get to it again to, like, reassess my feelings on it in the books. I don't know how the movie could have done it much better, especially for the theatrical version, but I don't know, like, maybe they should have just come up with something else for the movie, because I just don't know if it's quite something that works well for the film.
So, yeah. The thing is, there's a lot I like about it in the film.
Yeah.
I think the designs of the ghosts are great. I think the design of the paths of the dead is really cool. I think the actor who plays the King of the Dead is having a great fucking time, and I'd love to have a beer with that ghost.
Yes.
He's awesome. I love that dude. I think the fuck-off awesome shot where they jump out of the boat, he's got Anduril with him, they run forward, just so confident, the orcs are like, what the hell is going on? And then the ghosts come. Amazing. Love that. I think... it has never bothered me that it kind of ends the battle there, because so much has happened, and I like the sequence of events is not the ghosts come out of the boat and it's over. You have a lot of things there, like the death of the Witch King of Angmar happens after that in the edit. So, like, there is a sense that the battle still goes on a ways. So that, I liked how it's edited and stuff. I think for me, it just feels like there's not enough weight around it, and having read the book again, I realize what that is.
Okay.
So it's a couple of things. First off, you're correct, the ghosts in the book are much more abstract. And just to back up, the passing of the Grey Company, which is the chapter where this all happens, is one of my favorite parts of the book. It is so good. And the people who made Dark Souls love that chapter. I can just guarantee you, because I'm going to read this out, and the imagery is so fucking Dark Souls. We'll get there. But, because I have an excerpt that I want to share, because it's such a cool extended sequence. It builds to one of my favorite images in the book, which you're going to hear in a second, that I really love. It is also, let's lay out like how it happens in the book, because I think this is important context. What happens in the novel is that Aragorn is with the Riders of Rohan at that camp, same kind of thing, and he's kind of waiting to figure out what he should do, and the Dunedain come from the north, all of his people, and they come with the Sons of Elrond, who are two characters who are not in the movies. So the Sons of Elrond come with the Dunedain, and they bear Aragorn, and before this I should say, let me see if I can find it, because I did excerpt this. Gandalf, when he comes back as Gandalf the White and meets Aragorn again, he had come through Lothlorien to come find the Fellowship, and Galadriel gave him a message for Aragorn. And so the message is, "Where now are the Dunedain, Elisar, Elisar? Why do thy kinsfolk wander afar? Near is the hour when the lost should come forth, and the Grey Company ride from the north. But dark is the path appointed for thee. The dead watch the road that leads to the sea." So for like hundreds of pages, Aragorn has this rattling around in his head, like, what the fuck do I do? Because he's really trying to figure out, like, he knows there's a lot of weight on him, and he has a lot of power, and how he wields it in the War of the Ring here is important, and he doesn't know whether to go with Theoden or not. So the Dunedain come in, and they come with the Sons of Elrond, and the Sons of Elrond have a gift from Arwen, and Arwen has woven for him this big flag that is like going to be the standard of Elisar, and it has like the 7 white stars of Gondor and the tree, and then a big jewel in the top that is one of her like elven jewels. And so she has that, and the Dunedain are there, and Aragorn realizes, I know what I have to do. Now that I have you guys, we're going to go take the paths of the dead, because he knows that this is a thing. And it's the same kind of thing like in the movie where everyone's like, this army just came, don't let them leave. Like in the movie, they're just sad that Aragorn is leaving. Imagine if the Dunedain came and then left. Yes. And the whole Paths of the Dead also has a relationship to Rohan, because one of Theoden's ancestors died going on... No, it wasn't. It was a prince who never became king. It was the end of the first line of Rohan kings, is the prince thought he was a hotshot, went to the Paths of the Dead, never came back. So that's why the Rohirrim are so afraid of it. But anyway, so the Dunedain and Aragorn, they all go through the Paths of the Dead. Aragorn collects the ghosts. There is no personified version of the ghosts. There is no one who talks to Aragorn. He goes up to like this hill, and he there's like a big bell or something, and he rings it and like gives the basic speech that's in the movie, and then goes. They're not sure if the dead are there. It's a feeling they have. I'm going to read this excerpt in a little bit.
Okay.
But the other reason for all of this is that they know that... Oh, I need to back up. I'm sorry. There's so much here in the book.
Okay.
Because when Aragorn declares himself in the Palantir happens at the beginning of the book, not the end.
Right.
Because it's after Pippin looks in it, Aragorn takes it, because that's the Palantir of Gondor. It belongs to the King of Gondor. So he claims it. And when the Dunedain come, he goes into his tent and looks in the Palantir, confronts Sauron, and that is why Sauron attacks Gondor, is like he the whole logic of we're going to bring the armies out is there, not at the end of the book.
Yeah.
So he brings the armies out, but he also sees in the Palantir ships. He sees the Corsairs of Umber, and he knows even if we can beat those orcs, he's got all these fucking pirates who are coming around the south, and they're going to... And like we're not going to be able to win no matter what forces we have if they have ships off the shore of Pelennor. So he knows the real reason he goes through the Paths of the Dead is not to collect the ghosts, it's to take a shortcut to get to the Corsairs and cut them off at the pass. And the benefit of getting the ghosts is that they help him defeat the ships, but he releases them when they defeat the Corsairs.
Okay.
And then he gets on the boat with the Dunedain, and when he arrives in Gondor, the ships are there, the orcs, it's the same thing. The orcs are like, oh, our people are here, yay. But then he unfurls the standard of Elisar, and they're all afraid of this elven light that shines in their eyes. And then he and the Dunedain get out, and they help finish the fight. So that's the sequence of events in the movie. If I were adapting it, I would kind of do that. I think you'd have to cut some of it down a little bit, but I would love to see the Dunedain in a film. I think that'd be really fucking cool. And I think either cut out the ghosts entirely and just have it be he goes to cut off the Corsairs, because that could be a cool plot thing, or do kind of a similar thing and have... It's hard to do ghost abstraction in a visual medium.
Yeah.
But find something like that and just make it a little more grounded, because just reducing it to he's going to get a big army, it doesn't feel quite right to me, because the whole point is that this is also his path to become king, is that he arrives in Gondor as a king with a fleet to save everyone. It doesn't land quite as strongly for me in the movie.
Yeah, I agree. And I suspect one of the reasons why they didn't do that is that they did something similar in the Two Towers by having the Elven army show up, which is a similar sort of like, hey, we're here, like there's an army from like the northern parts of Middle-earth and we're going to come help you.
Because that's very similar, that elf comes and says, Arwen sent me, basically. Yeah. It's the same thing, Arwen sent the Dunedain.
Yeah, so they used that kind of story beat already in the Two Towers, so it like would be hard to do again. And I feel like while, like, and this is obviously true of myself as well, like a lot of people don't remember exactly the extent to which the ghost stuff is in that battle. People remember that there was ghost shit going on because it's a notable thing. It sort of stands out. And so that feels like they wanted to have some version of it. So it felt like I can see how they arrive at the point of where they would want to kind of expand the way the ghosts work. But yeah, like you telling me that's like, oh, that's not actually, they don't go that far with it in the book, which I did not remember how, like, where it ended with the ghosts. I feel like, yeah, they should have gone with something that's more closer to the way the novel handled it.
Because, do you mind if I read kind of an extended passage?
Sure.
This is like a page or two.
Okay.
But I want to read it because there's no one quote that will do this. The atmosphere is so thick in this sequence, and it's so cinematic to me, I think you could have done some of it.
Okay.
So the whole idea also is that the Paths of the Dead are not a cave. This is the southern part of Middle-earth, and there's a lot of, like, abandoned... There's, like... The people live there, but they live kind of in, like, squalor and terror is part of the whole idea. So he's through, like, dead valleys and stuff. That's, like... I'm thinking of, like, the Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls.
Sure, yeah.
Almost as, like, the... Okay. So, without turning, Aragorn cried aloud so that all could hear. Friends, forget your weariness. Ride now, ride. We must come to the Stone of Eric ere this day passes, and long still is the way. So without looking back, they rode to the mountain fields until they came to a bridge over the growing torrent and found a road that went down into the land. Lights went out in the house and hamlet as they came, and doors were shut, and folk that were afield cried in terror and ran like hunted deer. Ever there rose the same cry in the gathering night. The King of the Dead is come upon us. Bells were ringing far below, and all the men fled before the face of Aragorn, but the grey company in their haste rode like hunters, and until their horses were stumbling with weariness. And thus, just ere of midnight, and in a darkness as black as the caverns in the mountains, they came at last to the hill of Eric. Long had the terror of the dead laid upon that hill and upon the empty fields about it. For upon the top stood a black stone, round as a great globe, the height of a man, though its half was buried in the ground. Unearthly it looked, as though it had fallen from the sky, as some believed. But those who remembered still the lore of Westernesse told that it had been brought out of the ruin of Numenor, and there set by Isildur at his landing. None of the people of the valley dared to approach it, nor would they dwell near, for they said that it was a trysting place of the Shadow Men, and there they would gather in times of fear, thronging round the stone and whispering. To that stone the company came and halted in the dead of night. Then Elrohir gave Aragorn a silver horn, and he blew upon it, and it seemed to those that stood near that they had heard the sound of answering horns, as if it was an echo in deep caves far away. No other sound they heard, and yet they were aware of a great host gathered all about the hill on which they stood, and a chill wind like the breath of ghosts came down from the mountains. But Aragorn dismounted, and standing by the stone he cried in a great voice, Oath-breakers, why have ye come? And a voice was heard out of the night that answered him, as if from far away, To fulfill our oath and have peace. Then Aragorn said, The hour is come at last. Now I go to Pelargir upon Anduin, and ye shall come after me. And when all this land is clean of the servants of Sauron, I will hold the oath fulfilled, and ye shall have peace and depart forever. For I am Elisar, Isildur's heir of Gondor. And with that he bade Halbarad unfurl the great standard which he had brought, and behold, it was black, and if there was any device upon it, it was hidden in the darkness. Then there was silence, and not a whisper nor a sigh was heard again all the long night. The company camped beside the stone, but they slept little, because of the dead of the shadows that hedged them round. But when the dawn came, cold and pale, Aragorn rose at once, and he led the company forth upon the journey of greatest haste and weariness that any among them had known, save he alone, and only his will held them to go on. No other mortal men could have endured it, none but the Dunedain of the north, and with them Gimli the dwarf and Legolas of the elves. They passed Tarling's neck and came into Lamadon, and the shadow host pressed behind, and fear went on before them, until they came to Calembil upon Ciril, and the sun went down like the blood behind Pinoth Gelin away in the west behind them. The township and the fords of Ciril they found deserted, for many men had gone away to war, and all that were left fled to the hills at the rumor of the coming of the king of the dead. But the next day there came no dawn, and the grey company passed on into the darkness of the storm of Mordor, and were lost to mortal sight. But the dead followed them.
Very cool. I do see why it would be hard to do that visually, of like trying to communicate. Like you'd have to go weird with it,
yes.
Right? You'd have to go very weird with it, which would have been cool if they had tried. I think one thing that Tolkien missed a little bit of a beat there, I think Aragorn should have had a big boss fight with a ghost man. I think that's just, it would have been way better if there's a big boss fight with the ghost man.
And then the ghost man came forth, and lo, he had big HP.
Yes, he had a lot of HP. And Aragorn did draw his sword, and he did do a light attack 3 times in a row, then 2 light attacks and a heavy attack, then a roll, then 3 light attacks in a row, and the dead king was slain.
But I had to read that whole thing because the image in my mind of Aragorn leading and the Dunedain behind them, and then this big shadow host behind them marching through this abandoned valley. I can just see, like, you would start on Aragorn and pan up, and you would just have this like drum beat going as like they're walking, and then you would kind of like go far enough, and then you would like cut to something else, and it would be such a frightening image. Like, what if you kept the ghost kind of off screen, and it was just like little like kind of like with Gimli blowing at the green smoke, there's just like smoke or something, and like disembodied voices, but then on that big pullback you saw like a host of ghosts walking behind them, like in chains or something. Like, I think there would be a way to, it would be hard. I am not saying Jackson did a bad job by any means. It's one of the toughest things to adapt in the series. But just, I really have an affection for that part of the books.
It just feels like the solution they came up with adaptationally is imperfect. It feels like they're, most of the, by far, like the vast majority of adaptational choices they made were like really clever and really good. This is one where it feels like there was a better solution that was out there that they didn't take.
If nothing else, just doing the Dunedain, because that's such a cool idea.
Yes, they're very cool.
Anyway, so the climax of Lord of the Rings, the trilogy, where you have... Because at this point, they're really cutting everything very close together. So you have Frodo and Sam going through the Land of Shadow, you have the armies of Mordor emptying to the Black Gate, and you have Aragorn marching the army there. We talked about the Mouth of Sauron scene, but now we have the big climax, which is Gollum comes back, they're trying to destroy the ring, Frodo claims the ring, meanwhile they're fighting at the Black Gates, Aragorn has his big king speech. What do you think about all of this, Sean?
Oh, it's just fucking really cool. It's really awesome. I want to back up for a second and just mention one thing, just because I can't stress enough how much I played that Return of the King video game. That's like how many of my memories of some of this stuff is associated with the game. There's a thing when Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli arrive at Pelennor Fields, there's a level in the game that is basically that of like them fighting the orcs and the ghosts don't show up, because then that would be a very short level if the ghosts just killed everybody. In that level, there's this like the opening of the level is in front of a big wall with a gate that's closed, and there's just a massive horde of orcs in Uruk-hai that every time I've played that game, if you want to go back and play the EA Return of the King game, this is what you do. When you get to that level, you're probably your character's like level 3 or level 4. It's like an action RPG kind of thing. Just farm enemies in that level, in that area in front of the gate, because they just storm in almost endlessly, but it's not endless. There's like probably 100 plus enemies in there, and eventually you kill all of them and they're all dead, and you have leveled up to like level 9 and out of level 10. and it's fucking awesome. You just do the Orc Bane move, where you on an Orc, where you counter an Orc, it then puts you into a state where all the kills that you're powered up are perfect kills, so you get more experience for them. It's great. In my head, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli just spend like 30 minutes murdering orcs in front of this gate to level the fuck up, and then they go win the Battle of Pelennor Fields because they're all like level 9, and they should be level 4.
That's the true extended cut, where all 50 minutes is just them battling, and like you keep cutting back every 10 minutes to like Éowyn or something.
Yeah, Éowyn's fighting the Witch King for like 20 minutes. It's like, where is everybody else? Back to Aragorn doing the same counter move on another, because the great thing is, You have to be like level 6 or 7 to unlock the counter move on the Uruk-hai that gets you a lot of experience. So you're like actively looking out for every orc enemy model, so you can do the Orc Bane move, and then that will get you a lot more experience when you kill enemies after you do that counter. And if you could have ever found a way to get enough experience to have the Uruk-hai Bane move in that sequence, you would have been leveled up like a motherfucker.
Look forward to our next retrospective podcast series where we play a game based on each of the Lord of the Rings movies for PS2.
Well, Jonathan, you said earlier about Fire Emblem, about if we ever do a Let's Play thing again, if we ever do another Let's Play thing, we should fucking do that Return of the King game. I don't even know if EA... No, because they did the Shadow of Mordor game, so they probably still have the rights to the property. They should just do a fucking HD update of that game, because it's really good.
Luckily, that game is pretty easy to get.
Yes, yeah, you can find it.
I have the Two Towers one on GameCube. I think
awesome.
Return of the King was on GameCube also, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the version I have, yeah.
Yeah, because that's the easiest. That I have that system readily available.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Well, we'll keep that in mind.
Yes.
Anyway,
I just needed to get that off my chest.
I totally get it.
I cannot ever watch this movie without thinking about some of those things.
But the big climax, I think part of when we talk about the scale of this movie, to me it's not just the visual scale of what you see on screen, it's the sense of payoff at watching all of these simultaneous climaxes crest. And I think what makes it so effective is that for as much as movies 2 and 3 sort of shift the center of gravity to Aragorn and to Rohan and to Gondor, when it comes time for Mordor, the center of gravity is Frodo and Sam.
Yeah.
Unambiguously, Aragorn is there to fight for them. He is not there to fight for himself or his people. It's to finish this mission and help them finish this mission.
Yeah.
And so when you have the scene outside the Black Gates, there's some great stuff. Aragorn's big speech, I quote in daily life, guys. You know? I made a joke about it on Twitter. It's a great fucking speech. But the point of that scene isn't that speech. It's, I can't carry it for you, I will carry you.
Yeah.
That's the swell. And the battle that matters is the battle raging inside Frodo's heart when he is standing like a fucking punk rocker at the edge of the goddamn cliff, even though he could throw that ring in anywhere along that ridge.
Oh, no, he's got to walk all the way over to the edge and dangle it, and he has to make the choice of whether or not he wants to link the fire.
Yes.
Because of all the Dark Souls imagery pulled from Lord of the Rings, the Heart of Mount Doom is the most just like, you really fucking like this, like we're in a volcano and it's like smoke and ash and we have to link the first flame.
I can't wait for Peter Jackson's Dark Souls trilogy.
Yeah, this is great. You know, after Miyazaki partners with Martin, he's going to move on to Jackson.
Yes, but I think that the sense that when we cut to Frodo and Sam, that's the center of gravity of that sequence. It's about the ring being destroyed. It's not about any individual battle going on in the war outside the gates. It's really important. And I know Jackson struggled with how to cut that, because if you'll remember in the bonus features, in principal photography, they shot a version where Sauron came out as a physical body.
Yeah, like in the very beginning of the first movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he would be like clad in white or something. He would be kind of like an elven perfect version of Sauron. And Aragorn would fight him. And that would be the big battle. And I think I understand why they had the instinct to try that.
Yeah.
And why not try it, you know? I mean, other than the millions of dollars it probably cost to fix in the end.
Yeah.
But what they ultimately decided is that that's not... Aragorn's heroism isn't fighting Sauron. His heroism is, I'm probably going to die. Frodo might not even be alive, but there's no better shot than just the faith that this might work.
Well, yeah, I mean, because it's his speech that he gives is great, and it's an awesome, rousing speech. But the best part of that speech is when he just whispers for Frodo.
Yes, and runs.
Yeah, and that's what that speech is about, ultimately, is that this is what they're doing it for, is for Frodo.
For Frodo, and he is the first to run out into the fray, and everyone else, and then it's him, and then it's Merry and Pippin, and then it's everyone else.
Yeah.
It's so perfect. And that's the heroism. And from that point, you don't need to do a lot other than cut back to show that the battle is going on. If you're interested, what they replaced that footage with, because they didn't reshoot the Sauron fight, they just CGI'd in the big troll and used some of the existing footage to have Aragorn fighting a big troll. And I think that's right. It's like Aragorn up against like an enemy he can't defeat.
Yeah.
And that's the point, is that he can't defeat this enemy, but his faith in Frodo might defeat it.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. So... let's talk about Sean motherfucking Astin.
Okay, I thought you were going to talk about... let's talk about me, Sean. Yeah.
We love you. You're great. Your name is in the podcast. We know that. This is episode 296. But Sean Astin, who you should be proud to share a name with because of his performance in this movie.
He spells it the proper way also.
That's very true. How good is he in all the scenes leading up to Mount Doom? But particularly, they're on the steps. They're in each other's arms. I can't remember the taste of strawberries, Sam. I've got the line here. Let me, because we're going to praise Sean Astin, because he deserves it here. But Elijah Wood also at the end of this movie is fucking phenomenal, and let's just agree not to forget that.
Yeah.
But yes, it's the Wheel of Fire speech. I have it here somewhere. Yes. No, I'm afraid not, Sam. At least I know that such things happen, but I can't see them. No taste of food, no feel of water, no sound of wind, no memory of tree or grass or flower, no image of moon or star are left to me. I'm naked in the dark, Sam, and there's no veil between me and the Wheel of Fire. I begin to see it even with my waking eyes, and all else fades. Slightly different in the movie, but mostly that line, and the way Elijah Wood delivers it. And then Sam, then let us be rid of it.
Yeah.
I can't carry it for you. But I can carry you. And the swell of the music and the shot with the fucking just volcano going off in the distance, and he droops Elijah Wood over his shoulders and starts going step by step up Mount Doom. There was no bigger applause moment in the theater for all three movies, and I think it is still one of the most enduring moments of 21st century cinema.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's just this whole... I mean, it's one of the things about this climax is there's something... because it's true of, like, the book, obviously, as well as the movie, is there's something so interesting about the choice that the climax of this story is not about the massive battle going on at the Black Gate. It's not about, like, people fighting with swords and struggling and sacrificing their bodies that way. It is just about this test of pure endurance and will and courage and goodness of heart of these two hobbits getting to the fucking worst place on Middle-earth while carrying the worst thing on Middle-earth, like, for one of them around their neck. And so it is just that sense of they are so battered in body and soul at that point. They have no food, no water. They're on their last legs. They lost most of their original clothing by this point is gone. And it's they're right up against the edge, and you can feel that so powerfully. And there's something interesting about, like, a movie being able to have that moment of triumph being something like that, as opposed to here's this big battle I'm having with Sauron. It's about just having the will to be able to stand back up and carry your friend on your back when you can barely take a step without that burden, you know? Like, that, it is such a rousing, powerful moment that could only land because we have had all of this time. Because we've had these three movies, long fucking movies, especially long if you're watching the extended versions. You need to have been with these characters for that whole journey and, like, seen all the steps they've taken for, like, those final steps to be as powerful as they are.
And even then, 3 movies is positively svelte for a series today, Sean.
Yeah.
Nobody does 3-movie series.
Yeah, I mean, we missed the window for having Return of the King Part 1 and Return of the King Part 2, which is what everything was doing for a little bit there.
Thank fuckity Christ.
Yeah.
But my point here is, the genius of these movies isn't just that they did it over 3 movies, it's how they did it over those 3 movies, because the sense of payoff when Sam picks up Frodo and they make their way to the door of Mount Doom. I've never felt that in a theater with another movie.
Yeah.
And I don't think I ever will. The closest might be something like Avengers Endgame. There are moments that... big payoff.
Yeah.
Extraordinary payoff. But A, it took 22 movies to do that, and 11 years, and not 3 movies in 3 years. And it's dispersed among a lot of characters, not these 2 we're following.
And it's not the culmination to a single journey. It's the culmination to, like, a larger structure.
Yeah. And I think there's just... Return of the King is a unique movie in that regard.
Yeah.
Because most works of serial fiction that build to these kind of moments, they're usually long books like this, or in visual media, TV shows can do it. Or maybe video games sometimes, if they're long enough. Video games certainly sometimes if they're long enough. But, 12 hours of screen, which is what you have with the extended editions, is not a lot compared to all those other things.
Yeah.
1,000 pages into 10 hours, that's not a lot. Mm-hmm. And I think that speaks to what a great adaptation is. And the other way it speaks to a great adaptation is I feel the ultimate test of any Lord of the Rings adaptation is, do you understand Samwise Gamgee?
Yeah.
So let's talk about Samwise Gamgee. Because it's easy to just say, oh, he's the real hero. But why does that matter? Like, it's more complex than that, I think. Because Frodo's very heroic.
Yes. Yeah.
Frodo does amazing things, but ultimately, and it's, I think, the most amazing trick Tolkien plays as a writer is that POV shift from... Because this is also important that Frodo is significantly older in the book.
Yeah.
And it's not just he's older than Elijah Wood, he's older than the other characters. Frodo is 50, Pippin is 29. Pippin is still a kid by Hobbit years. He hasn't come of age. Merry and Sam are both in their mid-30s. So Sam looks up to Frodo, and we ultimately... we are with Sam looking up to this figure, but Frodo's a little distant, and Sam is the one who has to help him carry this load. And ultimately, to me, the story of Lord of the Rings is Frodo, and this is what the whole Grey Haven scene is about when he gives all his belongings to Sam, is Frodo carried that burden through hell and back for Samwise Gamgee. Yeah. Sam stood in for everything Frodo fought for. And Sam, carried it for him. And that sense of reciprocity is the core of what the book is about. It's that little action, that little friendship between 2 literally little people overcame the greatest evil this world had ever known and created greater days of peace ahead. And the movie gets that.
Yeah.
And I feel like most adaptations wouldn't.
Yeah, and it leads to one of the things that's, a significant thing to talk about with these movies is that the male friendship and the bond between those 2 characters, which, having lived through the early 2000s and when these movies were in the zeitgeist, like the number of gay jokes made about that stuff is like one of like the pock marks on the early 2000s, like American culture, of like not being able to sort of process and deal with and interpret that relationship in a mature way and having to rely on weird homophobic jokes to be comfortable with that portrayal of male friendship and love. It's something of where they are. It is their love and friendship and companionship together that allows them to overcome everything, and not in just like a trite way. It's not in a childish way. There's something like very real about the sacrifices that they make for each other, like the big sacrifice that Frodo makes for Sam. But then also I feel like there's a part of it of giving Sam the opportunity to grow up to come into his own as his own person. And part of that journey of the shift in the books of Sam being someone who's very in the background for most of the book. It takes a while for him to be like even properly like really introduced when fucking Gandalf pulls him into the room because he's eavesdropping. Which for the longest time I thought eaves were some kind of plant because Sam was a gardener and they call him eavesdropping and he's doing some gardening bullshit.
I ain't dropping no eaves, sir.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I misunderstood that term for a very long time as a child because of that specific context. But he goes from that, and his loyalty and faith to Frodo pushes him to grow stronger and more confident as a person, and so their relationship makes each other better, but it particularly brings the best out of Sam. And it's because it's not just that Sam is the hero of Lord of the Rings, it's that he becomes the hero of Lord of the Rings. He goes through, that's part of his journey, is to become a hero figure in his own right, not just someone who follows in the footsteps of other people.
Yeah. much shorter passage I want to read.
Okay.
But just because we're talking about, and I do want to focus on for a minute how this movie portrays love between men.
Yeah.
And we talked about it, it's there through all three movies. And it is something I love about these movies, and I think with age makes these movies look even better to me.
Yeah.
Because American movies are homophobic, and they are homophobic in so many different ways. And one of the ways they are deeply homophobic, specifically towards male homosexuality or any kind of bond, is that they are very afraid of having men have any kind of genuine contact or affection.
Yeah, like any kind of intimacy.
You know, the worst version of this is like the Michael Bay, men always have to be competing and hating each other.
Yeah.
But even then, like, you know, we like the MCU movies. There's not a lot of moments where people like hug or, you know, I remember how much my heart leapt when just in Avengers Endgame, Iron Man and Captain America decide to go back in time together and they just shake hands.
Yeah.
And it's like, how bereft are we of this? That there should be more than that.
Yeah.
But they took their cues from Tolkien, because this is there.
Yeah.
And I love that they did that, because I think it takes courage in the context of making a movie for an American audience to take those cues.
Yeah.
But this is just one passage that is so beautiful to me and kind of sums it up. This is shortly before Shelob. And this is the period where Sam is becoming the POV lead of the book. And Frodo is sleeping. Gollum has just walked away. Sam says he was reminded suddenly of Frodo as he had lain asleep in the house of Elrond after his deadly wound. Then, as he had kept watch, Sam had noticed that at times a light seemed to be shining faintly within. But now the light was even clearer and stronger. Frodo's face was peaceful, and the marks of fear and care had left it. But it looked old and beautiful, as if the chiseling of the shaping years was now revealed in many fine lines that had before been hidden, though the identity of the face was not changed. Not that Sam Gamgee put it that way to himself. He shook his head, as if finding words useless, and murmured, "I love him. He's like that, and sometimes it shines through somehow, but I love him, whether or no." And I think you get that in the movies.
Yeah.
That this is love, and love does not have to be the really narrow bandwidth we give it in modern American cinema, particularly mainstream cinema.
Yeah.
And all of that, I genuinely think plays stronger in The Lord of the Rings in 2019 than it did in 2003.
I agree. Like, there's a confidence of the movies handling it in that way and not backing down from it by being afraid of, like, oh, people are going to make weird gay jokes about it.
Because I agree, one of the deep cultural shames of my life, I don't think I participated in that, but I remember it, you know, and I remember that it was just a joke, and it was everyone made it, and it just seemed normal, and it's so hateful towards gay people, but it is also so limiting towards the art that was presented to us.
Well, and it's a, like, perpetuator of toxic masculinity as a whole structure of it's not just about it being homophobic, it's about putting men into specific cages on what is okay to express and what is not okay to express.
Yeah. Because, you know, obviously Tolkien does not have a lot of developed female characters.
Yeah.
And that's a point of criticism that canon should be made. But I also don't think we should miss as a society, as a culture, how much depth there is in his portrayal of masculinity and of, I think, thoughtfully breaking it down in a lot of ways. And that's one of the reasons why this work of fantasy endures so much. And, men are not good at examining themselves in fiction.
Yeah.
It's just that is kind of an eternal thing from literature of old to literature of today, and film of old and film to today, is when you see genuine, thoughtful presentations of masculinity, I think it's rare, and I think it's worth celebrating.
Yeah, and it's something that with Lord of the Rings, it feels like one of the best qualities from the many different sort of mythological sources of inspiration, where that's so common in older forms of storytelling, of those kinds of bounds of masculinity. They're different, but like there is much more of a recognition of it is okay to cry, it is okay to express love for one another, whether that's sexual or platonic or whatever you make of it. Like that kind of stuff is all over stuff like the Odyssey. It's all over, particularly something like the Iliad, where you have those kinds of war stories. It's also in like Chinese fiction, like Romance of Three Kingdoms, has a lot of that kind of stuff in it.
Yeah. All right, so the destruction of the ring. all great. I love that they went full bore Grizzly with Frodo getting his finger bitten off. They did not shy away.
It's very bloody.
Very bloody. I'm not sure how they got away with it in the PG-13, but thank God they did. So good. I really do like the decision for Frodo to push Gollum over the edge.
Yeah.
It's a little controversial because there's sort of a fate element that is in the book, but I think it's still there in the movie, and I think Frodo having, whether it is a rage over the ring or what, but having some agency in that final push is so cinematically satisfying.
Yeah.
And then I also think him having to consciously make the decision to live, and Sam being the one who offers him life is really profound to me, and I love that.
Yeah, I think it's a really strong change because I think, like, the ending in the book works for the book, but I think the visual of Gollum tripping over the edge, basically, which is basically what happens. He's like dancing around and he slips and he falls over the edge.
Yeah.
Like it cinematically, I think it would be hard to communicate. As you're saying, there's like a certain amount of like fate that is there. There's a certain amount of like the gods of Middle Earth, or the god of Middle Earth, effectively, sort of intervening in some small way.
It's so short. It's precious, 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 Gollum cried, my precious, oh my precious, and with that, even as his eyes were lifted up to gloat on his prize, he stepped too far, toppled, wavered for a moment on the brink, and then with a shriek he fell.
Yeah. So if that was all you shot, you don't have like all the build-up of that moment that you get in the book. If it was just Gollum slips and falls over the edge, I just can't imagine that being very like cinematically exciting. I think it would have been such an anticlimax. I think the way they go about it is the right way, of where it's Frodo and Gollum are both kind of struggling over the ring when they go over the edge, which I think also like communicates the same thing, one of the same things of the original ending, which is it's like, in some way, it's like the greed of the ring is the thing that brings about the ring's destruction. There's an element of, it's because the ring is so all-consuming and fixating from the people that are under its control that that Gollum isn't even aware of the fact that he's standing right on the edge of Mount Doom.
Because this is one of the things they had to change in reshoots. In the original production of the film, it looked like, and they have some of the footage in the bonus features, it looks like Frodo murders Gollum. Yeah. It looks like he pushes him off and kills him. And they realized, we need to reshoot that. He's not trying to kill Gollum, he's going for the ring, and so it being a struggle where they both fall, you're right, it's the greed that kills it. It's not Frodo has bloodlust.
Yes, it's not that, like, in this final moment, Frodo's just like, I'm just gonna murder this motherfucker.
That would have been a bad ending.
Yeah. He shouldn't have just pushed him over the edge. He sort of like slit his throat and then shoved his body.
I was going to say Frodo runs up and jumps and does a roundhouse kick into Gollum's face and like flings him into
shit. The ending of Lord of the Rings only instead it's like if you turned Lord of the Rings into a fighting game. So it's just like the fighting game arena of Mount Doom, and Frodo and Gollum just have a fucking fist fight. Just like it's like the fucking fight scene in They Live in the parking lot between Keith David and
you know how you can
Roddy
get
Piper.
In Soul Calibur you can kill by kicking someone out of the ring. Yes. That's how it ends.
Yeah,
that'd be so good. All right, so they get out of Mount Doom, big celebration. It's a beautiful, beautiful scene, and then they are on the rock as the world is consumed in lava. Frodo and Sam have their speech about, I'm glad you're with me here, Sam, here at the end of all things. Fade to black. From that moment to directed by Peter Jackson is about 20 minutes. Begin rant.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it's...
Wait, no, me begin rant.
Oh, I thought you were signaling me.
Got 16 years of this shit stored up, Sean.
I mean, so do I.
I know you do.
Yeah.
But I edit the podcast. I get to do it. 20 minutes to end a 4-hour movie, or a 3.5-hour movie as it was in theaters, is nothing.
Yeah.
Just this movie, forget the trilogy, that's not a lot to have a 3.5-hour to 4-hour movie and say, we're going to have 20 minutes to do the denouement. Like, are you that attention deficit that you can't sit still for 20 minutes to finish this story? Let alone 20 minutes of denouement for a 12-hour movie series, 3 movies over 3 years, this gigantic project. it is positively svelte. Like, one of the things that surprises me when I watch it now is how fast those last 20 minutes move. Think of how many things they accomplish. Yeah. You have the Eagles picking up Frodo and Sam. You have Frodo awakening and reuniting with the Fellowship. You have the crowning of Aragorn and his reuniting with Arwen, and him honoring the hobbits before the whole of Middle-earth. You have the hobbits going home, Sam getting married and having children, and doing the entire complicated end-run theme of Tolkien's book, which is Frodo having basically Middle-earth PTSD, realizing he cannot live in the world he saved, and going off to the, Tolkien version of heaven. Literally, if you read the lore, that ship is going to go off of the plane of Earth up to Valar, and it's so frustrating to me that people say, "Oh, but it has multiple endings. It took too long to end. The movie should have they flicked the ring in the fire, and then it should have freeze framed on Frodo and Sam jumping in the air and high fiving, and it should have played 'Don't You Forget About Me' as the fucking credits rolled over that." Fuck you! Do you not know what an ending is? The ending to Lord of the Rings is Sam Gamgee coming home and getting to enjoy the life through his courage and the courage of his friends he built. That's the ending. The ending is not the ring going into the fire, because, I hate to spoil this for you, the ring isn't important.
Yeah.
The ring is a MacGuffin. The ring is the most significant and well-done MacGuffin in the history of fiction, but it is a MacGuffin. That's not the important part of the story. Aragorn getting crowned, very important. Aragorn is not the protagonist of The Lord of the Rings. This is what frustrates me, is it is an actively anti-intellectual reaction to the movie. It is a refusal to read what is put on screen before you, when it is such a beautiful and thoughtful presentation of the most complex series of words Tolkien ever wrote, which is the end of The Lord of the Rings, and the Grey Havens being one of the most beautiful chapters in the modern Western canon. And they distill it into less than 20 minutes for you fucking peons, and you can't appreciate it. Go home! Stop watching movies.
The last 20 minutes of Return of the King is the best part of all three of these movies.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah. It is the thing that, watching it again, I still cannot believe that they did it. I can't believe that they managed to be able to communicate what is such a deeply complicated feeling that the ending of The Lord of the Rings is of. The ending of The Lord of the Rings it communicates so many things about, one, it is the death of, fantasy, effectively, in that world. The elves, this is the last ship. The elves are gone. The dwarves, most of the dwarves, they don't even put the part where Gimli and Legolas also leave.
Yeah, they mention this in the movie a little bit, but it's a significant element that in the book, Gandalf and all the Eldar, everyone knows that if they destroy Sauron's ring, it will end magic in Middle-earth. Yeah. Their rings will lose power, the elves will fade, they will have to leave. And in the larger lore, they always knew it. The elves who entered Ea, which is the world that exists, they always knew they would have to leave and go back to the realm of their god, basically. But, they don't want to. And so this is the end for all of us. And there is so much more melancholy there than people realize. And that the movies can tap into even a little bit of that is amazing, because it's so reliant on so much lore that they cannot present.
Yeah, and if you look at The Lord of the Rings' fiction as a part of, near the sort of at the tail end of the modernist tradition of literature, which I don't think at the time people would have probably thought of it in that context, because it's fantasy, it's stylistically very different, although W.H. Auden did do reviews of the books when they came out, and he loved them, and they're very fun reviews. People should read the W.H. Auden reviews of Lord of the Rings. They're very good. It's one of those things where it kind of blows your mind. That's here's this classic beloved literary figure from the early 20th century. And of course, he also reviewed books and stuff too. He didn't just write amazing poems. But when you look at Lord of the Rings as a sort of thing that exists in the modernist tradition, and you look at those themes, I mean, this is where some of Tolkien was a veteran of World War I. That's obviously a huge thing that would affect your life, and is an essential part of what is infused into these books, is that experience of being someone who experienced that shift or understand that shift from the sort of tail end of the classic British Empire into this modern period of technology and of this new era of warfare and death on scales that was not possible before, and interconnectedness between different areas of the world, which was not possible before. Like, he lived through that sort of stretch of time and fought in that war. And so, like, that is a part of what these books and the story communicates, I think, is part of that sense of the loss of innocence for humanity in general. Like, whether or not you want to, like, believe in that entire, like, that modernist narrative or not, I think there's, like, complicated ways to read that sort of, like, historical period. But there's certainly this feeling of there, as Frodo says at the end of the movie, like, there are some wounds which time does not heal. And that time is not something that does heal. Time is something that causes change. And you can never go back to the way that things were before. And that's what The Lord of the Rings is about, is that these events that these people experience changes them and the world they live in fundamentally. And the world at the end of this series of events has the magic in it literally drained out. And the fantasy in that world leaves that world because it cannot exist anymore in this world where that innocence is now gone, where the scales have fallen from your eyes, and this is the way that the world is. It is not a place filled with dragons and elves and magic. That's just not the world we actually live in, and that's what The Lord of the Rings is. That's like what most great fantasy fiction usually arrives at some point, is this realization of that fantasy is something that we cling to because we want it, but it's never something that actually exists and can never be tangible, and eventually we will move on from it and forget it. And that's, for me, so much of what The Lord of the Rings is about and what it culminates in. And for this movie to be able to deliver that, because so much of that message is wrapped up in the ending of the book. And that's why you need something like The Scouring of the Shire, is because when the hobbits come back, the Shire is not untouched. The war has hit there too. Like, the whole world has been changed by the events that everyone has experienced.
And they have to take the people they are now into the Shire.
Yes.
And it's not that they could just go back and go drinking again. Even if it wasn't changed, they would still be people who have gone and done great things and have seen great things and are changed by it.
Yeah, and the movie is able to do it so efficiently, where you have... You know, you just have that one scene where they're all in the bar together, like whether there's Green Dragon or wherever they're at, and they're drinking together, and everybody else, all the hobbits around them, are partying and having a great time, because they're all happy, and they're still sort of, from their perspective, they're still living in the world before all this stuff happened, because they didn't experience it firsthand. And Frodo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin are all sat at the table together, just looking at each other, not even saying anything, and they raise their glasses and cling their glasses together, and then that's when Sam gets the courage to go up and ask Rosie for a date or whatever it is that he's going to go tell her. And that moment communicates so much about who they are, how they have changed, how they can't go back to the way that things were. And Sam is the one of the group that is able to sort of press forward, which is one of the things that, why Frodo saves the world for Sam, is that Sam can help. Sam is in a place where he can create something new.
Because that's the brilliance of The Lord of the Rings, is it's everything you're saying, that the passing of the Third Age, the passing of the time of elves and fantasy and magic and all of this certain kind of ethereal, eternal beauty, that leaves the world. And that's very sad. You can't go back. But Tolkien also saw hope.
Yeah.
And he sees hope in Sam and his daughter, and he sees hope in Aragorn being able to hopefully unite these kingdoms and lead them, not in spite of his experiences, but because of them, to better days. And it is not a restoration of an old piece, it is the forging of a new piece that has not existed before.
Yeah.
That's the point. And I think that's also kind of his personal message to the world in this book, is like, wherever we go now, we can't forget what we've seen, but we have to try. We have to try to make the world better.
Yeah,
and that is ultimately what The Lord of the Rings is about, and that's why Sam coming home and saying, well, I'm back, with all of that weight on him, but sitting down with his daughter with the literal future, there's so much there that I think people tend to look past.
Yeah. And Frodo
finishing the story in the Red Book of Westmarch of There and Back Again, Lord of the Rings, and then handing it to Sam so that Sam continues and that story continues. It doesn't stop. Is so... and because that's one of those details that you feel like would have gotten cut out of the movie version, right? Yeah. It still blows my mind that, no, we've contextualized all of this within the Red Book of Westmarch, which is how it's contextualized within the Lord of the Rings itself as a piece of fiction. And just everything in the last 20 minutes is perfect and beautiful. And the way it communicates the passage of time, it puts closure on all these characters, but then puts that final point on the themes. The main themes of the Lord of the Rings is amazing. A
couple of moments to talk about.
Okay.
Aragorn's coronation is so fucking beautiful. The song he sings is in Quenya. It's in Elvish. Not Quenya, it's Kenya. There's no Q used in...
Yeah.
It's not Ku, it's Ku. Anyway, it's in Kenya, and it's... I'm not going to try to read it here, but he says it in the book. They adapt it into a song. Someday, listen to the song and look at the words, because it's so amazing how they adapt it into this melody. In English, it's, out of the great sea to Middle-earth I am come, in this place I will abide, and my heirs unto the ending of the world. It's what Elendil spoke when he came out of the sea and arrived on the shores of Middle-earth. So I think that is beautiful and haunting in all the right ways. Seeing Arwen again and just letting it be silent. I don't know if you noticed this, Sean. I've never noticed this. Hugo Weaving's performance when he is giving Arwen away is a full 3-course meal of a performance happening in the background, in the corner of a frame. The mixed emotions of a eternal being having to say an eternal farewell to the daughter he will never see again because she is becoming mortal and he is leaving the shores of Middle-earth. Oh my God, it's a performance.
Yep. There's something in that shot of Arwen and Elrond and the way their hair is done and everything. They look so much like father and daughter.
They do.
There's something weird about it. Normally I would never say that about fucking Liv Tyler and Hugo Weaving are very, very different looking people. In that shot, it's I would 100% buy that that's a father and a daughter. They look very similar in a weird way.
So true. And then, my friends, you bow to no one. Swell the music.
Everybody bows. Big helicopter shot.
I can never keep it together. I've never kept it together in that moment. And that is another one where I think it is an elevation of what the book does. In the book, Frodo and Sam awaken on the fields of Cormallen, which is halfway back to Gondor, and Aragorn brings them into the king's tent, and all of the lords are there, and he bows, and everyone bows, and he says, "Praise them with great praise." And it's a really nice moment. But it's not Aragorn's coronation and wedding, and the whole of the men of the West are there watching this, and they all bow to these 4 hobbits. And Elijah Wood in that scene, as he looks, and because when that was just them on a green screen, so they were composited in because they have to look short. So Elijah Wood wasn't looking at anything, but it's such a beautiful, heart-wrenching performance.
Yeah, I mean, all of his stuff in this section is amazing because it communicates that sort of mournfulness for himself in that sense of he's on that kind of almost fish out of water quality. That's he's not a part of him died, with the ring. Part of him died on that journey, and and there's something it almost feels like he's afraid that other people will see it or something. He's sort of bewildered by how people are treating him, and all of that is just communicated in his face.
Yeah. Some people like to make fun of this scene, but I am firmly pro Frodo waking up in bed and everybody laughing together and celebrating. It is so great. And also, it is directly inspired by a little line in the book that I want to see if I can find. It's so Gandalf, this is the same thing, Frodo awakens in Cormallen, and Gandalf is there and says, "A great shadow has departed." And then Gandalf laughed, and the sound was like music or like water in a parched land, and as he listened, the thought came to Sam that he had not heard laughter, the pure sound of merriment, for days upon days without count. It fell upon his ears like the echo of all the joys he had ever known, but he himself burst into tears. Then, as a sweet rain will pass down a wind of spring, and the sun will shine out the clearer, his tears ceased, and his laughter welled up, and laughing he sprang from his bed. What a perfect cinematic equivalent of that prose.
Yeah,
I love it.
Absolutely. And it's
it is the first and last time the Fellowship are together since the end of Fellowship of the Ring. Like, they've gone through effectively 2 whole movies where the Fellowship has been disbanded. Obviously, Boromir is also not here. They should have put in, like, Star Wars style. It's just like Sean Bean's ghost in the corner.
That would have been great. But the thing that ties that whole scene together is that Sam is the last to come in, and the look they share.
I mean, my favorite part of it is when Frodo looks at Aragorn and goes, Strider!
The Grey Havens. Talking about what you said about, going forward and never being able to go back.
Yeah.
I think that scene communicates that so beautifully. And the performances of everybody in that scene, but particularly the 4 hobbits, the 3 who have to react to Frodo leaving, and then Frodo himself, Elijah Wood, playing the I have to leave, is so beautiful. It's never hit me this hard. This is the first time I've seen this movie since my dad died, which has been 7 years now. It's part of why I hadn't gone back to these movies. But boy, was it hard to keep it together last night watching that scene, because it is one of the most beautiful, fulfilling, complicated visions of death in cinema.
Yeah.
And again, to keep that in, that Frodo wins. He saves the day, he destroys the ring, but he has to sail into the West. Is, most adaptations wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
They just would. Especially in Hollywood, you can't get that.
I mean, most adaptations would do the thing that people wanted them to do, which is, like, cut after, like, they're on the fucking mountain or whatever, or cut after they get back with the Eagles, and have it be like, the point of the story was, how do you destroy this one ring? And that's it.
So, and then I was keeping it together. I was cheering up. And then Sam is walking back down the lane in the final shot of the movie, and Elijah Wood comes in with the narration. Shattered me.
Yeah.
Elijah Wood's delivery of those final lines is so fucking beautiful. And I just want to read one last thing from the book.
Okay.
Which is what it comes from. Where this speech it's snipped from. Where are you going, master? Cried Sam, though at last he understood what was happening. To the Havens, Sam, said Frodo. And I can't come? No, Sam, not yet anyway. Not further than the Havens. Though you too were a ring-bearer, your time may come. Do not be too sad, Sam. You cannot be always torn in two. You will have to be one and whole for many years. You have so much to enjoy and to be and to do. But, said Sam, and tears started in his eyes, I thought you were going to enjoy the Shire too for years and years after all you have done. So I thought too once, but I have been too deeply hurt, Sam. I tried to save the Shire, and it has been saved, but not for me. It must often be so, Sam, when things are in danger. Someone has to give them up, lose them, so that others may keep them. But you are my heir. All that I had and might have had I leave to you, and also you have Rose and Eleanor, and Frodo lad will come, and Rosie lass, and Mary, and Goldilocks, and Pippin, and perhaps more that I cannot see. Your hands and your wits will be needed everywhere. You will be the mayor, of course, as long as you want to be, and the most famous gardener in history. And you will read things out of the Red Book and keep alive the memory of the age that is gone so that people will remember the great danger and so love their beloved land all the more. And that will keep you as busy and as happy as anyone can be as long as your part of the story goes on. I think that's maybe the best passage Tolkien ever wrote.
Yeah.
It certainly feels the most personal. It feels like it says everything he ever wanted to say about war, about the value of literature and of stories and of history and how much he loved those things, of the bonds between these people, and also just tying this story he worked so hard together on. And of course they don't quote the whole thing in the movie, but they take all those bits and pieces, and I think they arrive at a point of similar profundity. And for a book that was long thought unfilmable, to do that, I think these movies have become weirdly underrated.
Yeah, no, I feel like we're in this like period where, in a little bit, I think these movies are going to get rediscovered again by people who are much younger than us. But like right now, we're in this weird middle phase where, like, you know, there are a lot of people who, like, you know, like the teenagers that I teach were born when these movies were coming out. And I feel like once these movies fade a little bit more into history, they're going to come back up again as people look back at them.
Yeah, we're coming up on the 20th anniversary.
Yep.
2021. I hope people rediscover them. I think the biggest revelation for me watching these movies again, Sean, is that they feel like a different era.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Like the passing of the Third Age was also a passing of a movie age for these movies, you know? Like, it feels like when Frodo sailed off into the West in Peter Jackson's Return of the King.
Physical miniatures sailed off with him.
Physical miniatures and just a sense of adventure and grandeur to what film on this scale to be, or could be, that it hasn't happened again. Not to say there aren't plenty of good movies. I'm not one of those people who thinks film is dead and there's no reason to...
No, we wouldn't do all the Marvel movies on this podcast if we thought that, obviously.
But there just is a marked difference. There just simply is a marked difference between the films that make this kind of money and win these... Because also, this is the last popular movie that won an Academy Award.
Yeah.
For Best Picture. Let alone 11.
Mm-hmm.
Like every movie since then has been... continually setting the record for the lowest grossing Best Picture winner ever. Has happened like 10 times since Return of the King. And so there has been this massive divergence between popular and acclaimed cinema. And I think it's easy to say now, it's like, oh, those were just fantasy movies that, you know, they were for the fans, but the critics, but no, they were the best reviewed movies of every year that came out. They were... Obviously, to anyone watching the best movies of every year, it was stupid that the first two movies didn't win Best Picture. It's an embarrassment that fucking Beautiful Mind beat Fellowship of the Ring, or Chicago beat The Two Towers. But Return of the King was this confluence where it all came together, and it hasn't happened again. And I genuinely, in our era of corporate consolidation and franchise movie making, which Lord of the Rings helped usher in, not of its own accord, but the same way Star Wars helped, you know. It doesn't exist anymore, and it can't. Disney cannot make a Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers cannot make a movie like this. The will to do it and the ability does not exist. And I watch these movies with a certain amount of grief, also because if part of the ways these movies have been diminished, I think, in standing is the Hobbit movies.
Yeah.
They're just, which I think are as bad as, like, people make the Star Wars prequels out to be. That's the real prequel trilogy that destroyed a fucking legacy.
Sure, yeah.
We will not be doing a sequel trilogy.
No. I'm not. Like, I would like to watch maybe the first half of the first one again, and then the Riddle of the Dark Scene. And then
coming next week on the Weekly Stuff podcast,
the first half of An Unexpected Journey and the Riddle of the Dark Scene, a deep dive.
Yeah, and maybe skipping around a little bit from that too. I don't know.
Oh yeah, probably. I mean, there'd be like there's that Azog fucking flashback. Like we'd skip that. Yeah.
Oh man, so there's a certain sadness revisiting it of that. I feel like I've rediscovered some of my favorite movies, and I now feel deep shame that they were not on my episode 200 top 10 films of all time list.
Really, I forgot. Oh, because they were your number one the first time we did it, right?
Yes. Yeah. And I changed it, and part of it was I couldn't. It was still too raw. I couldn't revisit them then. They would be now, and I might still put them at number one because The Lord of the Rings is my favorite book, and I think the Lord of the Rings, the movies, are as good of movies as the Lord of the Rings book is a book. And that is as much as you can hope for any adaptation. Not to be equal or to be quote-unquote as good as the book, but I want the movie to be as good a movie as the book is a book, and I think this is one of the few cases where that can be said 100%. Yeah. So there you go. The world is a little different, but hey, these movies are still out there.
Yeah, they're really fucking good. They have held up phenomenally.
And I feel no shame having done a 4-hour podcast for a 4-hour movie.
No, yeah, that's where we are. I mean, we talked about Dragon Quest, we talked about Godzilla, we talked about a lot of stuff too.
That's fair. All right, well, deep breath. Not sure what we're doing next week. We're barreling towards podcast 300. You and I have to talk off the air about that.
Yeah, that's true. I realized when I was looking at the video game soundtrack episode the other day, I'm like, oh, that's very close to 300. That's 290 something.
The dumbest thing I've done in the history of this podcast is not making that episode 300 because it took a lot of fucking work.
Yeah, we definitely... We shouldn't have rode that one so close.
We blew our load early on that one.
Yeah, you know.
All right. We'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we remember when we did the poll to do these movies? That means we finally now... Zatoichi?